mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is
Honorable members, Speaker.
Honorable members, I declare this 43rd sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we are here gathered together, do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear and the head is alive, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thy need and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of broadened in unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever widening thought and action.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I know it's hard once we get up to get back in our seats, but one of the challenges we have with a unscheduled start is a quorum. At the start of the day, the quorum is the issue, and when we take a break, getting back here with a quorum is an issue. But we have been going well so far, and we will continue to advance the work of the National Assembly. And let us try to ensure that we can be as prompt as we can be. Mr. Clerk.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions and notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly, and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business.
Honorable members, the Assembly will resolve itself into Committee of Supply to consider the estimates of expenditure for financial year 2022. Honorable members, let us get started. We have today the first agency up is Ministry of Agriculture, pages 184 and 185. Just to bring you up to date with respect to the times, at the end of the first day of consideration, we have 71 minutes in savings. At the end of the first day, 71 minutes in savings. I think there were other timekeepers in the house and on the floor, so I trust that your numbers correlate with mine. One other issue we will have to deal with, and when we resume before the break, is to pass a motion to allow the House to continue on beyond 8 p.m. for the rest of the estimates and the budget sittings. I think we may have to tidy up that arrangement. Minister of Agriculture, you in place with your team?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 211, Ministry Administration, current expenditure, forms part of the estimates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes, I have a question on 6116, contracted employees. I noticed there is almost a $55 million increase in contracted employees when we have, as of 2022, that the contracted employees have been reduced by 8. Could the minister indicate?
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the honourable member for his question. We had 22 scholarship contracted employees ended, and we have 14 scholarship contracted employees added to the ministry. That is why you have the difference of 8 staff.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Not to. So the monies, the $50 million more has gone to scholarships, you're saying? And I missed you there.
Honorable members, please allow the Minister of Agriculture. I think he's quite competent to answer.
Tell them they don't trust their own.
Mr. Chair, I am saying that we had 22 scholarship contracted employees which ended. You had another, out of that 14 scholarship contracted employees added on to the ministry payroll. That is why you have the 8 staff, the difference between the 8 staff.
Yeah. Why?
Right? And this process will continue because what we are doing, we are working with the Public Service Ministry to fill vacancies that exists, and it's an ongoing process. That is why you'll see in the budget, you'll see money budgeted, and these staff complement will be addressed, because as I said when I spoke in the budget debate, I said that the ministry now is embarking on a number of programs, and we are also looking at specialized personnel to fill these vacancies. And I am working very closely with the Ministry of Public Service so that we can have specialized, as I said, we have aquaculture now as an industry taking root. We'll have to have specialized personnel. We have new crops. We have crops that we never started before, crops like the corn and soybeans, non-traditional crops. We are also concentrating on high-value crops, so we need specialized persons. And what we are doing, we are working very closely to see that we have these specialized persons fit into the system so that the ministry can be prepared to diversify and also increase production over the next year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Mr. Ramsey.
Honorable Chairman, I think my colleague is failing to realize, in 2021, there was 143 contracted employees, and $409 million was the amount paid to them. In 2022, the estimate is saying that they're going to have 135, which is 8 less, but they're going to pay $463 million. Why do we have a reduction in contracted employees and over $55 million more being paid? And all of that he's saying there.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think my colleague is failing to comprehend what I'm saying. Listen, I am saying that we had 22 contracted employees who were on scholarship students who were contracted employees. It reduced and it gone to 14, that came into the payroll of the Ministry of Agriculture. What I am saying that we cater to employ a number of specialized persons in various fields. That is why you will see it is budgeted in our budget, and we will fill those vacancies very shortly to ensure that we prepare for all the programs that we are embarking on.
Honorable Member Ramsey.
I will move on. In other 6294, I noticed that there is an increase from 33 million to 57 million. And this other is always a little opaque. Could you tell me what is that increase for? $6294.
So, Mr. Chair, 6294 is cater for a number of programs. For example, it cater for the Rice Assessment Committee. We have a very active rice assessment committees across this country. There are a lot of dispute between tenants and landlord that we are working it to resolve age-old dispute. So the Rice Assessment Committee is functioning. We have the Hinterland Development Support Activity, $5 million. We have the Agriculture Disaster Risk Management Plan, $5 million. We have Food and Nutrition Security Strategy Implementation, $3 million. We have the Veterinary Board stipends, $4 million. We have the Jagdew Initiative, I spoke about it, that CARICOM adopted, $1 million. To continue implementation. We get evaluator stipend, $2 million, stipend for work study, $1.2 million, consultation and engagement with farmers in region, agriculture outreaches, $6 million, other administrative activity, $8.5 million, and it goes on. I can go and I can give the honorable member a copy of it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Matipot.
Sir, I want to go back to this contracted employees thing. Oh, be quiet. Sir, I hear the Honorable Minister that 22 of the scholarship students were taken off the payroll, if I'm using the correct term, and 14 were added. I'm figuring that is after they would have completed their scholarship. And given that there is the increase in the allocation, for me signifies that there is an increase in salary that is offered to the 14 specialists. May I ask the Honorable Minister to provide the designation of the 14 that is added there and their remuneration packages, please? The total sum for each one. And I would appreciate if you can lay it over, sir.
So,
Honorable Minister.
thanks, Mr. Chair. If I am reading out it here, I wouldn't lay it over, so you could make a note. You could make notes of it, right? We have 2 senior food and agro processing inspector. They earn, one earned $247,399. Then you have $236,287. We have 1 biologist, $236,287. 2 engineer, $236,287. 1 livestock extension officer, $236,287. 2 planner, $151,730,000. 4 crop extension officer, $79,293. 2 driver, $74,900 each. Those are the number of staff.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that same contract, and the Minister highlighted just now that scholarship persons, and he suggested contract. Is it a new policy that persons who are coming back from scholarship are no longer going on the establishment and are now being contracted?
Honorable Minister.
But the Honorable Member, Mr. Chairman, should have known as a former Minister of Public Service, these are bonded scholars, bonded students. Right, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rabo.
I'm not sure if I heard, but the Minister did not answer the question.
I'm not hearing you. Honorable members, could you repeat?
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the Minister, because he stated just now that scholarship persons are now, he highlighted that they're contracted 6116. As far as I'm aware, once you're on scholarship and you're placed, you normally go on the establishment. I'm asking if the policy has changed and that scholarship students are now being contracted and not placed on the public service establishment.
Honorable Minister, you want to?
I don't, Mr. Chair, I don't know what the Honorable Member is talking about. I just answered the question. These are bonded scholars. And there is no policy like that. I don't know where the Honorable Member would have got that policy from.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 211, Ministry Administration, current expenditure forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 638. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 211, Ministry Administration, Capital Expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Are these pumps the pumps
Line
that will
item?
be... Yes, that very one. 130-2300. Are these the same? The pumps here will be from the same manufacturer, Apollo?
So,
Honorable Minister.
if I could just explain for the Honorable Member's sake, these are money that was budgeted for the Indian line of credit pump. I mentioned it and I said that the last administration would have paid almost 73% of the contract sum.
And 70% work.
You have, this money is still remaining in the budget because right now it's engaging the attention of the Attorney General, and the pumps are defective and we are trying to recoup our money or get proper pumps. If we have the proper pumps, then we'll have to pay the balance of the contract. So the money is still in the budget here. And if you work it out in US, it's about 733,000 US remaining in the budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Please, you know, I have some very direct questions. Is this set of pumps coming from the same Apollo that you're saying brought in defective pumps?
Honorable Minister.
So these pumps were supplied by Apollo.
Supplied.
Yeah, these are the Indian line of credit pump that is right now in the country. I said they are defective.
Is it from Apollo?
So these are the money. Yeah, Apollo supplied these pumps.
Good.
Apollo supplied these pumps, but these are pumps that were supplied by Apollo, the defective pumps that are presently giving us serious problems around the country. The 12 pumps, 3 mobile and 9 fixed.
Thank you,
Would the Honorable Member, same line item, would there be court action against the Indian firm in relation to this so-called defects?
So, Mr. Chair, I indicated already the matter is engaging our Attorney General, and he is now trying to see what we'll do, because eventually we'll have to get back our money on these pumps that we have paid. So the AG can advise better on that issue.
Honorable members, again, sometimes we have to be a bit more keen with our ears, noting the amount of extra sounds coming from the dome. The minister did answer every single point that was raised in the first question and was asked to repeat. So we can be a bit more efficient with our time if we allow a bit more silence in the dome and listen more keenly. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Thing I notice is a number 2 on this project. How much money is being spent on institutional strengthening? The same item I'm on.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, $10 million is budgeted for that, institutional strengthening.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
No, sorry.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 2100700, flood risk management project. Could the Honorable Minister state what is the earth removing equipment that is proposed to be procured, and what is the cost of that equipment?
Honorable Minister. Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have here $81.8 million procurement of earth moving equipment. We have 1 amphibious excavator. We have 2 excavators, 3 pontoon with mud bins, and boat and barge. Those are the equipment that will be purchased under this head.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Honorable Chair, I just want to ask if this is a continuation from what the administration has inherited from the previous administration.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I want to refresh the honorable member memory that this was a project started since 2014 when the PPP civic government was in office. It was continued by the APNU, and this was conceptualized by the PPP civic government in 2014.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Honorable Minister, I know in 2020 you commissioned a pump at Hope, and I saw that you are going to do an installation of a pump in Hope. Can you say if you will be commissioning another pump at Hope on East Coast?
Honorable Minister.
No, Mr. Chair, I just want to say that I never commissioned a pump. That is one of the pump in the 9 fixed pump that we have problem with, right? So I never commission a pump that is defective. So.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 211, Ministry Administration, Capital Expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 186 and 187. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 212, Agriculture Development and Support Services current expenditure forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramtatan.
On the subvention, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, I noticed a number of organizations here. I want to deal with MMA, Agriculture Development Authority. The maintenance of infrastructure in Appendix T at page 835 indicate a massive decrease from $307 million to 154. Could the minister give an explanation as to why that massive decrease, sorry.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just answer the honorable member.
You can.
That when we took government in 2020 August, the entire system in MME, all the canals were clogged up. We had the first time I went to cabinet as a minister, I went to ask for $90 million to do cleaning in the MME scheme. What we have done over 15,000 miles of canal and drains in that scheme. And over the years, MMA now, the farmers in MMA, we have reduced also the cost from $15,000 to $3,500 for DNI charges and land rental. So much so that almost $11,500 the farmers are saving. And over the years, the revenue of MMA have increased, so that is why we're giving less subvention. So MMA, as I'm saying, like other entities are now becoming self-sufficient, where farmers now are buying the system and working with management to develop these sectors.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramtatan.
Nothing else on that one.
Honorable Member, Mr.
On a Nari now, there are about 8 local institutions, sir. Now, I noticed that you had indicated in your budget speech, Mr. Minister, that NARI is going to be supported extensively for research and development. But I noticed that there's been, nothing really. 1.2 million and 1.2 million it remain. Why weren't there an increase for this NARI?
What line you referring to?
The line item, you see, this is the trouble. The line item is the same 6321, sir, but it then refers you to 8 separate entities, NARI, MMA, Hope Coconut Estate, and so on. So you go back to Appendix T at page 836.
So if I could just disaggregate that for training and research, you have money that is budgeted in NARI that will aid research and extension services over the 10 regions of Guyana, which will enhance agriculture food system. As I said, that we are looking to start or consolidate climate smart agriculture. Last year, we would have built 150 shade houses across the country. because with climate change that is real now and that is taking a toll on Guyana, we are looking to build these shade houses so that farmers can have direct control on all the elements that can enhance agriculture development in our country. So what we are doing, we are purchasing these shade house material. We are going to train farmers. At the same time, we have extension services. When I mentioned about these tablets that we have purchased over the year, where extension officers now and farmers will have real-time data, because when they send those data to NARI extension services. So what we are doing these kinds of training, and we are also conducting demonstration farm. We are training the farmers to enhance their skills and also to help in the agro-processing facility where NARI and GMC are working hand in hand to develop our agro-processing facility too. And we are bringing out new crops. As I said, that we are looking now to enhance our production of potato, Irish potato. We are looking to enhance onion production so that we can reduce our food import bill over the years. So different research. We start the high value crop. We have finished almost 6 or 7 shade houses where we'll complete another 19 to make it 25 right at NARI. So you have different crops and research coming. We start in the process where we are now doing a research to start cut flower production. Cut flower production, no other country in this part of the Caribbean is doing that. We are looking to set up a greenhouse very shortly at Timeri to start this production, and this here will target specific set of the population like single parent, single mothers. So these are very lucrative crops, and these crops have ability to help people earn a good living.
Thank you very much, Minister.
I must say that we are having a lot of gaffe here. Honest to God, because look, what they have for education and training is at Appendix T. It is $9.1 million, $9.1 million, and the same $9.1 million. My question is that all of that he's saying about training and more training, why hasn't this thing been increased? This is $1.2 billion last year, and it is $1.2 billion this year. So is it the gaffing about training, or they're putting some more money behind training?
Honorable Minister, basically, I don't know about gaff. Are you asking him if it's sufficient?
It's a gap, it's a gap.
Honorable Minister?
Mr. Chair, it seems again, this member has a problem to comprehend simplicity. I don't know if you don't know how budget cycle works. For example, Mr. Chair, you have a set of money that is budgeted to do training. Then you have other agencies that complement. You have the ASDU. Yeah, you have the AS. Part of that money from NARI's budget, you want me answer? You want to ask the question, answer it. I'm just answering a question that you asked. 9 point something million is budgeted in NARI's budget for training and research. You have ASDU will complement that. ASDU doing a lot of training in other agencies and complement agencies across the ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for the Honourable Minister. I was just wondering whether, with all that he has just said, whether rice and plantain prices will go down and we will not have to import rice anymore with all that you're doing.
Line item, Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
It seems, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I should answer this question, but if I give the honorable member an answer, she wouldn't like it, because I don't know if NARI growing rice. I should ask, she should ask herself.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I didn't put a question to you, though, so you didn't have to answer. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
I noticed that there is, for Gaisuko here, $2 billion for current. I don't see it in an appendix, but they generally would put it just Gaisuko, $2 billion.
Honorable Minister.
What is this $2 billion this year going towards? And is there a performance assessment now done with the almost $90 billion that was spent on Gaisuko just to get it survived?
Let's say salary.
So,
Honorable Minister.
Chair, if I, this question deserves a comprehensive answer. First of all, the $2 billion. The $2 billion, I have it disaggregate here. That will be going fuel, 251 million, lubricants, 40 million, other essential material and supplies, 282 million, lorry contractors, 144 million, wages and salaries, 1.283 billion, giving you $2 billion. And over the years, I have been mentioning and talking about the industry in terms of moving it forward. And we knew for a fact that when we took over this industry, it was crippling. The estates were limping. It was stated in the Honorable Minister of Finance budget speech that the money budgeted for the $4 billion will be going to, in the agriculture sector, enhance the field and factories. And I will give the Honorable Member, if he wants, disaggregate it and tell him what are the work that we'll be doing. Because when we took over, the factories were limping about 40%, and the extraction rate was very low in terms of juice. And that is why, even you have good sucrose content in the sugar cane, the extraction rate was poor, and that is why you had this kind of, the sugar, you haven't had maximum production. What we have been doing over the last few months, the last 18 months, that we have embarked on critical capital support for Gaisuko. We'll enhance field, we'll enhance field, and I have here in my hand a thick ledger of all the works that will be started at the end of this budget speech, and I can go through some of it. I have it in our stage: repair to roads, land conversion, convert the bed from the Dutch bed to the English bed, lorry, enhance field machinery, enhance field equipment. Then you have here a number of other agriculture work in terms of purchasing pumps, purchasing vehicle for four-wheel double cab vehicle for the management of the estate, road construction again, and different area. I can list it and give the Honorable Member. This
much for that. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan, just give me one moment. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, you asked a question. You asked a question. As the minister is answering, you're now shouting other instructions to the minister. I ask that you desist from this. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
Indicated too that I would like to see, please, if you could overlay over those, but also the performance report as to when it is that Gaisuko is going to get break even.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we are working to go there to break even. First of all, that is our main objective, is to break even. We have a strategic plan that we're working with now. As I said, that the 3 operating estates will enhance that tremendously this year. And we are moving to ensure that we add also value added component to the production, making more value-added sugar, for example, packaged sugar instead of bulk sugar, enhance the factory capacity to enhance the field to ensure that we have better growth and better sucrose contents from these canes. And we are moving there. We have the strategic plan, and that's the objective. The $4 billion that is in the capital program for Gaisuko will go to do that, and also to go to, part will go to enhance the reopening of Rosal Estate. We have already employed close to about 500 persons at Rosal Estate already, and I'm hoping that this year we'll continue to employ those persons who were put on the breadline and dismissed by the AP and UAFC government. They are very happy that we are giving them back on employment in Rosal Estate.
Could the
Minister, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
Thank you very much. The strategic management plan that you so vociferous about, could that be laid over to this Parliament? in relation to the matter of Skeldon Estate, we don't have that, any monies for that this 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I said, as I indicated many times in this National Assembly, that we'll reopen the closed sugar estate in a phased approach. As I said, that the first estate that will be reopened is Rosal, and we have the other estate that we have already. Like Skeldon this year, we will be purchasing excavators. Yes, we will be purchasing monies budgeted to purchase excavators for Skeldon estate. And we'll continue to do that because these estates were closed by APNU AFC. It was destroyed because when we went there, it was destroyed by the APNU AFC. And as I said, they want us to reopen it within 1 year and then destroy the entire estate. They cannibalize the Wales estate so much so that it cannot be reopened. That's the history of APNU, AFC. When they touch something, it's beyond repairs. It's beyond redemption. And that you all are doing in this country.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honourable Minister state how the $30 billion bond, that the $30 billion bond that NISIL gave to Gaisuka, how is it being utilized, or is it being utilized?
Honorable Minister.
So that money was started to use under the previous government, the $30 billion bond, and it's Gaisuka has to pay back for that money, that sum of money. That is why the bond has been exhausted, and that is why the government is forced to give subsidies to Gaisuka to continue in the investment of Gaisuka.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Mr. Chair, the minister just said that the bond has been exhausted. If I heard him correctly, can he say what the bond was exhausted over? What exactly was done?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I can't say what the bond was exhausted during the APNU AFC time.
Really?
However, money was used, some money was used on the bond to do some work within Gaisuka. I don't have the details of that here. I can lay that out, lay that over some other time. But as I'm saying, that over the last 18 months, the bond was exhausted. That is why the government is forced to continue subsidies in Gaisuka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the Honorable Minister is saying that over the last 18 months, the bond was exhausted.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when we took government, $3.8 billion will remain out of the $30 billion that they had. $3.8 billion.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would just like to get some clarity from the Honorable Minister. On the same line item, after spending over $30 billion of taxpayers' monies on reopening of these estates, could the Honorable Minister state what date or what period in this year would Rosal Estate be reopened?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I answered the question ad nauseum already. It's a work in progress. We can't say when we are preparing the reopening of Rosal Estate. There are a number of works that we have to do. As for example, I said, right now the management at Rosal Estate, they are embarking on improving the cultivation. When we took over last year, the cultivation was abandoned. There was bushes all around in the cultivation. We had to do new tilling. We have to have enough cane in the cultivation. I don't know if the honorable member know how cane or how sugar is being produced. We have to have enough cane in the cultivation so that we can reopen the estate. We have to ensure that we rehabilitate the entire factory. We have to ensure that we have enough ponds. We have to ensure that we rehabilitate the mill duct. We have to ensure that we rehabilitate the field equipment department. All those components, all those parts in the estate is a work in progress that we are doing continuously. And I am very optimistic, Mr. Chairman, that the PPP civic government will reopen Rosal Estate, and that will produce sugar shortage.
Thank you. Honorable Member Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm so thankful that you have a progress report on the reopening of the Rosal Estate, and I can tell you that I'm a former apprentice of Gaisuku, so I know about Gaisuku. I want you to say, Honorable Minister, what percentage of progress have you made thus far at the Rosal Estate? Please detail that for us. What percentage of works have you completed so as to reopen this estate?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't have those information. I know for a fact in the factories, in the factory, we are about 41% moving on. As I said, in the cultivation area, we are moving there that we'll have to continue to do tilling and planting of canes because the entire cultivation was abandoned. And when you start, you only can get cane for one crop. This cane cycle is that when you start now and you start to cut cane, then you have a small period of outer crop, you have to have cane for the other crop. So you have to have the entire cultivation because the capacity of Rosal we will have to enhance it so many weeks per year. So that means we have to have enough canes in the cultivation before we can start Rosal. But I want to assure the honorable member, yes, I can submit a progress report, but I know for a fact that we are about 41% in the factory, moving there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, at the last Economics Service Committee, you would have indicated to that committee that Gaisuku has a projection to break even in 2026. And you just informed this House that you're optimistic, and so far, based on your projection of what has happened at Rosal, is 41% ready. So the question is, how much more money? Because since 2020, Gaisuku has been in receipt of over $30 billion, and $4 billion more is budgeted for in 2022. So if you have projected for Gaisuku to break even in 2026, how much more money would have to be given to Gaisuku to break even as you would have projected?
Honorable Minister.
So first of all, I want to inform the honorable member that I haven't said that 41% of Rosal completed. I said the factory is 41%. Remember, it's different component that we are talking about. You might have less in the field. You might have less at the FED. You might have less at the mill dock. You might have less at the various parts, other parts that depends to ensure that you have the whole thing come together to start production. But I want to make this point that Gaisuku, when you look at Gaisuku, you have to look at Gaisuku beyond sugar. And I made this point at the Economic Services Committee in Parliament, the Economic Services Committee in Parliament. I said that sugar is our culture. Sugar, Gaisuku encompass many other things than sugar. Look, NDIA, it costs NDIA in certain area almost approximately $1.8 billion to expend to do DNI services that were provided by Gaisuku before. That's the social things that Gaisuku does in these communities. So whatever it takes to bring back Gaisuku, the PPP civic government will ensure that we make the resources available.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the minister in his expression of optimism to bring back Gaisuku. And it is a part of our culture. But the fact is, it is the sweetest debt the country has been consistently incurring. And it cannot be a consistent burden on the Guyanese population. Now, you have said, Mr. Speaker, Gaisuku is to break even in 2026. What is the current market price for sugar? Because as it is, we are paying more for sugar than those who are buying it from us. So how are we going to reduce sugar with your projection of breaking even till 2026?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, probably the honorable member is too young. Probably the honorable member is too young. We don't remember, the memories are so short. Almost $500 billion was taken away from Gaisuko by the sugar levy. By the government at that time, taking away the breath and the life of Gaisuko. You all remember the sugar levy? Now is the time, Gaisuko, as I said, is a very important industry that not only encompasses sugar, but you have, and we said that it's too big to fail, and we will continue. We will continue to ensure that Gaisuko break even and eventually start to make profit. That is why we'll continue to enhance it, and I am very optimistic that the money that government is giving to Gaisuko are monies that were taken away from Gaisuko when Gaisuko was in its prime. And today we are looking at Gaisuko is bleeding treasury, not like that, because the Gaisuko is the largest single employer of people in this country. Gaisuko make a lot of contributions socially. We have the sports ground that Gaisuko used to look after. We have the DNI services in the community. We have the village economy in the community. We have thousands of persons indirectly depend on Gaisuko. We have thousands of people who depended on Gaisuko and who will depend on Gaisuko for future to come. So Gaisuko is important. We'll continue to ensure that Gaisuko break even. We are working very hard to ensure Gaisuko break even. We have had a setback with the floods, but as I said, we have a strategic plan that will move Gaisuko forward.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Mr. Speaker, I do not wish for the minister to conclude that I don't understand the importance of Gaisuko. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that the minister is right. Gaisuko is important to us. But we have to prudently spend the people's money. And I am saying that Gaisuko could be redivested in other crops. And you have trained people to become specialists in other crops. Why not Gaisuko divest itself and plant soursop, plant pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper like Jamaica, where they are garnering real revenue for the country. So the sugar industry is changing. We cannot compete in the international market, even if you are projecting to break even in 2026. Why is it that Gaisuko isn't taking this same money that I believe is not prudently being spent and reinvest in the sugar workers, retrain them, give them the land so that they can give it to their family rather than give them an inheritance of a cutlass?
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if I could respond.
Honorable Minister.
I think the honorable member, I don't want to be part of Gaisuko to plant soursop and plant cassava or what the comrades talk about. Gaisuko, as I said, is moving. We are moving in different directions. As I said, we have a strategic plan. We started the study of the ethanol, of producing ethanol. We started the study of looking at high-grade molasses. We have increased private participation in Gaisuko in the field at IFLAP. And we are looking at various means and ways to ensure that we diversify Gaisuko. We diversify Gaisuko, and we are moving there. I have come in the assembly and shout out what I know about. I know Gaisuko is producing sugar. Gaisuko, we are looking at, because of sugar you will get ethanol. Because of sugar cane you can get better molasses. So those are the products. Those are the products that we are looking at. And eventually Gaisuko will meet there. And we'll move Gaisuko forward.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, please. I have Mr. Ramjatan, and I have you, and there was some other person, Mr. Mahipur, before Mr. Ramjatan. Mr. Ramjatan, allow Mr. Figueroa to ask a follow-up question and not to give a lecture.
Mr. Ramjatan, lecturing is good.
I agree, but there's a time for lecturing.
Mr. Speaker, this is a frightening situation. The minister is saying to this honorable house that he is optimistic, he's hopeful that Gaisuku in 2026, after it received over $30 billion from 2020 to now, he is still optimistic in 2026. Gaisuku might likely break even. This is not a safe position, and we would have hired a CEO who said he's a turnaround specialist. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to have some definitive response from the minister, who is responsible for this entire ministry, to say to the Guyanese people, how is it that Gaisuku will no longer plunder the tax resources of this country that is limited? We need our sugar workers to have a safe future in Gaisuku, and we need to invest these monies wisely, and that is not what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, the question is the issue of how wise this investment is.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I don't know if the member don't know
Mr. Chairman, may I correct you? That wasn't the question.
Well,
the question is, Mr. Chairman, is how will Gaisuku become profitable? Assured profitability beyond the minister's optimism in 2026, with all of this billions of dollars that is being invested in Gaisuku.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I was just to answer the same exact question what he asked. But first of all,
okay, try again.
yes, Mr. Chair. I said I was about attempting to answer the same exact question that he asked. But first of all, I don't know if the honorable member don't know what his government did. After spending $17 billion from the bond, they closed the estate. We only got $3.8 billion. And what he's saying there, I said that before I answered the question, he should have listened. I said that Gaisuku will break even. Eventually, Gaisuku will make profit because we start embarking on a number of areas. We are doing high-value production now. We are enhancing the packaging plant at Blaymont. We are looking to build a new packaging plant at Albion to have...
Don't listen to noise. Answer your question.
I am saying we are building a new packaging plant at Albion. We are looking to enhance and look at ethanol production. We are looking to produce high-grade molasses. These are the value-added production that will help Gaisuku to break even and eventually make a profit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yeah. In view of the distaste for doing this hard back-breaking labor, was there an assessment done for the next 3 years as to whether that next generation of cane cutters will come from these estates? You get 50,000 jobs from other areas.
Honorable Minister.
Then cut cane only.
Mr. Chair, as I said, in this document here, it's listed some of the mechanization that Gaisuku will embark on. There are a number of mechanization, especially in the field. I don't know if the honorable member don't know that we have cane loaders now, instead of cane cutter fetching the cane on the head. We have a number of bell loaders in the estate. Many cane cutters today are only cutting the canes. And heap it in, heap these canes, and then later in the evening, these bell loaders go and load the canes. That is one way of taking out the pressure. I don't know if the honorable member knows about those things.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I am changing question from Gaisuku to...
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the current salary and other benefits of the CEO of Gaisuku?
Honorable Member.
If the honorable member could just please repeat the question, I didn't...
Can the Honorable Minister say what is the current salary and other benefits of the CEO of Gaisuku?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the current salary of the CEO is 1.4.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Rabohali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I earlier asked the minister about the bond. As far as I'm aware, when they came into office in 2020, there was $15 billion still in the bond. As far as I'm aware, the bond was supposed to be used to diversify and mechanize the estate, Gaisuko, and to produce refined sugar and cogeneration power. What I just heard from the minister was that the bond has been completely exhausted. So I'm wondering whether or not any of that money went into ensuring that what the bond was actually was actually utilized for that purpose.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, that we have used that amount that I have stated earlier, and the government will have to put additional money. Over the years, we have started that, and that's the money I know about. I don't know anything more about more money from the bond. As I said, that when we get into government, we were able to spend $3.8 billion from the bond, and then we had to put money from Gaisuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would the Honorable Minister or the Gaisuko be willing to lay over to this House how exactly they spend the $30 billion bond?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
No problem, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira, you had a final question? No. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister, in his budget speech, that's Minister of Finance, said that apart from the reopening of estates, they are looking towards the repositioning of the sugar industry and the sustainable part, and it's a sustainable path to profitability. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister say to us what percentage of works in the total restructuring, this is not per estate, but the total restructuring have been completed thus far to see Gaisuko in a whole return to profitability?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I know the last time the Honorable Member asked me the same question. At that time, I told him about between 30 to 40%, and now we are about 51%, approximately 51%.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I notice Gaisuko is getting the minister a little bit agitated. So let me switch gear to the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority, NDIA. Sir, there is a budgeted sum here for capital expenditure of $4.1 billion. May I ask the Honorable Minister to disaggregate this sum and also tell us what is it that he intends to do with it? Please, thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, $2.7 billion were for projects rolled over from last year to this year, and those are, like, for example, the pumps at Trafalgar, cutter edge dredge, supply of pontoon with 2 excavator for the Pomeroon, supply 2 engine for pump station at Greenfield, provision of consultancy services, procurement of mobile pumps, 440 cubic hydroflow diesel pumps, 80 cubic pump, 80 cubic hydroflow diesel pumps, procurement of 4 new super long reach hydraulic excavator, procurement of 3 motor grader, design of pump station, rehabilitation of pump station, and the list goes on. It's about 84 items that 2.7 is budgeted for. And then for this year, you have the new projects for this year. You have $1.318 billion purchase of furniture and equipment, additional consultancy service for the supply and delivery of cutter edge suction dredge, procurement of tractor-driven pumps, and this is important, Mr. Speaker. When we had the flood last year, a number of NDCs and municipalities were unable to do primary pumping, so we'll be purchasing 100 tractor pumps, driven pumps, and each NDCs and municipality will be getting a pump from the NDIA this time so that they can improve capacity in those areas. We also have supply of new outboard engine, rehabilitation of NDIA pontoons. NDIA has 3 pontoons. One is now in dry dock to rehabilitate it. Consultancy service for the sluice at Kapoi, Escubo. We have design review and supervision services for the construction of pump at Charity. We have construction of pump station, a new pump station at Charity. We have here a rehabilitation of pump station at Kozia in the Essequibo in Region 2, empowerment of farmlands in Upper Pomeroon. We have empowerment of farmland in Supanam Creek, and a number of other areas. These areas will enhance our agriculture sector and make the DNI service more resilient to climate change. I can supply the honorable member the breakdown and the disaggregation of the $4.1 billion.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to ask if the minister would be kind enough to lay it over. I'm happy that he indicated to do so. In fact, sir, this is one of the most cooperative ministers on the government side. I must say that.
Yes,
sir, I am looking at wages and salaries, and I'm seeing an increase there to $319 million. May I ask if NDIA will be employing more engineers so as to monitor the work of DNI so that we can effectively manage what is happening in our country with reference to flooding and all the other engineering aspect of things?
Mr. Chair, right, and what we are doing now, we are now building a new design department, because with all these programs coming on board, all these projects, rather than get the engineer to stress out and go in the field and do work, we have a design, we are building a design department where a number of specialized design engineer will be employed so that we can complete our design on time and our procurement policy can move ahead as we plan it for the year.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, may I ask what is the total number of engineers currently employed at the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority that are assigned field responsibilities in the respective regions? And if the minister can specify how many engineers...
I just want the line item, the head.
So the same line item, it's one line item under this program, and it has a number of agencies, so it is NDIA I'm dealing with. And I'm looking at Appendix T on page 837.
Right, because in employment, you might have engineers over all categories of employees. Just...
Pardon me, sir?
This is a subject.
Yeah. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we have 22 engineers that we have employed.
Thank you. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, the specific question was focusing on the engineers that are in the field that are assigned to respective regions. And if you can give let us know how many are in region 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
A variation to the question according to...
Mr. Chair, as I said, that I can lay over to the honourable member the engineers them that are assigned to various regions. But as I said, that these engineers now are doubling up in terms of doing the design, and also what we are doing now, these 22 engineers will be concentrating to ensure that they supervise projects in the field so that we can have value for our money, we can have contractors abide with the specification of these projects. So what we are doing now, we have already interviewed a number of prospective engineers to do design. And very shortly we will employ those persons to get them to do design for these projects and other projects under the NDIA.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, I appreciate the fact that the Honourable Minister will lay over, so I will rest my case.
Thank you, Honourable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes. On the capital side of the MMA, I noticed that page, reference page 89, you stated what this $166 million is going to go towards. Purchase of equipment is one. Does this equipment that will be purchased include an excavator, a dredge, to dredge the mouths of those three rivers, Abari, Maikoni, Mahika?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the equipment that will be purchased are 2 excavators. Estimated cost is valued at $68 million. Also, we have a tractor that is in this line.
Honorable Member, Mr.
I just want to, on that same line item, you can put it Appendix T there, but in the capital side, the heightening of dams and embankments. Could you tell us where this actually, which part of the MMA, or is the entire thing?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, yes, $14 million has been budgeted to do this heightening of dams, and this is to preserve the integrity of the Conservancy Dam and the MMA scheme. That dam, you know, is stretched from Abari right onto the Borbis River. And over the years, we have a pontoon with excavators there on a regular basis to do these works. So these works are continuous work over the year, and various parts of the dam will normally be heightened during the operations.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you, Mr. Minister, after 18 months, can you state how many staff at the ministry have been trained? I've been trained with,
What do you mean?
in trained in harvesting crops. Training we talking about. You spoke to training. So I need to know, Honorable Minister, how many staff at the ministry has been trained in harvesting crops with respect to the U.S. phytosanitary standard?
Honorable Member, just give me a line item under the current...
Training, Mr. 6302. The minister spoke about training already. This is an additional question.
Honorable Member, which line item you're saying again, please?
6302.
6302. There's a 0 there.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Minister, you would have spoken about training at the ministry for staff. So my question is, how many staff have been trained with respect to harvesting crops in relation to the U.S. standard, sanitary standard for crops to be exported at an international standard? How many staffs have been trained to monitor those crops?
Mr. Chair, the Honorable Member got to decide which agency he's talking about. We have Gaisuko, we have MMA,
sir.
We have NARI, we have GRDB, we have GLD, all these agencies.
Honorable Minister,
so what we are doing,
Minister,
they would have
this subvention here covers all of those agencies.
Yes. So they would have formed the Food Safety Authority. That never came into existence in terms of physically. What we are doing now, we are enhancing that, and we are continuing to ensure that that body come into being so that we will train a number of persons. We have started training already, FAO, the ICA, and work along with NARI, they work along with GRDB, they work along with GLDA, and they have a number of training in the sanitary and phytosanitary needs of our country. Right now, I am working with the AG to put legislation in place. We are doing a number of other legislation will come into being shortly for food security, for these sanitary and phytosanitary needs of the country. So we are moving there, and a number of training sessions have already been held, and I can lay over the number of persons who have already been trained or have started training in these fields.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, why you always got conflict so aggressive? Sir, I would like to know...
passionate about his work.
Whatever it is. Mr. Minister, I'm happy that training in this area is being done. And I would like to know if it is also being done in the regions, because the minister in his budget speech spoke about community farming. And if we are going to promote that, then we need to train these local farmers in how to plant these crops to meet the international markets. And that is why the question was that. So you gotta be all aggressive and all.
So now this sub-question is this training
Regionally, is it disseminated in all of the regions and at the communities level as well?
Is the training extended?
I thought I answered a question when Honorable Ramjatan asked a question. I said that there are a number of training going on with Nursery and the GMC. They are going in various parts of the country to train farmers. As I said, I talk about the climate smart agriculture. I talk about agro-processing. That is why we are building agro-processing facilities in various parts of the country. We're building one in Watuka in Region 10. We're building in Region 9. We're building in Region 1, Whitewater in Region 1. We're building in Mabaruma in Region 1. We're building in Charity and Anna Regina in Region 2. We're building in Blackbush Polder. So you could see the effort that we are putting in agro-processing facilities, because our farmers should discontinue exporting primary produce. We want them to have value-added produce. That is why we are doing that kind of training. Also, GRDB has done a number of training in various parts of the rice growing areas in our country. And the GLDA also, they have done a number of training in terms of enhancing the kind of production in the livestock industry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yeah, I just want to indicate in the capital project profile.
Okay, we haven't reached capital yet.
Well, this will be NDIA, where the appendix is indicating $4.1 billion to NDIA. And then we have 166 for MMA million and 70 million for mangrove management. All these capital works, could the minister say whether they are from the NRF fund? Because we do have a column there that says they're from India, they're from ISDB, they're from IDB. Could you say whether these central government funding are from the NRF fund?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think the member is unfair to ask me that question. I don't allocate funds here. I have a budget. The funds were allocated by my colleague, the Minister of Finance, and he will be more able to answer that question.
Thank you very much.
No, it is conveniently stated in the others, like drainage and irrigation. The pumps come from India. And they put in the column here, India, ISDB, IDA, and IDB. So I just want to know why they couldn't put that so that we could have been transparent, it could have been transparent enough for us to know where the money is coming from.
Honorable Member, you'll be able to ask the Minister of Finance that question.
Just for the member's sake, Mr. Chair, I thought by now, as a long-standing parliamentarian, he should have noticed that foreign-funded project always stated in the budget profile.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahifal.
Comrade Chairman, I know that I'm back at the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority. I know that the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority had, I don't know if they still do, some mini excavators in the respective regions that would assist with residential drainage, so as to bring comfort to the residents across the country who are crying out for poor drainage and deplorable roads. We have many schemes that are existing now. And for example, I know in Region 3, sir, there were 4 mini excavators that were not sufficient to cater for the cry of the people to help in residential drainage. Is there any consideration in this budget for the inclusion of more mini excavators to assist the residential drainage of these communities, and I know that you have many schemes that are opening across the country.
Honorable Minister, is NDIA taking on residential drainage responsibilities now?
Mr. Chair, I think that we normally assist. We have 40 mini excavators across the country, and we'll continue to use it wisely with the NDCs and the other local bodies in the area. As a matter of fact, where the honorable member I'm talking about, I visited a number of times, and we have used our excavators to do drainage work there, but we continue to assist. My colleague and myself work very closely, the Minister of Local Government and myself, so that we move our resources and help them to ensure that we enhance these drainage system in the communities.
Yeah, I noticed you work very closely because he wasn't in his seat, so he moved closer to you just now. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I heard the Honorable Minister indicating that they have 40 mini excavators, and I know he's kind enough to lay over, so I trust that he will lay over how many are in each of the respective regions. And I want to also ask the Honorable Minister if he can indicate how many long boom excavators he has aligned to or associated with residential drainage cleaning.
Honorable Minister.
Long boom excavators, Mr. Chair, only can do certain work in residential area.
Agree.
We have 40, as I said, we have 40 mini excavators. We have 79 long boom excavators. These excavators do more irrigation, DNI canals around the country, these large canals. And sometimes you have canals run across the housing area. From time to time, we might use our long boom or the small excavator or the short reach excavators. But as I said, I work with various stakeholders, and we ensure that we enhance the drainage system, and we try to mitigate flooding as far as possible.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I agree with the Honorable Minister. I believe he's the most cooperative minister on that side of the House, and I salute him for what he is doing in terms of the work pertaining to drainage and irrigation in the country. I heard him saying that there are 79 long boom excavators, and I will also appreciate if the minister can lay over which regions these excavators are, so that we can get an understanding.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Would you lay over the long boom distribution?
No problem, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's a spin-off from Honorable Member Mahipal. It's to ask you the same long boom excavator, or if you have in your plan for the Lower Pomeroon. You know, they're always having flooding and coconuts going into there. It's needing silting, and so what's your plan for the Lower Pomeroon?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could give a holistic picture of the Pomeroon, we have a number of block drainage. I don't know if the Honorable Member know about what is block drainage, but we're doing a lot of block drainage to avoid flooding in the Pomeroon. As a matter of fact, we have about 4 or 5 phases going on right now in the Pomeroon, where we have works are going on to do these block drainage. So we do it in a number of farmers are benefiting from these block drainage. Also, in last year's budget, we had money budgeted for a pontoon and 2 excavators. This year we'll complete that, and that pontoon and the 2 excavators will be solely placed in the Pomeroon, only the Pomeroon, and that will enhance drainage system in the Pomeroon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am also aware that these mini excavators, they function through the RDC. As Minister rightfully said, he has a close relationship with the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. What method in terms of procurement is being utilized to use these machines for the services, especially in these residential areas with these mini excavators? Is it public tendering and then it's awarded to a contractor, and the contractor provides the technical personnel to do the work, and all you do is supply the machine?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, yes, right now we are advertising that. That is open tendering. We are hoping that we can get person to apply so that they can manage these set of excavators in terms of supplying fuel, in terms of taking ensuring that they do mechanical repairs and things like that. That is more cost effective for NDIA rather than NDIA stretch out its personnel and also have to have mechanics and source other parts and things like that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this has been an exhaustive in questioning with respect to this particular head. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 212, Agriculture, Development and Support Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 638 and 639. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 212, Agriculture Development and Support Services, capital expenditure forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Diosaran.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Comma Chair, can the Honorable Minister state what amount is catered for in this retention mentioned here? And can he provide a list of the projects that is under this retention?
Thank you, Honorable
Sorry, the
Member,
code is
Mr.
130,
Ramsey.
1600.
Pardon me?
The code is 130, 1600.
130, 16.
130, 1600.
This is NDIA, but which I thought
We're
we dealt with that already. Yes, we dealt with oh. Oh. Yeah, let me get that. No, you want to know the orders. Just repeat the question, if the honorable members can be so kind enough.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I was just asking under that line item, the code, that there's a retention mentioned there. And I was asking if you can provide a list of the projects that are under the retention.
The list of projects
So, Mr.
on the
Chair,
retention.
I mentioned just now a number of projects that are rollover, and you have retention there. I can supply the honorable member the list. You have a number of projects that retention, we hold in retention for and will be paid this year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Dionaray Ramsey. Honorable Member, Mr. Vince Roy Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the very same line item, could the Honorable Minister state whether the 3 Hope-like canals are slated to be done under this line item? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, I could assure the member that the study has started and we have already identified the area and work will commence. Work will commence this year under the same line item and we'll continue to have funding because these are massive projects, as I said. We already identified a number of areas in the 3 regions, Region 3, Region 5, and Region 6, and we are working very hard with NDIA to ensure that we start work this year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, you mentioned that works have already started. Could you say to us what are the areas that you propose to have these Hope-like canals in Region 3, 5, and 6?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, I haven't said work have started. I said a lot of work study have done. We have already identified the area. The budget haven't been passed as yet. How we'll start work? Now, we have already identified 3 locations in canals, Polder, Danzig, and in Region 5, and number 43, between number 43, number 50, and the quarantine.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Dionaray Ramsey.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Under the project code 130-1600, Can the Honorable Minister state how many pumps will be rehabilitated and where?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, 34 pumps with various capacity in 40 cusecs, 80 cusecs will be purchased, because what we are doing now, we are looking to have 24 hours drainage period across the country. And we'll place these pumps at various parts of the country where there are vulnerable areas so that we can take care of any flooding that might occur.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Under the agency code, the project code, sorry, 1301900. Comrade Chair, there's provision here for mangrove restoration projects. I noticed in the capital project profile that there will be a constructions of rubble groins. I'm seeking some clarification here, sir, as to if there will be any mangrove restoration and where.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, under this program, we have 2 rollover projects in Region 4 and Regions 2 and 6. That will be completed this year. And then we have 2 other projects where our grinds will be constructed in Region 2, Port and Paradise in Region 2. Yes, those areas that we will have those grinds. And then Port and Eliza in Region 2 too, 40 million. Those areas that will build those grinds.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that, and thank you, Comrade Chair. Code 1302400. Comrade Chair, can the Honorable Minister lay over the list of equipment that will be purchased and with the relevant cost? I have a follow-up after this.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thought I answered this question. Mr. Ramjatan asked this question. I said we purchased two long-reach excavator and a tractor. I don't know if the member is not listening. Let us listen and be repeating back ourselves.
In all fairness, Mr. Speaker,
sir,
in the appendix,
Honorable Minister, thanks a lot, but he was asking for you to lay over.
Yes.
Also. Right. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, you wanted to say something?
No, I said it was a little confusing doing it because under Appendix T, each of these institutions.
Yeah, confusion seemed to be the word for the last 2 days.
Yeah, but the same thing.
No, it is true. That is why we now on to capital for the same.
Well, I had drawn your attention when you were speaking, but being a senior member of the House, I allowed some latitude.
No, it's sorry. It's just that we.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud, that's.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Under the same code, 1302400, under the retention, you mentioned some retention here. Can you say the status of the phase 2 of the MMA project?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, phase 2 is not retention. We have retention here for a bridge, a construction of heavy-duty bridge, not any phase 2.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
If I can, can Honorable Minister state the status of the phase 2 MMA project?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we started some work last year, and this will continue this year, and this will be enhanced by the Hoplite Canal. We are moored land that we are making available that will be coming under this drainage system. So what we have done over the last year, we have opened up close to about 8,000 acres of new land for cash crop, livestock, and also rice.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Code 1405500. Comrade Chair, can the Honorable Minister state the model or the make of these tractors that will be purchased and at what cost and quantity? He can lay over, sorry, if he wished.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, these tractors will be purchased for Region 1, 8, and 9. These tractors will be owned and serviced by NDIA, but will be given to this region to enhance in production. As a matter of fact, we are looking now to These tractors will be fitted with harrow, grass planter, and will help to enhance farming in this community. When I went and visited a number of villages in these areas over the last few months, there were requests when we were crafting our budget proposal. These proposals were made, and through the RAID program, we are having these facilities and these equipment being made available to communities in these areas, because what we found that there are good potential in these communities to enhance our production.
Honorable Minister, I also heard make and model. Do you have that, of the tractors, the equipment?
After procurement, Mr. Chair, I will.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsaru.
Thank you, Government Chair. Code 1701500. Government Chair, can Honorable Minister lay over the type and cost of equipment that we purchased here?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, what we'll construct a modern biosecure swine facility with semen processing areas. And to get a number, I can lay it over. What are some of the equipment that we'll purchase to enhance this production in this sector?
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsaru.
Thank you, Government Chair. Code 1701600. Government Chair, can the Honorable Minister state the quantity of ATVs that will be purchased and the cost?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we have here 4 ATVs, and those will be going to regions 1, 7, 9, and 10 at a cost of approximate cost of 7.5 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsaru.
Thank you, Government Chair. Under Code 1792100. Government Chair, under the AP and UFC, we have made this facility self-sufficient. That is the Hope Estate. And I'm seeing, sir, $33 million budgeted here, some for an extension of the coconut nursery. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the quantity of these plants catered for here?
What?
Honorable Minister.
The coconut estate, the nursery, is an extension.
So, Mr. Chair, I said in my budget presentation that we'll make 36,000 seedlings available with this new nurseries that we'll be building. As a matter of fact, last year we would have built 3. This year another 3. What we found that the coconut sector is moving apace. We are now a member of the international coconut community, and I think that there are a number of investors coming into the coconut in the coconut sector, and we are moving there to ensure that coconut now is in demand and is becoming a very lucrative crop.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 212, Agriculture Development and Support Services, capital expenditure forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 188 and 189. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 213, Fisheries, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Program 213, Fisheries, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn our attention to page 639. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 213 Fisheries, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsuru.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Code 1201100. Comrade Chair, can the Honorable Minister state how much money is catered for the aquaculture development intervention and what are these interventions?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we have here $8.7 million budgeted to increase capacity at the Satadusa Aquaculture Station at Manripo. We have $21 million budgeted here for the brackish water shrimps industry in Region 6. This is to purchase HDPE tube, these black tubes. We also have a $9 million budgeted to do boxes and sluices, small boxes and sluices for the brackish water shrimps industry there in Region 6. We have here $11.5 million budgeted for for fencing at the Satadusa Aquaculture Station. We have a lighting facility at the same station. We have a digital fish tagging device that the Fisheries Department will purchase. Those are some of the activities that will happen under this program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, the legend shows that they cater also for furniture and equipment.
Yes.
What is the sum that is associated with that?
I said some of the activity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comrade Chair, but can the Minister please say what is the cost associated with that?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, what we'll do, we'll have purchasing of computers and accessories, $894,000, purchasing of 7 desks, purchasing of printers, purchasing of filing cabinet 8, purchasing of semi-executive chair. You wanted to hear the furniture. I said some activities.
Honorable Minister, please speak to the chair.
Water dispenser, AC unit, microwave, refrigerator, external hard drive. All those are furniture and equipment that we'll purchase under this program, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, you're okay now? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 213 Fisheries, Capital Expenditure forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 190 and 191. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Program 214, Hydrometeorological Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 214, Hydrometeorological Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 639. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 214, Hydrometeorological Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsuru.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, under this line item, code 2100100, the item here, we have $60,950,000 is budgeted for fence and equipment. Can the Honorable Minister say what amount is budgeted for the fence and that for the equipment, where these fences will be built, and what type of equipment will be purchased? Sir, I don't mind if the Honorable Minister wants to lay this over.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to say that we are seeing more accurate weather reading from the Hydromet service. I think that's we must give them the credit. Also, that has come about because last year we have invested in a modular, a new model station and enhance it. And this year what we'll be doing, we'll continue that process. And we'll have here $36 million where we'll have a automatic absorption spectrometer. We'll enhance that to enhance water quality. We will also enhance the Wi-Fi system in the offices and around the country, so that we can have up-to-date information coming across the country. If you notice also, the hydromet have been given various condition across in various areas in the country. So we have the item disaggregate here. I can lay it over and give the honorable member that is equal to $60 million.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Agriculture, Program 214, Hydrometeorological Services, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let us thank the minister and his team for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, we will take Agency 23, the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, as minister and our team gets, not so far, just go back a bit more, just to give enough space so when the minister stands up. Good, that should be good. As the minister and her team gets in place, let us turn to pages 208 and 209. Honorable members, the last head took 1 hour and 38 minutes. We have utilized 38 of the 71 minutes we saved yesterday. So do the math. Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 231, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Line item 1116, staffing details, contractual employees. There's an increase of 5 contracted employees from 2021. Could the Honorable Minister give the designation and involvement of these new staff?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The increase caters for 1 advisor to the ministry with effect from January 2021, a legal assistant, system support officer, and 1 EPMA and 1 electrician.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member,
I had
Mr.
asked for
Rajkumar.
involvement.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. The salary of the advisor is $374,500.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. With reference to 6117, temporary employees, we see an employment of 4 temporary staff here. Would the Honorable Minister kindly share who or what positions those are being offered under temporary employees?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the increase caters for 2 clerk 3, and 1 driver, 1 office assistant. Yes, that's it. 4 new employees.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Sir, what we have noticed in this budget is a very large increase on the 6284 other, and this ministry is no exception. The line item other 6284 has jumped from $13,062,000 in 2021 to now $114,372,000. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to lay over the breakdown of this amount for this line item other?
Honorable Minister, lay over.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We'll speak to this line item, and this increase caters to marketing and communication activities to promote Guyana as a business and investment destination. So it will include advertising, public relations, promotional video production, radio and television programming, among others.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6251, maintenance of roads. There's an allocation of 9.8 million in the budget. Could the Honorable Minister say where these roads are to be maintained?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, these roads are for the rehabilitation of the main roads in the National Exhibition Center. So the main roads from the main gate to the main auditorium.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Sir, I trust that with 6284, given that the minister will be kind enough to lay over the breakdown, and I want to ask, sir, with this increased spending and this increased focus on policy development and administration, does the Honorable Minister believe that her staff complement is adequate to execute this work, and is there a need in her view to increase the personnel so as to ensure that the spending is effective?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce has never had has a track record of properly and efficiently executing its mandates and its work. We actually have been exemplary, and we'll continue with that record, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Sir, a follow-up. I do hear the Honorable Minister, but the numbers we have before us indicates that what was budgeted for in 2021 is not what was spent in total. So it is against that backdrop, and given that there was a shortfall in terms of the spending for 2021, and notwithstanding a significant increase for 2022, the question was asked. So against that backdrop, would the minister at least endeavor to say if her department requires more personnel to effectively spend the amount of money?
Honorable Minister.
No, please, Mr. Chairman. Our department does not require any more personnel at this point.
Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you. Security, 6281, security services. There's an allocation of $50 million. Could the Honorable Minister give us a breakdown as to the location and the cost of the security hourly rate?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the increase in security services caters for the provision of security service via competitive bidding at current rates.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Matthew Paul.
Sir, the same line item, is there an increase in location for the security officers of this program? Or is it the same places where they are currently providing the service that were provided in 2021?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the locations have not increased per se, but there'll be an increase of security services at the NEC. Because of the size of the compound, we have recognized that we need more security services there.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Would the Minister be kind enough to say what is the number she's looking at in terms of the increase, from what number to what number?
Honorable Minister.
From 9, Mr. Chairman, to 12. The NEC has, there have been more buildings are going to be going up there to house some, there'll be more buildings that will be erected, and so it is increased from 9 buildings to 12.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
So a clarification, you're moving from 9 security officers to 12 security officers?
That's a clarification, or you want to restate?
I'm asking if the Honorable Minister is in.
That's what you said. What are you clarifying?
9 security officers.
To 12.
To 12, and the nine security officers.
Honorable Minister, please, you can answer.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, Chair, may I ask, the 9 security officers, those are the officers that were existing in 2021 that the $34+ million paid for?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman, the same ones.
So, 34 million, sir, 768,000 we paid for 9 security officers at Policy Development and Administration Program 231. We are now moving to 12 security officers, where we will be paying an estimated amount of $50,603,000. Is that what the Honorable Minister is telling this House?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we envision the increase in prices because we'll be going out back to competitive bidding process, and at the current rates, yes, that is exactly what is going to happen.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipon.
Sir, can the Honorable Minister provide to this House a breakdown of the 9 security officers that were paid the $34,768,000, so we can understand what was the rate that they were paid at, please, for the 9 security officers? Something in right there, you know.
Honorable Minister.
Yes. Yes, we will provide a breakdown, please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Sears, you wanted to ask a question? No. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 231, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, could we turn to page 641? Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 231, Policy Development and Administration, capital expenditure, forms part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
I'll be quiet now. Sir, can the Honorable Minister provide us with a breakdown of the $38 million for this project code 1214700? I see the legend is guiding us for the provision for a bridge drains and trestles. Can the Honourable Minister be kind enough to just give us a breakdown of the sum?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's for construction of concrete drains at the main auditorium of the National Exhibition Center. There'll be 4 of them. Then construction of trestles at the National Exhibition Center, 2. And construction of 2 concrete bridges, external, at the National Exhibition Center as well.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
No question.
No. Honourable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With reference to Land Transport Program 2406300, it says here, purchase of vehicles. Would the Honourable Minister please break down what vehicles are being purchased and for what purpose?
Honourable Minister.
This is program 1, please, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sears.
Land Transport. Yeah. My apologies.
Not there as yet, right? Okay. Sorry, Minister. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 231, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let's turn to pages 212 and 210 and 211. I'm having some formatting problems here. Yes, 210 and 211. Why? Honourable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 232, Business Development Support and Promotion, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6116, contracted employees. Staffing details. There's an increase of 1 employee. Can the Honourable Minister give us the designation and emolument of that new staff?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this increase caters for 1 head of the scrap metal unit, and it also caters for salary increases that were given in 2021.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
6321, subsidies and contribution to local organizations. Can the Honourable Minister say which organization will benefit from the will benefit from the budgeted sum of $800 million?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Small Business Bureau and the Guyana National Bureau of Standards.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 6261, local travel and subsistence. We see an increase of just under $5 million here. Would the Honourable Minister be kind enough to shine some light as to what the increase or what justifies the increase?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this increase caters for the reclassification of the expenditure from the COA chart of accounts 6265 to 6261 as a result of the purchase of single airline tickets being previously catered for on the chart of accounts 6265, as well as for container loading activities for the scrap metal unit at multiple locations on the same day. And we're about 1 to 4 containers are loaded at each location from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 232, Business Development, Support and Promotion, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members can be turned to page 641. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 232, Business Development, Support and Promotion, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2406-300, land transport. There is $11,500,000 budgeted for purchase of vehicle and ATV. Can the Honorable Minister give us a breakdown as to how many ATV and other vehicles will be purchased and whether these vehicles will be new vehicles?
Honorable Minister.
One ATV, Mr. Chairman, for Region 9 Business Incubator, an ATV, and there are 3 motor vehicles for the scrap metal yard inspections, and they are not brand new vehicles.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. 4404-200, Small Business Development Fund, $300 million allocated. And the benefits is for improving access to training and financing of micro and small enterprise development. The question is, can the Honorable Minister say how many businesses anticipate the benefit from this fund in 2022? And what mechanism does the Ministry has to ensure beneficiaries use the funds for the intended purpose?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are targeting this at the Small Business Bureau, 800 grants with this amount. Last year, in 2021, we achieved our targets. I believe, being told that this is the first time the Small Business Bureau has actually been able to achieve its targets for grant distribution. And Mr. Chairman, we have a very robust scrutiny, a robust application process, as well as follow-up with the small business applicants. And when they are given their grants, we also continue to do training and developmental training with the applicants and the persons who receive the grants. So the question that the honorable members posed about whether we're sure that they've used it for the entire purpose, we have methods of verification. We do site visits before the grants are given. Project proposals are done. The invoices have to be submitted for the exact amounts and what needs to be purchased. So it's a very robust system of verification. We don't just hand the grants out. It's a very robust for before the grants are given and afterwards, the follow-up.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you. The minister spoke about training.
Honorable Member, Mr. Maipal. If you're going to use language like that, we're going to have to this time ask you to leave.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister spoke about training. Could the Honorable Minister say what amount is allocated to facilitate training of small and micro businesses entrepreneur in the different administrative regions?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to allude to our record in 2021 to just give the honorable member an idea of what we're planning on building on. So in 2021, we trained about 2,000 persons in all regions. The areas of training included business plan writing, small business management, record keeping. I myself have been present at some of these very training sessions across the country, Mr. Chairman. Let me correct myself. The number of persons trained was about 1,300 persons in 2021. This year, in 2022, we are targeting 2,000 persons. The areas, business plan writing, as I said, Mr. Chairman, record keeping, WhatsApp for business, and we plan on building out and expanding areas of training in terms of accessing the financing, financial management training, marketing training. These are all plans for 2022 and small business management. So yes, Mr. Chairman, we're planning on building up on the record that we've already established in 2021. Quite a successful one, I must say.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you very much. Line item 4503300, industrial development. There's a sum of 699.8 million allocated under this line item. Can the Honorable Minister say what nature of upgrade is contemplated at the Letem, Belvedere, and Collagen and Wakanam location?
Honorable Minister.
At the Letem Industrial Estate, the upgrades we contemplate, we will undertake are security huts, the security gates with barrier and lights, landscaping around the Business Incubator Center. At Belvedere Industrial Estate, we're undertaking construction of internal concrete drains, the construction of a building to house the blow molding system, that's at the incubator. At Collagen Industrial Estate, it's the construction of a signboard with lights, renovation of the internal concrete drains. And Wakenham Factory, there is doing the completion of 3 buildings that are currently uncompleted, which is the planting chip factory, the staff building, and the generator hut building.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Mr. Chair, is there any allocation from this sum to equip the Letem and Belvedere facilities? For equip, sorry.
Honorable Minister.
No, please, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing in this budget for the equipment.
Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Can the Honorable Minister say what amount will be spent on the Escobar Industrial Estate? And could the Honorable Minister say where would this Escobar Industrial Estate be located?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, could the honorable member refer me to the line item in which she's speaking?
Line item is the same on line item 645033300. Page 112 in the volume.
Yes. Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Could the honorable member repeat the question in relation to the Essequibo industrial area? Sorry.
What amount of the 699 million will be spent on the Essequibo industrial estate, and where would it be located?
Honorable member, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's on the naming, Essequibo. It's to 36 million for the clearing of the land. This is for the bulldozing, cutting, rubbing, piling, and the trees and all the necessary preparations for the land, Essequibo.
Honorable member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Line item 45028, 800, rural enterprise development. There's an allocation of $2 billion allocated for the enhancement of enterprise development. Can the honorable minister say what this project entails?
Honorable Minister.
The rural enterprise development caters for the construction of 2 call center facilities, sort of shells and other co-investment projects.
Mr. Mahipal. Honorable member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Along the line of the same line item that was the question was just asked, may I ask the Honorable Minister where would these call centers be located? And just to go back a little bit, I have a follow-up question for the previous line item.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the initial locations are marked for the rural development are regions 2 and 6.
Honorable member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, sir. Going back to project code 4503300, industrial development. With regards to the industrial site for Linden, what is the location and how much is allocated to it?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the location is Amelia's Ward, and it's 26.9 million initially located.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 232, Business Development, Support and Promotion, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 212 and 213. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 233, Consumer Protection, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 6321, subsidies and contribution to local organization. there's an allocation of $17.5 million. Can the Honorable Minister say which organizations are contemplated to benefit from this allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Competition and Consumer Affairs Commission.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23 to Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 233 Consumer Protection, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 641. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 233, Consumer Protection, capital expenditure forms part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 233, Consumer Protection, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's move to page 214 and 215. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 234, Tourism Development and Promotion, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6116, contracted employees, staffing details. There is an increase from 7 to 12 employees. Can the Honorable Minister say what are the designation and salaries of those new employees?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the 5 additional staff being reflected are not new staff. They are staff who are awaiting renewal of their contracts at the time of the 2021 budget. Hence the difference in the staff in details. These are 2 cleaners, 3 machine operators. Yes, that's it. 5 persons.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
6321. Mr. Chair, subsidies and contribution to local organization. There's $481 million allocated. Again, could the Honorable Minister say which organization will benefit from these funds?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a subvention to the Guyana Tourism Authority.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar.
Could the Honorable Minister say whether the Regional Tourism Committee would benefit from the allocation of these sums?
Honorable
Regional
Minister.
Tourism Committee, all regions have those, supposed to have them.
Not for subventions, please, Mr. Chairman, or on another line item, not this one.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the Honorable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Line item 6272, electricity charges. We see a significant jump from $2.81 million to $8.5 million. Would the Honorable Minister kindly share if this is a reflection of any increase in electricity charges or anything other than that?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Please, Mr. Chairman, this increase reflected at the Arcachon Conference Center. It caters for the increased monthly electricity consumption because of more events being hosted at this facility.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Sears.
Line item 6291, national and other events. We see an increase here. Would the Honorable Minister kindly share what events, national events, or any new events that this caters for?
Honorable Minister.
This line item caters for support participation in the following events. There is the agri-tourism, sports fishing, cultural and heritage tourism, regional tourism development, sports tourism, Marsh Rani, Pagua, regattas, wedding expo, independence, arrival day celebrations, CPL, Wakenham Expo, Morocco Expo, Emancipation, Motor Racing, Yacht Rally, Rupununi Arts and Music Festival, Diwali, Christmas Tree Light Up, yes, and Department of Tourism Retreat.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 234, Tourism Development and Promotion, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 641. And 642. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 234, Tourism Development and Promotion, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Program 234, Tourism Development and Promotion, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us thank the Honorable Minister and her staff for taking us through her agency. Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's 12:41. Let the Assembly resume. Thank you, honorable members. Please join with me in extending a welcome to fourth-term Member of Parliament, Mr. Neet Kumar, and also one-term Member of Parliament, Mr. James Bond. They had joined us for the last hour listening to the debates, and we want to continue to wish them well in their endeavors. Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension. Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will resolve ourselves into committee. Thank you, honorable members. We now invite the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Minister and his team. As the Minister gets in place, we've had an extended lunch. I would skip the afternoon suspension, and if we are still here for the dinner suspension, we'll take that one. At the end of the last agency, which took just about 39 minutes, we have now 54 minutes that is carried over. Note that, Mr. Patterson, honorable member. Great. Honorable members, if we can turn our attention to pages 220 and 221. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 661. In 2021, you expended, your actual was 123.9. Even allowing for the increase, 2022 shows an increased allocation. Can the minister state the 2 additional employees additionally provided destination emoluments of the top 3 paid employees on this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me thank the honorable member for the question asked. It's actually 6116 contracted employees. Mr. Chair, there's an increase of $59 million because, one, to cater for the increase, 7% increase, and also secondly, a few staff were paid on the Ministry of Finance. They are now transferred to the Ministry of Natural Resources. And the other part of the question, the 3 top designations, Director Climate Change, Legal Supervisor, and Permanent Secretary. First one, salary is 1.3, Legal Advisor, 813,000, Permanent Secretary, 804,000.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Can you repeat the emoluments again?
Emoluments?
Correct.
Director Climate Change, $1,377,090. Legal Supervisor, $813,200. Permanent Secretary, $804,455.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 643. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 222 and 223. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 262, Natural Resource Management, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, 661 again, 6116, my apologies. Contracted employees, a reduction of 25 employees under it. Can the minister provide some details in the sense of the reduction and the policy direction that
Minister, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6116 contracted employees would have moved from 63 employees to 36. This, Mr. Chair, covers the compliance department in the Ministry of Natural Resources. When we took office, there were 63 members or members of staff, including director in the compliance department. However, this was reduced to 36. We had a number of resignations. We also had a number of wardens who would have reached the age of retirement, and also a few who were services were terminated for performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, just thank you very much for the explanation, Minister, but the salaries is 169 and it's 164 now. And as your legend says 38, you claim 36. The legend says 38. So how come, sir, you removed 25 employees for all these things and you're still at the same salary level?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm advised that the two other members of staff would have left recently. That's why it was reflected as 38 and not 36.
Thank you, Minister. And the second part of the question?
Just for the clarity, Minister, in 2021 you had, before you sent away 25 employees, now it's 27. You expended 693 million. These employees have departed, you know, down to 36, and you were asking for 164 million.
Again, Mr. Chair, these employees, as I mentioned, would have left recently. Recent as in January 2021. And also the 164 is again catering for the 7% increase in salary.
Honorable Member Patterson.
Sir, with all due respect, I mean, 7% increase, 10% is 16 million, 7% increase, I mean, you budgeted 199. 199, that was your, that's the budget, you used 169. You got rid of, or whatever word we wanted, 27 employees that are no longer there. The 7% cannot bring it up to the 164, sir, with all due respect.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm advised that they were paid for January in 2021, and it would actually be reflected in the actuals in the 2021 estimates.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6222, field materials and supplies. I see there's a sharp increase in the budgeted sum. I'm just wondering what are the new materials and supplies added to this?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chair, this year we are on course and we plan to open the Ranka mining station, which will be a new station added to the Bartica station, which houses the Corps of Wardens that assist the GFC and GGMC with monitoring activities in the mining and forest locations throughout the entire country.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
6284. Yes, can the minister disaggregate that, the 208 million, please?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6284, $200 million is budgeted for the National Forest Inventory Program. Mr. Speaker, this program was started in 2018. It was estimated that this program would cost $1.4 billion over a 5-year period. For example, Mr. Speaker, but however, we are proposing to complete this forest inventory program in 2022 at a total cost of $784 million. Hence, we're requesting the final $200 million to finish off the National Forest Inventory. The other expenses associated with this line item, Mr. Speaker, would cater for printing of brochures, magazines. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking your guidance here on the 6321, which has 0 items on it, but they have some large statutory agencies, GGMC, the Gold Board, Guyana Forestry Commission, under this ministry, and they're listed in Appendix T. So I'm seeking some, and we have questions on that, but I'm seeking your guidance on this matter.
Honorable members, could you guide us with respect to where those agencies fall under, if it's not here?
Mr. Chair, there is no allocation to the line item. Besides, Mr. Speaker, these agencies are statutory agencies, and I don't believe we have ever discussed their budgetary allocations.
Speaker.
Honorable Member Mr. Ramjitan.
We just discussed about 5 or 6 on the Ministry of Agriculture, Nursery and all of them. Because if we do not allow questions under the appendix that comes under these Ministry of Natural Resources, Natural Resource Management, then these statutory bodies will not suffer scrutiny by virtue of the 0 being there. That is why I think it was Mr. Winston Murray years ago said 0 does have a value. Because otherwise, if we say 0 and you can't ask any question, you cannot go and say that we are now excluded from scrutinizing what's happening in forestry, GGMC, simply because they make their money. So it should be allowed.
Honorable Member, no one is saying we are excluding questioning.
Yeah.
Under the Ministry of Agriculture, there was a lump sum figure that covered all of the
That's
agencies.
correct.
Right. So we had a number there
Yeah.
which appeared in the same table that you're looking at.
Subsidies.
All we were asking the minister to point us if those are coming within these allocations under this head. Right now, I see a zero, and I can't permit any questions under that head. I'm sure we're going to find it somewhere as we move along.
Mr. Speaker, well, this is the difficulty we'll have. If we do not have, because these are self-generating revenues, and so they did not have a subvention, but they come under the ministry. And in this parliament, this minister is the one that oversights those boards, forestry, GGMC, and so on. So if it's zero, we will then be excluded.
Honorable member, as I understand it, and I don't want to speak for the Minister of Finance, these estimates consist of sums which we are going to appropriate to be spent from the consult fund for the works contained in these estimates. If there are agencies that are not drawing money from the consolidated fund, it's not going to be included here. But I'm sure there are other opportunities to ask questions on these agencies. For example, questions to the ministers responsible, the Economic Services Commission. There are many other opportunities, but we're dealing with the appropriation which we have to make from the consult fund. Am I accurate there, Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President?
You're absolutely correct, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, sorry, Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, the very line item my colleague was questioning. Since the entity is not getting any money from the consolidated funds, can the honorable member state for this House and the people of Guyana what was the balance of statement as at 31st of December 2020?
Honorable Member, I can't put that question because this committee scrutinizes the allocations being requested. And I'm sure you can ask those questions through many other means outside of this format. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Oh, sir.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 262, Natural Resource Management, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 643. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 262, Natural Resource Management, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 2406800. The profile shows it's land transport, and the project entails purchase of vehicles as well as ATV. I guess for transportation and for monitoring of the natural resource. Could you state the quantity, could you disaggregate, which is for ATV and for the vehicles, the specs of the vehicle, and with the locations?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the allocation is proposed to purchase 2 ATVs, all-terrain vehicles, and 2 4-door pickups. All of the vehicles proposed to purchase in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is for the new station in Aranca area, which covers one of the main mining districts in the country. Where we have most of our production coming out of that area, both in forestry and mining as well. So more than likely, the pickups, Mr. Speaker, and we are in the habit of doing that, is to buy Toyota vehicles, the 4 doors, so they can transport the Corps wardens plus to carry cargo at the back. Toyota vehicle is mostly suited for the terrain, along with the Honda ATVs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 262, Natural Resource Management Capital Expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 224 and 225. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26.
You said turn to page 225, and now you're moving on, sir.
Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, if you want to address the speaker, you can stand and I can acknowledge you. And then you can
Sir, I just said, so you just said turn to the page, you never put the question, so we could think it in, and you're now closing the head. So.
Honorable Member, I think you're still jumping the gun. Yes, I had said turn to pages 224 and 225. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 264, Petroleum Management, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. We won't detain you, the minister, much longer.
Go ahead, you have a lot of time.
Yes, I know, but I saw you seem to be in a rush. 6116. I'm simply asking, Minister, if any of the employees of the Wales Development Authority or whatever it is, are they paid or contracted under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
And Mr. Chair, the simple answer to the question is no.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
For a question, sir, it's the Wales Development Authority or whatever the name is that was mentioned. Is that housed anywhere under your ministry, if not this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the answer to the question again is no, but just for clarity, I wish to state that there is no Wales Development Authority as yet. There is a Wales Development Committee that is made up of representatives from different agencies, including the Ministry of Natural Resources, staff members who are on that committee, but there is no authority as yet.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6284, order. Can you, 6284, order, yep. So can you disaggregate the 212.6?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 15 million goes to the third party inspectorate that is stationed on the FPSO. And as we are aware now, soon it will be for 2 FPSOs and not only one, because Liza Unity will start up very soon. 18 million goes towards subscriptions to a number of international agencies and journals, including, if I may name a few, Mr. Speaker, Global Platts, Bloomberg Terminal, One Petro, the International Energy Agency, Oracle Crystal Ball. These are all international agencies that helps us to track vessels and also assist us at the Ministry of Natural Resources to seek out the best prices, and also has helped us tremendously to reduce the demurrage fees or costs that the government of Guyana used to pay. 8 million, Mr. Speaker, will go towards the advertisement, design and printing of brochures and magazines for conferences like OTC, like the international conference that is coming up next week. Mr. Speaker, 88 million will go towards the review and evaluation of FDP, field development plans. 60 million will go towards the cost recovery audit. And Mr. Speaker, if I may just for clarity state that this is for the audit of the other blocks other than Stabroek, because there have never been any audits done on the other 7 blocks that were awarded, except for Stabroek, which we know that there is an audit ongoing and one that will start very soon as well too. 2 million for legal services and 20 million, Mr. Speaker, for the implementation of the local content secretariat, which involves the register, the portal, the database, certificates, etc.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Minister. Let's start off with the audits which you said are ongoing, which is for the Stabroek block, as you just mentioned. Where is that funds allocated in 2022 budget? Because you said the cost recovery audits are not for the pre-2015, pre-2018 audits.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The provision for that is catered under the World Bank loan that we have. It's in the capital for the very program.
The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
If you can't keep up, it's not my fault. FDP, sir, the field development, sir, the $88 million. Which field development you're doing? Is that the current one, Yellowtail?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I had to get the right pronunciation, and I think the right pronunciation is Waru Plus, and not. This is the other development after Yellowtail, and based on timelines and our interaction, the interaction between our technical teams and EPGL, we are expecting the field development plan for this Yaru Plus before the ending of 2022, so we're making provision for that now.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I know Honorable Member Mr. Ramchajan. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
No, the same line 6294, sir. In 2021 you budgeted 170. Your actual was 171, and you're now going back to 127. So first question would be what was not implemented in 2021, and second question would be what is now budgeted to be implemented in 2022, because you fell short by 100 million in 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the allocation was made to cover the demurrage costs, which we significantly managed to reduce due to prudent management of the sector by the Ministry of Natural Resources. We would have reduced, and this year we are asking only for 53 million of the 127 to cover demurrage costs for 2022, and we're estimated to have at least 90 lifts in 2022 due to this 2022 due to the startup of Unity, as I mentioned earlier. The other provision in this 127, Mr. Speaker, is $41 million. This is for, again, third-party inspection, but this is GNBS, a local entity conducting this third-party inspection, and that has a full-time presence on the Destiny, and will also have a full-time presence on Unity as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 264, Petroleum Management, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 643. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 264, Petroleum Management, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Line item 4404600. Sir, this is the World Bank, the IDA's funded project. Sir, and there's several, there's 6 in the capital profile, there's 6 different subheads. So I'll start with the gas to power study. Can the Honorable Minister provide us here with an update?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can provide an update for the gas to energy project for the House and for the sake of our viewers and the people of Guyana generally. However, Mr. Speaker, as we know, the provisions for the gas to energy project falls under the Prime Minister's office. However, as I mentioned, I can provide an update for that project. I think we would have exhausted a lot of time and energies explaining to the people of Guyana what the project entails, how it will be implemented, and the benefits that will bring to Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, it's not a project in the pipeline. It's a project in implementation stage. I think the Prime Minister did mention, and I think the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, as well as other members on the opposite side, know that part of the project is being funded from cost oil, covered under the PSA. However, the government of Guyana, through the Prime Minister's office, and as mentioned by the Prime Minister yesterday, the government of Guyana will be constructing the power plant. The power plant, Mr. Speaker. We know it is a project that will deliver 250 megawatts net power to the Guyanese people. And this is something I believe that all Guyana will welcome, even the members on the opposite side. I know they will benefit, all Guyana will benefit from it, but I can understand the scrutiny, and we are always open to that. And I want to assure the Honorable Member and the entire Guyana that there is no secrecy in this project. There is no hidden agenda or expenses in this project. Everything will be disclosed at the right time, of course, because right now we're only conducting the geotechnical, geophysical studies, the LIDAR, the environmental studies, the cadastral survey. These are all activities that are ongoing right now. There isn't any physical work that has started at the site as yet, hence the budgetary allocation in the Prime Minister allocation to start that work in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, honorable ministers. We had the Prime Minister yesterday, and as I said, he was quite clueless on it. I think you provided a more elaborate explanation. However, sir, the gas to power study that you have in this here, what amount of money has been expended? And I was hoping you go specifically to that, not to the whole project. You have a study in here. What has been done, what has been executed, what has been completed, the status of them, as well as the costs attributed in this budget for it. We know what the Prime Minister, even though he didn't explain and didn't know what to say, we know what the project you are trying to build. Superman.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I believe that what the honourable member is looking at is the profile for the World Bank project, which entails expenditure for the gas to energy project over a period of time. But none has been allocated under the Ministry of Natural Resources for 2022 to conduct any studies for the gas to energy project.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
I was hoping, I spoke to the Minister before saying to I was hoping, can you disaggregate? Sir, there's 6 items under the legend in the capital profile. Can you disaggregate specifically 1 to 6, how much money is allocated, and then we can move from there. I was hoping we don't have to go through this.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what I can do is to disaggregate the $200 million allocated to the Ministry of Natural Resources from the World Bank project and listed under the different components for that project. So I think that will probably clear up, and to justify or to show the honourable member that no monies were allocated to the Ministry of Natural Resources for the gas to energy project, even though the profile states gas to power study, which, among many others, which is the profile under the World Bank project. The World Bank project, as we know, it is a five-year program which will come to an end in 2023, 2024. So obviously, maybe next year or the other year or some other time we'll come back for funding under the World Bank project under that head. But for now, I can give a breakdown of the $200 million under the different components. Mr. Chair, $22.4 million. $22.4 million is allocated to hiring of a law firm to provide legislative and regulatory support. Mr. Chair, we would have mentioned several times that we intend to have a model PSA, internationally recognized PSA, production sharing agreement, that will bring far more fiscal benefits to Guyana and the people of Guyana. Unfortunately, we have not had a discovery in the other blocks of commercial quantity until recently in the quarantine block. So work will have to begin this year on ensuring that we have a model PSA that will bring benefits, that will bring far more benefits to Guyanese than the Stabroek PSA. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, under this very provision, we would have promised to look at the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1986, which we know it definitely needs to be updated with what is happening in the petroleum sector now, and this provision will start that process. Allocated to, Mr. Speaker, is $38.7 million for the third and fourth reports, the EITI reports. And under this too, Mr. Speaker, we have already contracted the independent administrator, the firm BDO out of UK, that is responsible for drafting or crafting that report. And of course, the MSG, the multi-stakeholder group, is the body that will review that report and make the final approval. Also, Mr. Speaker, as I would have mentioned, the audit of the Stabroek Block 2018 to 2020 is catered under this provision of $200 million again. Hiring of a technical firm to provide, $10.7 million, because we envisage this to be a multi-year process, but we want to start it in 2022. As a matter of fact, we are committed to ensuring that we start the audit in 2022 for the years 2018 to 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to put that issue to rest. I want to say clearly that the government of Guyana is committed, is 100% committed to ensuring that we conduct this audit, because it is our responsibility as being a responsible government to ensure that we audit the expenses of oil exploration or in the oil sector. So we are committed to ensuring that we do this, but I know that everyone knows that there has been a slight delay in starting the process, and we also know it is because we want to ensure that we build local capacity. We cannot bring local content bill to the National Assembly for food, for providing food and engineering and welding and fabrication, and then we are going to outsource totally the auditing of our expenses. So we want to build capacity. To date, we have put together, not we, but we have worked with a local consortium to put together 4 leading firms in Guyana have come together to form themselves into that consortium, and they now will work with an identified international company, and we have ensured that in that TOR, the international company fully knows that it is a transfer of knowledge process. It is a training process. So it's not only doing the audit or conducting the audit, but it is also training or building capacity in our local auditors in Guyana. So maybe at some point in time in the future, we can have local firms conducting a full audit of expenses in the oil and gas sector. That is the idea behind this. And also, Mr. Speaker, besides from saving, this will also help us to save revenue. It will also allow us as a government and as a country to have up-to-date audit of the records and expenses. And we don't have to wait until 2016 to audit 2018 to audit from 1999 to 2017, or wait until 2022 to audit 2018 to 2020, but we can bring it up to date to maybe where we can even do quarterly or half-yearly audits, because we have the local capacity in Guyana. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to assure all Guyana that we are committed to ensuring that we conduct the audit of the Stabroek Block, to complete from 2017, and to also complete 2018 to 2020, and then move into the other years. And as well, to conduct the audits for the other remaining 7 blocks, the Quarantine, the Kanji, the Kaichor, the Orinduk, the Kunuku, to conduct the audits of exploration in those blocks as well too. Because based on the work program that we have seen from the oil companies, and we've been working with them almost on a daily basis, the work program indicates that we will have significant exploration activities over the next 2 to 3 years. So at some point in time, we need to start auditing those operators as well, besides from just the Stabroek Block and ExxonMobil. Mr. Speaker, also, there's a provision of $51 million to hire the technical firm. And this technical firm, Mr. Speaker, is the firm that will actually assess our petroleum sector in totality and to advise the legal team as to what changes are necessary or needed in the Petroleum Production and Exploration Act of 1986. And also, Mr. Speaker, in reservoir management. Mr. Speaker, there is also provision of $5.3 million for the design of our data, the consultant to start looking at the design of our data repository. It is due now. We have been in production since 2019. We've been in exploration for a long time, 1999. We have found oil since 2015. And at some point in time, Mr. Speaker, like all petroleum production nation, we must move to having our own data repository or data bank. Presently, we don't have it in Guyana. Presently, it is in Houston, and it is not advantageous for us as a country to continue in this manner, but to bring it to Guyana and to have it on-site or in-house, so that we can be able to manage the sector in a more prudent manner. So this allocation, Mr. Speaker, is to do the assessment and the design for that data repository, to tell us what hardware is needed and how we can move forward in setting up that data repository. Mr. Speaker, also added to that is $23.7 million to hire the firm to conduct the SESA assessment. And we would have already started this process. We would have already advertised this. It's at the National Tender Board, and we intend to complete this evaluation soon and to award the contract to the company so they can start working. And the component D, Mr. Speaker, which is $47.5 million, basically caters for project management. That is the salaries, the benefits, and the operational costs for the Petroleum Department, formerly Department of Energy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 264, Petroleum Management, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and your staff for taking us through this agency's estimates. Honorable members, let us now invite the Minister of Public Works, or Ministers of Public Works, and their team to join us in front. And I ask you to turn to pages 240 and 241. Thank you, honorable members. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure forms part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, may I turn our attention to line item 6113. No? 6113. This light giving me some issues here. 6113. Other technical and clerical still. Honorable member, I recognize for 2021, you had a revised sum of $7.7 million. But what I noticed is that you have an increase of $8 million. So with the same amount of staff remaining, can you explain for this honorable house the reason for the increases when the staffing details remain constant? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chairman, the increase here is not 8 million. The total allocation for the year is 8 million as against 7.7 million. It's an increase of 355,000, and as a result of 5%, a 5% increase.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, thank you very much for the correction. May I turn our attention to line item 6241, rental of buildings. Can the honorable member state for this house the buildings that you're currently renting, and also if we can get a location where these buildings are, and also a disaggregation of the buildings. And if they're too much, I don't mind you laying them over, honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, again, I thank the honorable member for the question. But Mr. Chair, you would recall that this is a matter that came up for public discourse and contention while we sat in the opposition benches. It's the honorable member who's asking the question, and our colleague who presided at the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, that entered into an engagement with a distinguished Guyanese gentleman for the rental of a house to facilitate the UN offices. Every quarter, the taxpayers of Guyana pay $235,576 for the rental of this facility. It's just one building, and this is quarterly rental. So $235,576.44 times 4, and this at an exchange rate of average 220 to 1 as a projection. This is what is responsible for this allocation. Not a rental that we engaged when we came into office, something that we inherited. And the honorable member who presided there is now asking me the question. Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Thank you. Honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. The same line item. Can the honorable member state how many buildings previously the UN occupied? How many buildings that the UN property occupied are now in the possession of the government? How much rent the government previously paid? And previously paid, sir, and can the honorable member say that all of the UN agencies are now housed in this compound?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, it is obvious that the honorable member who's asking the question is trying to do some amount of damage control. But Mr. Chairman, did I hear somebody say they must answer the damn question? Yes. Did I hear that?
Honorable Minister, please continue. I don't know what you heard, but I'm listening quite keenly.
Mr. Chairman, the government of Guyana, as a state party, has a responsibility to host United Nations agencies in Guyana. Historically, these agencies were hosted at different places. But when you add the cumulative square footage of all of the 5 buildings that were being used before and compare it to what is being offered now, we are offering the people less and we are paying more. Exactly. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there is even no adequate parking for that facility as compared to what existed before. The honorable member who's asking the question couldn't get an answer because we are dealing with allocations and appropriations for 2022, but he would like me to discuss what was the expenditure of 2016 and 2017, which is not in this arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I will indicate to you that in as much as we were dissatisfied at the time, because we questioned this in the National Assembly, and all the questions that the honorable member is asking me, we asked him then to prove justification that this rental was a necessary rental, it was cost savings, and he was unable to provide that information at the time while he was a sitting minister. Now he would like me to come and defend that position. But what was sure is that we continue the engagement because we are a responsible government and we are part of a state party. But even if we wanted to break this contract and find a better accommodation, which I think eventually the government of Guyana will do because we should build a proper facility to host all the UN offices. In this contract, sir, if you break the contract, you have to pay the distinguished gentleman who we are renting from 1-year contract. That's the nature of the engagement.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before Honorable Member Ms. Patterson takes the floor, just want to caution members once again by the use of language. During the break, I had to send a personal note to the Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. I don't think he has retrieved it as yet, with respect to the language he has been using while creating some amount of heckle in the land. So I'm now listening, keenly noting that the Minister heard words or a word which would have been not allowed by me. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to detain this more. I simply like to ask the honorable gentleman if he is aware that the UN selected the building via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were the one that requested the building, because buildings are being paid under the ministry. If the minister is aware that the UN selected what is now called the UN House and recommended it to us, wasn't the government of Guyana? Is the minister aware of that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I don't see how it relates directly to the line item right now. But since you made a speech, I'll ask the minister if he wants to respond.
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware, but what I'm aware of, if we had invested $5 million US, which we have paid the gentleman, it is $1 billion Guyana, we would have had a facility that we could have been hosting the UN agencies comfortably on a plot of land that is owned by the state. If we continue this rental for 10 years, sir, it's $2 billion. 10 billion, just like that. We are going here over things that we know should not have been done. The state party has a responsibility. And while the state party has a responsibility, the UN will normally list some of the criteria, what they're looking for, and we try to accommodate that. But it must also be dealt with in the context of what the state could afford. And I think where we need to go in all of this, and I would signal that to the public today, is that we appreciate and welcome all the UN agencies operating in Guyana, and we will be working assiduously to ensure that they're properly housed in an energy-efficient, cost-effective facility where they could all be comfortable. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you, can I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6272, electricity charges. I recognize that we had a budgeted sum of 48 million for 2021, and we would have expended some $19 million. So we have an approximate 12 million increase for 2022. Can the honorable member state the reason for the increases and the areas that will be benefiting from this allocation, please? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, what we did at the ministry last year was to ensure that we had proper reconciliation between our records and GPL. As a result of that reconciliation, we had cost savings. You would have noticed, and I should not say you, sir, but in the past we questioned this because in the budgets that were presented by the APNU AFC, there were block sums in every ministry for electricity charges, and there were not necessarily reconciliation being done. We did the reconciliation and showed that we had savings. The budgetary allocation that is included here will also pay for what we have right now, and we are engaging on additional buildings for other things that we are doing, and that is catered for in this appropriation that is being requested from the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the honorable member. May I turn through you, Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member's attention to line item 6281, security services. Honorable member, I recognize that for 2021, we had a budgetary sum of $96 million, of which we, spent a little less than that. But what I recognize, there has been a significant increase for 2022, where this particular service is concerned. Can the honorable member share with us, one, the reason for the wide increase, and secondly, which areas are likely to benefit from such services in the ministry? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The reason for the increase is because we did not select privately a company to provide service, but we went out for competitive bidding following the Procurement Act of 2003. And it is based upon the lowest evaluated bidder that contracts were awarded, and we will do the same thing in 2022. But the areas that will benefit has to do with, one, the derelict site at Kurukuru, the pontoon that we have at Butukari, the 28-mile section of the Maburu Road, the Wizrock site where we have a stockpile, the permanent secretary's residence, Plot 18 at Ichilibar Villas, government building at Plaisance, Boscalis building in Kingston, government flats at New Market Street, special projects unit in the railway embankment, Coldigen workshop, East Coast Demerara, the Kingston compound, which is 4th Street, Kingston compound as well, which is 4th Street. So, we have two buildings there, White Lane, Kingston, which is where the minister's offices are, and the Sea Defense compound at Kingston.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the last question on this particular program here. 6321, subsidies to local organizations. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, there's been a slight increase in the sums being sought for 2022 as against 2021. So if the honorable member can assist, the sums for the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority, $384 million. Can you explain the reason for this request? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I came to this House last year and requested subsidies for the GCAA like we did in 2020. And that was largely because of two things. One, when we left office, the GCAA's bank balance was in excess of $1 billion. When we returned to office, we were in deficit. We were in a COVID-19 environment, and GCAA was not reaping the returns as they were accustomed to. We make significant sums by earning for overpass flights, air navigational services that we provide to aircraft that are using our airspace to get to various destinations. Because of COVID and the other restrictions, we lost significant revenue. And then in order to keep our ICAO compliance status, we needed to have a reserve fund of a particular level. So we wanted to ensure that we preserve that reserve fund and we take care of operational expenses. The reduction of what is being given this year is as a result that we anticipate that the overflights will pick up. As a matter of fact, I received a report just yesterday that we have started to see an increase in flight overpass in our territory, and our air navigational services are set to reap some more. So this is basically because of the depleted balance at GCAA and to compensate for the lack of income as a result of COVID. So we're providing the subsidy to keep the entity moving and in full compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, you know, sir, it was the APNUFC government that made it possible for the compliance level of the GCAA to reach. We must be able to give credit where credit ought to be given. That being said, Honorable Member, the very line item 6321, I notice you have a 43 million increase for the Transport and Harbors Department. But if my memory serves me accurate, I recall the minister in his budget speech spoke to the issue of a decrease in excise taxes for gasoline. So am I to understand that this full sum, the 543 million plus, is wholly and solely for fuel alone, or is for other activities that the department will be responsible for, sir?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the entire sum is not for fuel. You would recall and realize, Mr. Chair, that most of our stellings are made of timber members, and they have to be maintained. We look forward for the time when we'll be able to have sufficient monies to invest in capital expenditure to provide proper ports that are resilient and long-lasting. But for now, we have to keep the vessels going. We have to keep the fuel subsidy that has been traditional, but we also have to do some maintenance at our stellings as well.
Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Yes, sir, I wouldn't could delve into response just now about transport and harbors and maintenance. Sir, on the 6321, Mr. Chair, there's the Berbice Bridge Company, and there's an allocation there for it. What I note, sir, is the same allocation that was in 2020, 2021, and 2022. So I'd ask the honorable member, is this an indication that the vehicular traffic will not increase during 2022 despite the government's claim for massive developments in Region 2, Region 5, and Region 6?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we need to remind that the Berbice Bridge Company is a private-public partnership that is being run as a business. And that is the way it has been since it was built and established. The previous administration made some actions that are engaging the court. As a matter of fact, the distinguished gentleman, honorable member who asked the question, initiated those legal actions that took possession of the bridge. We at this time are in discussion with the Berbice Bridge Company to establish two things. One, we as a country must find ways and means of sending signals to people that your investment will not be unnecessarily taken over by the state. And secondly, while you invest in Guyana, the interests of the country must also be best served. So as a result of that, we have engaged the Berbice Bridge Company and we are having discussions with them. But while we are discussing to come to resolution to bring us out of the state that we're in as a result of the actions of my predecessor, the status quo of subsidies where tolls are concerned remain as good faith. And I'll be happy at some time to report to this National Assembly the significant developments of how we could get that private-public partnership going uninterfered with by the state and ensure that the interests of the citizens of Guyana are protected also at the same time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much for the explanation, because that was my question. Can the honorable minister state, however, sir, however you would like, if the order signed in November 2018 is still in force, and if it is, does he acknowledge that he has the power to dissolve the order, and why, sir, hasn't he done it for the last 18 months?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, what I hear the honorable member asking is if I realize that I have the power to undo what he did, because he's the one who signed that order. But we are a responsible government. And a responsible government, I just said, we are engaging the bridge. Cabinet is discussing this matter based upon the discussions that we're having with the bridge. The Honorable Attorney General is involved in this matter. And I just said I'll be happy at the appropriate time to come to this National Assembly and tell the people of Guyana what is the future that the bridge as a public-private partnership could continue and the interests of the people of Guyana could be protected and served. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, in his first response, he indicated or he insinuated that the government, myself and my government, performed an illegal act, which is in...
No, he didn't insinuate that.
Well, sir, okay then.
An order you signed.
The order I signed was illegal. Because they engaged in...
Did he say illegal? Did you say illegal?
They didn't say the word illegal, sir, but if you're in the court.
Never said so.
Okay, sir, but oh, my apologies. May I refrain, sir? Is it the government's opinion, intention to dissolve the order, remove the order because it is not legal? That is the question, sir.
I don't know if I should put that again because I heard him say he's a responsible government. He's engaging, and at a later date you're willing to update. Am I wrong in my listening, sir?
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question.
Mr. Speaker,
That honorable member, Ms.
Thank you.
Walton,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to draw our attention to 6322 line item. And before you disallow it, I would ask that you hear me out.
And before I disallow it,
yes,
would you withdraw that comment now, please, or else I shut off your microphone?
Sir, I withdraw it. What I'm going to say is that there is a zero value there. And it was on that basis that I suppose that you, in keeping with the rule that you said where there is a zero value.
Just put me back again to the heading 6.
The head is 6322, subsidies and contributions to international organizations. Right, so I want to draw our attention to the subsidies to the International Civil Aviation Organization. I note that there is a value there in 2021 of 11,164, and then another 21,565, but there is none budgeted for 2022. I am curious as to why that is so.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to inform the honorable member that in our reconciliation, which is something that we are keen on doing, because when you spend taxpayers' money, you don't just pay. You ensure that you're receiving service and the amount that needs to be paid is paid, and nothing that is not to be paid is not paid. In our reconciliation, we discovered that we had some savings. And we advance to IMO and IKO in advance. No payment, however, was made to CASAS for 2021. CASAS is the regional entity. So we are basically up to date, reconciled, and ahead of our game. So that's why we have this.
Honorable member, Ms. Walton is here.
Just so that I understand the honorable member correctly, because I know that when you divide it, you'll realize that there's two payments there in one. So they have paid in advance for this year. They paid that last year. Is that what the honorable member is saying? And is that what he is saying as well in respect of the International Maritime Organization? Yes or no? Is that what he's saying?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thought I was very clear that after we did the reconciliation and we discovered we had monies that were appropriated, we've already advanced for this year.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members can return to page 646. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Mr. Chair, project code 12-14-800, government buildings. I note here we have an appropriated sum of some $2 billion plus. Can the honorable member provide a disaggregation, because I notice here in the profile legend in volume 3, sorry sir, you have retention, payment of retention, provision for living quarters at Caldergin, and construction of office complexes. Can the honorable member, as I asked before, provide a disaggregation of this $2+ billion? What are the retention for? Where are the living quarters at Caldergin? And also, where are these complexes to be constructed? It would be good if you can give us the dimension and whether it will be made out of timber, concrete, right? And who are likely to be the beneficiaries of these buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Retention will be paid for works that were done in various flats at Ichilabar Villas. Retention will be paid for the rehabilitation work that was done at the boardroom and kitchen at Ornapai Towers. Retention will be paid for rehabilitation works at the DeWinkle building. Retention will be paid for rehabilitation to government flats 2 and 6 at Main and New Market Street. Oh, I can give you the cost. Rehabilitation for the various flats at Ichilabar, $2.5 million. Rehabilitation of boardroom and kitchen at Ornapai Towers, $570,000. Rehabilitation of the Winkle building, retention, $577,000. Rehabilitation to government flats 2 and 6 at Main and New Market Street, $386,000. Rehabilitation of flats 3, each of the Bar Villas, Campbellville, Georgetown, $3.5 million. Rehabilitation to washrooms and kitchen at Accounts Department, retention, $245,000. Rehabilitation to offices at the ground and first floor, on the Pi Towers, retention, $422,000. Rehabilitation to the construction of the timber weather proofing system to the document center, $276,000. Retention for the upgrade to the parking area, the Ministry of Public Works compound, Port Street, Kingston, $290,000. Retention for the construction of the guard hut and washroom at Camp and Lamahar Street, $148,000. Retention for the construction of guard hut and washrooms at Water Street compound, $139,000. One second, please. Mr. Chairman, the ministry, or the government I should say, is the owner of property at Caldergin, which was not utilized. We are improving that facility to be used, and we have budgeted $30 million to that. Construction for a fence and guard hut and the living quarters at Caldergin, $15 million. Construction of office complexes, $2.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking to do here, and this is what we spoke about when we talk about the modernization of Guyana. We have government offices, for example, the ministry that I preside over with my colleague, the Honorable Minister Indar. In Kingston, we have several buildings. Transport and Harbors, MARAD, the WSG, and different buildings. The modern Guyana that we're talking about will see us putting all of our offices into a multi-storied office complex. And that will be duplicated several times over around the government service. So what you will see is that we have to do the geotechnical studies, we have to do the designs, we have to get the supervisory services, and ultimately the advance payment for civil work. So this is what this allocation is to facilitate. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. The same line here. Same line here, sir. Construction, and I'm particularly talking on the capital, the construction of the office building. Start off, sir. Where will this office complex be located? I'll ask it in small parts.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the intent, based upon the discussions and what we're talking with the architects and the design people, is that we will utilize plots of land within the vicinity of where the offices are now held, but rather than spreading out, you will go up and free up space for other activities that could take place in that area. So it will be within the vicinity of the present offices.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, are you asking if there will be parking provided? Go ahead. I was asking. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was anticipation you were going to ask if there was going to be adequate parking.
You're peeping my notes.
I am long-sighted.
Yes, you're peeping my notes, sir. Because I have right here, sir, details of this complex, the square footages, the design, the total number of occupants, the number of parking spaces, offices, and I also would like to ask the honorable member, so he has 2.6 billion in it, sir. If he'd be kind enough to show the Parliament or the world the design, sir, because you have to finish this within this phase 2022. Sir, but the details.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry that I have to disappoint the honorable member, but at this stage, I cannot share with him what he's requesting because it is still a work in progress.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I ask how did the honorable gentleman and his team, he has a whole set of them, come up with the figures, sir, of not only 2.6 here, sir, the entire program, if you look at the profile, is $10.5 billion. But we start off with the small pieces. How did the honorable member, on what basis did he come with 2.6, sir? Is it the number of occupants, the square foot, etc., etc., etc.?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, it is very interesting with the questions that are being asked, because the minister, the honorable member who was once the minister, presided over a ministry where all the technical people that are there, I inherited when I went there. And the honorable member will know that in preparing estimates, and also in preparing a budget, you have to make room for some assumptions. There is what is called price per square foot for construction. For example, if a man is going to build a house now, it's 45 by 35. In 10 minutes, he could know about how much money he needs to source to finance it, because it will be 45 times 35 depending on if you're going to the high end, 12,005 per square feet, or if you're going to the top end, 15,000 per square feet. If you're going to the moderate, about 10,000 per square feet, taking into consideration everything. The honorable member, based upon his background and his profession, knows that. So the Ministry of Public Works, based upon the best estimates and assumptions and considerations, knowing what we're seeking to do, have been able to make certain assumptions and arrive at a particular figure. Every cent that will be spent will be accounted for, and not only accounted for, will have the benefit of a post-audit, of which the honorable member sits as a member of that committee that examined those reports. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
I so love that answer. So can the honorable member tell me what was the square footage cost that you used to come up with this? The minute and welcome all guys. Good to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Can the honorable gentleman just set out the basis of it? Can he tell the nation what is the square footage cost that you used to arrive at this office complex?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the honorable member would like to have a competitive advantage when we go requests for proposals. But at the appropriate time when we go for requests for proposals, the engineers estimate and those matters will be made public like we always do.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, I know you and all are disappointed at answer because you went through all of it about square footage into your high and low, you multiplied. Sir, we have $2.6 billion here. Obviously, the gentleman just threw the cost in there. They have no background, no basis. However, sir, can I move? And but the world is looking, and they know the fluff from bluffing. Has what is the ministry or the government intended to do with the existing buildings that they vacate after this, if this complex is modernized complex is built? Is it the government's intention to sell it off to bidders? Sir.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Guyana's development is not being left to chance. We're not making it up as we go along like others did. Guyana's development is strategic, purposeful, and it's well thought out. The Demerara River, where most of the property that the Ministry of Public Works currently occupy sits, is a thoroughfare that will be needed, every square inch will be needed, whether it's for hotels, whether it is for development in terms of support to the oil and gas sector, or whether it is for other aspects of our development. Whenever property, land or buildings are made available, there is a process of which those lands can be acquired by investors or for government use in other areas. And all of that based upon the principles that have been established historically by the PPPC, will be made known when that becomes the necessary action. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That's the first truthful answer, I think, the first most forthright answer that you've given out today, that you intend to sell the properties because it has high value.
Mr. Chairman, for the avoidance of doubt, please don't let Mr. Patterson put on the record words that I did not say.
Honorable Minister, you'll get a chance to respond.
Good. Thank you, sir. So, and I'm going to, Mr. Chair, and I'll ask a direct question to the minister, which I'll ask every time, sir, and I know the answer will be, will this building an office complex be funded from monies from the Natural Resource Fund?
Honourable Minister.
Mr.
You can
Chairman.
complete the remarks you were making earlier.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like for the record to show, I have never said that the government will be selling off the property. That's the honorable member's misunderstanding and misinterpretation of things that he don't want to understand properly. As it relates to funding of the Natural Resources Fund, Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House. This is my third 10 years as a parliamentarian. We've had money that was transferred from the Gold Board to the Consolidated Fund. We've had money that was transferred from GGMC to the Consolidated Fund. We've had money that was transferred from the Lotto's Fund to the Consolidated Fund. Not once did I ever hear anybody ask, would this GGMC money be funding this? Would the Gold Board money be funding this? It is the Consolidated Funds. When we come to this National Assembly, sir, we could only appropriate monies that are in the Consolidated Fund. And the reason why it is called consolidated, it is because it is the sum total of taxes, fees, fines, transfers, what comes, all of it consolidated together so that the people of Guyana could understand what is the Consolidated Fund. It is the aggregate of all of the monies that are available to the state. Whether it's VAT, whether it's income tax, whether it's Gold Board revenues, whatever it is, NRF funds, all goes into the Consolidated Fund. So I don't know how I could answer the question if the first story will come from gold, the 3 other stories from oil, and the 5 stories from sugar. I can't answer the honorable member that. What I can tell him, whatever is being spent is coming from the Consolidated Fund, which will be properly, and if it is Natural Resources Fund's money, in the Consolidated Fund, it will be transferred in keeping with the law and appropriated right here in this National Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members.
No, Mr. Chair, quickly.
Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through the honourable member. I know earlier in his explanation what the $2+ billion will do. He did state that 15 million will go towards the quarters at Caldergen. Can the honourable member state what would be the use? Because he did not explain what would be the use for the building there at Caldergen. Thank you.
Could you say what they what?
No. Earlier in your explanation, you provided a breakdown that $15 million has been appropriated for works to be done at Caldergen. My question to you, what would be the use after construction of the facility?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I said 2 things about Caldergen. We're going to spend about $30 million on the buildings in the compound. And we're going to spend just over 15 million. You know, it's quite an expansive compound, to fence it properly and put in the guard hut with facilities. The purpose of the work that is being done are going to be twofold. One, we're going to be accommodating some of our engineers and staff who are transferred from various places that have to live, like we have done at Paradise and at Pleasance and other flats. And secondly, we are still, and this is not definitive, because of the expanse of the land that is there, the possible looking at moving our workshop where we do the repairs and servicing of our heavy duty equipment and trucks and all the rest of it, as against allowing it to occupy prime property in the city. So it will be used for the advancement of the work of the Ministry of Public Works and for use by the staff, engineers, and other high technical people who are required to be in the center for living, even if they come from the regions. Thank Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn our attention to pages 242 and 242 and 243. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Member, may I turn your attention to line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. I note that from a revised sum of 2021, we're up 10 million more than 2021. Can the Honorable Member explain the reason for the increases? That's one, and provide us, perhaps you can assist by laying over to us, the buildings that are expected to be maintained for the year 2022. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the 6242, the proposal, emergency upgrades to meter circuit for additional load for government flats, 540,836. Emergency works, replacement of 400 amp main breaker and cabinet, $460,500. Connection of GPL transformer to document center, which is a building that the honorable member is aware of, $90,200. Replacement of ATS and installation of sub-main switch, $3.5 million. Supply and installation of batteries and inverters for IT server room, $126,696. Supply and installation of batteries and inverter for GEI building, $126,696. Field material and equipment, $7,952,000. Supply and installation of battery banks, security huts, entrance and exit, backup for gates, $1.446 million. Installation of solar PV systems, backup for gates, $1.325 million. To install solar PV standalone lights and repairs to generator room, $790,000. Electrical upgrades to main circuit, security huts, entrance and exit, $796,000. Repairs to electrical equipment, $1.970 million. Rehabilitation of work services group building, $2.3 million. Minor repairs and replacement of windows to buildings division, Port Street, Kingston, $78,000. Minor repairs and painting of special projects unit building, $213,000. Minor repairs and painting of flats 4 and 6 West Main and New Market Street, $240,000. Repairs and painting to Morals House building, 4th Street, Kingston, $256,000. Minor repairs and painting to lot 14 Pleasance, East Coast Demerara, $318,150. Minor repairs and painting to C Defense Living Quarters, 63 Beach, Berbice, $465,000. Minor repairs to Service Division, Task Force Building, 4th Street, Kingston, $71,000. Repairs to staircase at Government Building, 88 Carmichael Street, 1.4 million. Repairs and painting to Flat 3 West, Main and Newmarket Street, 1,097,000. Repairs and painting to Government Buildings, Better Hope, East Coast Demerara, 272,000. Repairs to main internal hallway, staircase, and painting of the exterior of Government Buildings at Main and Newmarket Street, 1.5 million. Repairs to Police Complaints Authority, Brickdam, Georgetown, 862,000. Rehabilitation of 105 New Garden Street, sorry, there's a zero for that. Emergency works to Flat 5, West, Main and Newmarket Streets, 262,137. Emergency works to Lot 12, Ichilabar Villas, renovations to roof and ceiling, 234,000. Repairs and painting of Flat 5, East, Main and Newmarket Street, Georgetown, 1,168,000. Mr. Chairman, some of these buildings at New Market and Main Street, we're now getting possession of them since we're in government. Some of the officers who were there, who have been no longer in government employees, now giving them up, and we're now fixing some of these buildings. Repairs to government flats, 4 Eastern Main Street, 5.2 million. Repairs to kitchen and hallway at Laboratory Ministry of Public Works, 1.7 million. Repairs to Government Building Plaisance, 6.5 million. Repairs to Ichilabar Villas Flat 10, 4.2 million. Repairs to residents at Paradise, 11.8 million. Minor repairs and painting to Eastern Building, Main and Newmarket Street, 3.5. Minor repairs and painting to Electrical Inspectorate Building, 1.5. Repairs to washroom at Ichilabar Flats, 870,000. Repairs to offices and cleaning of carpets at Ornapai Towers, 2.8 million. Emergency repairs to bathroom, 88 Carmichael Street, Georgetown, 650,000. Emergency works to buildings division, manager's office, 717,000. Fire extinguisher, Ornapai Towers and Merle's House, 677,000. Purchase of building materials, 8.7 million. Painting, Ministry of Public Works, Materials Laboratory floor, 807,000. Emergency repairs of stairway at Merle's House, 1.3. Emergency works at Flat 14 Plaisance, 992. Supply and installation of PVC vertical blinds, 980,000. Replacement of carpets at the Government Electrical Inspectorate, 995. Repairs to Ornapai Towers ground floor, 2.4 million. Emergency repairs to Northern Wall at Marad, 7 million. A total of 99,077,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Member, did you give an accumulative sum of 99,077,000? The budgeted sum is $110 million.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I omitted to mention there is a repairs, and my forgiveness there, to the district office at the Namstel, and that total is 12 million. 12 million.
Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Member. Thank you for providing, a detailed list of what the $110 million will do. But can the Honorable Member say to this House and to, the small contractors who are listening in, whether these projects will be, these proposed projects will be advertised publicly, so, you get a wider spread of contractors, bidding for these works?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe one community that is quite happy in Guyana with the PPPC are contractors, because they feel they have a fair chance now with the PPPC. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, if I had anticipated this question, I would have brought a report of how many new entrants how many old contractors, and we will be able to show that the work is not just going to one special group, but people have a fair chance. And I want to use this Committee of Supply today, sir, to again indicate to all Guyanese contractors, small, medium, and large scale, ensure that you pre-qualify, submit your bona fides, and we will always follow the Procurement Act to ensure that we get value for money and the most qualified and the best suited person gets the job. Contractors are happy with the People's Progressive Party civic government. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, can I turn the honorable members' attention to line item 6251, maintenance of roads. I have noticed a 100% increase from 2021 to 2022. Can the honorable member, in the interest of time, I would request that the honorable member lay over to the National Assembly the list of the proposed roads to be maintained. And while I'm on my feet, can the honorable member say to the people in Meadowbrook area whether that hole in the street, for the longest while, Bishop, it has been there over months, whether in the 2022 budget you have provisions to rectify that hole. I think it's Meadowbrook Gardens area, if my memory serves me accurate.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At one time I thought that the honorable member was at the City Council addressing the mayor. The Ministry of Public Works has a responsibility of maintaining public roads. The Mayor and City Council has a responsibility for the other roads, just like the NDCs have a responsibility for other roads. Secondly, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson, the budgetary allocation is not doubled. I know that we have challenges. I know we have challenges with maths, but it's an increase of 600 million. It's not double. It's 1.9 billion last year. It's 2.5 billion this year. An increase of 600 million. So it's not double. Mr. Chair, I would want to indicate that while it is not primarily the first responsibility of the Ministry of Public Works to maintain these roads, the Ministry of Public Works have been taking the cry and concerns of citizens seriously. And we have been making the necessary interventions. But we need to consistently remind the billions of dollars that City Hall collects, they have a responsibility to maintain roads in the city, of which they've been doing zero. When the Hawk Street Bridge collapsed, sir, it was...
Thank you for fixing that for
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I give notice to the Mayor and City Council that the bridge is broken, and I anticipated at least he will, the main town council will say, well, we have this and we could do this. We had to do it all by ourselves. When the bridge that leads to Congress Place at the Eastern Highway collapsed, sir, it was the Ministry of Public Works that had to come in and fix that bridge. When the bridge at Dennis Street collapsed, sir, we had to do it. And you would have seen over the period of October, November, and December, several crews from the Ministry of Public Works Maintenance Department were maintaining sections of road and upgrading sections of road across the city. But this allocation is not just for Georgetown. Right now, sir, we have to maintain all of the main access roads. And the fact that we are building more access access roads, we have to allocate more money for the maintenance. And the maintenance of roads, sir, may I take this opportunity to explain, it's not just fixing potholes, but it is also preventing potholes. And one of the ways we prevent potholes, we have to keep the road shoulders clear. The ministry have had to be using valuable time, equipment, and resources to remove sand from the edges of road. People doing construction, they dump sand and they don't move it, and the road is flooding, and we know once the road is flooding, it's deteriorating the road. People dig their drains and put the debris on the sidewalk. We have to maintain those roads. Every month we have to weed and clean the road shoulders across the entire country. So this sum is not just about patching potholes, it is about maintaining our main access roads throughout the length and breadth of the country. And may I take this opportunity, sir, to thank the men and women of the Special Projects Unit of the Ministry of Public Works, because they work Sunday to Sunday and oftentimes even at night, because we don't want to interrupt the flow of traffic. When we were doing the Grove Public Road, all of us who pass through Grove know how congested that area is. And to find an appropriate time during the day to fix it, the men had to get out there in the curfew hours. When we did in front of the Stabrook Market, the same thing. So, sir, our men and women at the Ministry of Public Works Special Projects Unit needs to be commended by this National Assembly for the good job that they are doing. I'm saying it's not sufficient, because like the whole of the Honorable Minister is member, Ms. Ferguson is raising at Meadowbrook. I'm sure that she has my number. If you send me it and the description, I can have my people look at it and we will see what we can do. Every day, myself and my colleague Minister Indar, we get WhatsApp messages, we get videos, we get phone calls, we get letters from NDCs and residents signing several petitions to fix various roads. We just got to keep doing it. And ultimately, we will look to ensure that we have quality roads where the maintenance will be reduced, because we will have adequate drainage accompanying these roads. Because people would call and say, put little crusher run. But the Ministry of Public Works is not about putting crusher run. The next rainfall, all the crusher run is gone. If we're going to do something, we do it properly. You would have seen what we would have done on the Rupert Craig Highway. We had to mill the road and then relay it. And you will see when it comes to our capital budget, one of the things that we're seeking to buy is a milling machine, because we have to rent that, because we don't own that from the private sector. And we rent that at $12 US per square meter. $12 per square meter. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I do commend you for the works of that particular unit, work services, and again, thanks for the Hawk Street, All Boys Town Bridge. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think, we can...
Honorable members on both sides, I'm trying to hear the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
We can minimize a bit
I agree with you
on the political grandstanding. But let me, while the Honorable Member has commended the work services, the SPU staff, Honorable Member, are you aware that those staff, they did not receive the 7%?
Oh, you know? Casual workers, not one of them is
Honorable, through you, Mr. Chair, can I turn the Honorable Member attention to line item 6254, maintenance of city fences. I note we have a 310 million increase between 2021 and 2022. Perhaps you can assist us, to save time by providing us with the information as it relates to the regions that will be benefiting from maintenance where their city fences are concerned. Thank you very much, sir.
Minister, I think you should check into that observation with respect to the 7%.
Mr. Chairman, I could answer that in the House, on the floor. I could answer that on the floor right here and right now. The honorable member is creating something that they know differently. The men and the women of the Special Projects Unit are not permanent staff of the Ministry of Public Works. They are paid hourly rates. They are paid hourly rates. When they work overtime, they are paid hourly rates. When it was once in the lifetime, when we were heading to an election, when you wanted votes, you give them an increase like regular public servants to secure your votes. Once in your lifetime. Once in 2019.
Not correct.
Once in 2019.
Not correct.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, but I can tell you, I authorized from the savings that we had in December a 2 weeks payout to all the men and women from the Special Projects Unit. While they did not get a retroactive 7%, and the fact that the minimum wage has gone up, the hourly rates automatically are revised. So I don't understand why we are trying to sell pessimism as if we're shortchanging those men and women. Because oftentimes people will hear these things and it will try to slow down what is happening because they're doing a good job. Somebody's saying, well, you're not getting compensated. But these are people who are paid hourly rate, and there are rules of engagement where that is concerned. As it relates to the city fences, sir, here again, when we came to office, sir, one of the areas of this ministry that was really in crisis had to do with city fences. And it's not that we changed the staff. All the people who are managing this sector are the same people who were there before we arrived. But what we are doing better is monitoring. We're not waiting for something to collapse and then rush to fix. So the head of this agency knows where it's use of drone technology because they bought the drones, but we've also said boots on the ground. There must be men who walk these stretches, and they must be able to see where there are potential areas of deterioration. And I would like to thank the rangers, men all across this country, because it's not just sea, but sea and river defenses. We've had overtopping, we've had the spring tides, our quick reaction groups have moved in, get the necessary sandbags, prevent damage to people's property, fix anything that was going, and we anticipate with the capital investments that we are making, we will have a reduction of some of these threats, but we also have to bear in mind the reality of climate change, weather patterns, and how vulnerable we are both on the coastline and in our rivers, and we are preparing to ensure we deal with any eventuality as that comes along, but we are being proactive as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Current Chair. Minister, 6252, maintenance of bridges. Could you indicate in the maintenance of the respective bridges across the region, if the Wisma-Mackenzie Bridge, the Blueberry Hill Bridge, and the Wisma Hill Scheme Bridge is a part of this allocation for maintenance?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm very disappointed that I have to answer this question, but I will. The honorable member who just asked this question is the elected geographical member for Region 10. And the honorable member should know that the Wisma Bridge does not fall under the Ministry of Public Works. It is a bridge that is handled by the main City Council of Linden in conjunction with NISIL. It's a toll bridge where they collect revenue, and a percentage of the revenue from that bridge is supposed to go for the maintenance. Some is supposed to be put into the community for social services, and this is the elected representative of Region 10 that is asking me, because the main town Ministry of Public Works will do that when this is a toll bridge. Mr. Chairman, I go to Linden very often, representing the PPPC. And every time I cross the bridge, even though I'm a minister, I stop and pay. I don't sign the book. I stop and pay. And I stop and pay for a particular reason. There are times when you don't even get a receipt. They collect the money, and there are times when they don't even give a receipt. That is not a bridge that falls on the Ministry of Public Works. But I must tell you, the fact that we are developing the corridor, and you could go and tell the people of Linden, but they will hear me from now, because I'm telling them now, I'm speaking to Linden. The fact that we are developing the corridor all the way from Quarantine, connecting with the Deepwater Harbor, the Burbis River mouth, we're coming all the way to Georgetown, we're upgrading the Linden-Suzdijk Highway, we're building the road to Mabura, we're getting the bridges from Mabura all the way to Lethem. We know that that bridge that links Mackenzie and Linden will have to be expanded and developed. There are studies that have already been done, and at the appropriate time, the capital investment will be made to get that fixed. But right now, the capital investment is being made for the more important bridge, which is the new Demerara River crossing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, Mr. Pagano.
Do I have the floor, Honorable Chair?
Yes, I gave you the floor.
Thank you. With all of the rhetoric the minister just mentioned, can you state if the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, with respect to all of the studies that would have been done with regards to the Wismar-Mackenzie Bridge, if that project will be executed? The study has already been done and has been approved. Would the Ministry of Public Infrastructure be constructing that bridge in 2022?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we're dealing here with maintenance. The honorable member is addressing capital. We are dealing here with maintenance. He's asking about a capital investment. But I could answer the question right now. As the Minister of Public Works, when I came to office, the handover study by the consultants, I received that with the team from the ministry, and that is on the burner, and I just said at the appropriate time. Because when you do development, you can't do everything at the same time. You got a priority 1, priority 2. Right now, the traffic across that bridge cannot be compared with the traffic that is taking place at the Demerara Harbor Bridge. So if you're going to put your investment in a capital project, you have to deal with answers the need for the masses, hundreds of thousands of people daily. The Mackenzie Bridge will be addressed by the PPPC at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 646 and 647. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312, Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1101-200, the new Demerara Bridge. Can the Honorable Minister state, here we start our first question, could the Honorable Minister state what the status of the contract award for this project? The procurement status, for the record.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the procurement stage is that it was publicly announced, having gone through a public tendering process, which attracted international companies from around the world, and we did not receive an unsolicited bid. It was evaluated, and Cabinet offered its no objection to the lowest responsive bidder and authorized negotiations for the completion of the contract. As of today, the negotiating team, which I will not name, but I can tell you their qualifications. It includes a lawyer, engineers, finance specialists, and management consultants, have been engaging with the #1 ranked bidder, and we have since, the negotiators have since informed the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board that they wish to terminate the negotiation process because the term sheets and the cost of financing would not serve the best interests of the people of Guyana. And currently, we are negotiating with the second-ranked responsive bidder. Because negotiations are ongoing, disclosures on this matter would be very, very concerned, and I will be very restricted in what I say, but I can tell you the negotiations are ongoing, and the next meeting will be tomorrow morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, so I would like just to confirm the Minister, Honorable Minister, to confirm that the public procurement that he mentioned was for a finance, bill, and transfer contract. Just so you can confirm that, so you don't say I mislead this House.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would have to say is that we're not following. This was a public notice where we went out for 2 proposals. Every bidder was allowed to offer 2 proposals. If you were following, you would have known. Design, build, finance, operate, and maintain, one option, or a design, build, finance option. Every bidder, Europe, South America, North America, Asia, had an opportunity to put in 2 proposals which were evaluated. Some put in both, some put in 1. It was a design, build, finance, operate, maintain, or a design, build, finance.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much. That was the exact response that I was looking for, because in all 2 options they had finance. Design, build, finance, operate, if I was listening. So can the Honorable Minister tell the nation if finance was involved in all 2 bids? You know, I mean, the second one bid, you can, is public record. China Road and Bridge Company, they're $340 million. That is, yes, who's who? Yes. So can the Honorable Minister tell the country, if he went to bids for design, build, operate, or design, build, whatever the variation, what is the money included under this line item for, which is in this $21 million, sir, because of course he went out to get financing in the bids. Can he enlighten the House?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, asked me to inform the people of Guyana. I will. I'll inform them of the following. Number one, this PPPC administration, led by President Irfan Ali, is committed to building a new Demerara River crossing to ensure that the people of Guyana benefit from such. Secondly, the bridge will be a 4-lane, high-span bridge, which will allow for 53 meters above the level of the water to allow for Handymax vessels to pass. It will require no opening for marine traffic. So it will be a 24-hour traffic for boats and 24-hour traffic for vehicles. The proposals and the question that the Honorable Minister is asking of why we have 21 billion and we asked for a finance project. Mr. Chairman, I am sure that you, as a man who have been very wise in the things of the world, know that even if somebody is bringing financing, there is a contribution and a proportion that the client will have to provide to ensure guarantees, and also we have to look at the fact that you're building this bridge, and if somebody brings total financing and they have to recoup their financing, the price of tolls will go out of whack. The government of Guyana, and I don't want to speak too much because of the negotiations that are currently being undertaken, has provided this sum to ensure that all of the necessary things that needs to be done when we engage the preferred bidder, our contribution to get that project kick-started, and it could be built within 2 years. We don't have to come back next year to ask for the money to do this and to do that. We are getting that done now. And this $21 billion that the honorable member is asking about, I want to assure him and all the people of Guyana, is to ensure at all costs, one, we get this bridge. Number two, we get it at the best price. And number three, that the interests of Guyana is served when we finalize a contract with whoever will be doing the construction of this bridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister invoked your assistance because he said that you are a financial wizard and you did not. When he said to you, I saw you nodding, so I will assume that you have
I was nodding to tell him to continue, not to acknowledge that he is giving me expertise I may not have.
Oh, sir, well I'm seeking the help, sir, but if I'm seeking your help, maybe the House help, that the Honorable Minister said that the $53 billion, $265 million in the budget is the government's contribution to the project. Am I to assume, or the country in the world to assume, is that the China Railroad Bridge, whose bid is $340 million, that is their contribution, and the government are now contributing in an additional $265 million, which brings it up to over $600 million for the bridge record. That was the explanation given to this House. They went out for financing bid, and they received from one who they discarded, they've gone to the second one who's 340. I asked what was the money for. He said it's the government's contribution towards the bridge. And the contractor, not forgetting the nationality, are financing their section of the bridge. So the bridge, as I can see it here, sir, if you add the two together, would be $605 million US. Is that correct, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to use the Committee of Supply to discuss financing options and financial models and equity and all the rest. I don't want to use the Committee of Supply to do that. The gentleman who's asking this question was the Minister of Public Infrastructure. that planned to build a bridge and don't understand these mundane issues that we're discussing. So I will rest my case, and I can promise you, Mr. Chairman, and the people of Guyana, the moment that the negotiations are completed and we have an agreement, all of the terms and conditions will be made public, and the people of Guyana will be able to watch every day for the next 2 years while the bridge will be under construction and says we needed this 20 years ago. Thank God we're getting it now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. And I hope the people of Guyana have noticed that the minister did not dispute my summation of the final sum. Never mind, sir. Can I ask the Honorable Minister how much of this sum, which is the government's contribution to the bridge, including over and above the financing, is allocated for land acquisition? How many properties, sir? Because it's a public knowledge, and I said he took the mayor, not the mayor, the regional chairman to the location, and they said they thought they'd be acquiring. How much of this is allocated for land acquisition, and how many properties will be acquired, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the first thing I want to say, I don't agree with the honorable member that this bridge will cost 600 million. The reason why we have gone to the second bidder, because the first bidder, their bid price was 256 million. And in the negotiations for terms and the term sheet, we're not driving the cost up, we're driving the cost down. So that's the first thing I want to put on the record. So this 600 million, I don't know where he got that from. That is some kind of mathematics that doesn't belong in this National Assembly. The second thing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, parliamentary language. I may have to send you, like I did Mr. Mahipal, the sheet again. Honorable Minister, continue, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, in the development of any major project, every major project, there are people who could be displaced as a result of that development. I want to assure this Honorable House that using the law and fulfilling the constitutional provisions, that if we have to acquire or compulsory acquire property, it will be in keeping with what the Constitution says and at market values. We will not be denying anybody of their property. We will fulfill the Constitution. But I will not this afternoon stipulate how much of this 21 million is going towards acquisition of property, because there are those who would like to use that number to start speculating and using the opportunity to get a windfall. We are advancing this process, and sufficient sums have been allocated to ensure all of the necessary things that needs to be done, including if we have to compulsory acquire property at fair market price. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I remind the Honorable Gentleman, by convention, that compulsory acquisition of land and those things like that, it is a statutory process. The figures, the determination of costs and those things like that are not done based on what he says in this house, but done by independent agencies, evaluation division. So, can I ask the minister once again, sir, has he allocated any money? That's all I'm asking. Has he allocated any money in this here for the acquisition of lands?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thought the honorable gentleman was listening and understood. I said, from this sum, monies are available Should there be a need for 1, 15, 12, 9, 3, whatever are the properties to be acquired, I'm not naming a number right now, monies are available to ensure that any encumbrance that has to be removed, that those persons will be adequately compensated at fair market price, facilitated elsewhere, so that we will have a free thoroughfare for the building of this bridge and bring it in 2 years' time. We're not going to be caught up in court battles and wranglings and those who would like to stop a major project from taking place. You could imagine, Mr. Chairman, we went to the area, walked the entire alignment. His Excellency himself did it. Walked the entire alignment. We looked at everything, consulted with the people, and one person who is affiliated with the political opposition, because of a statutory position that he holds, was trying to tell the people who live in the area through their NDC that they should not give approval. So you've already seen the writing on the wall. That is why I'm very restrictive of what I say. There are those who don't want this to happen, and they want to use all of the various things to block it. But we are determined, and I have said, we will give to the people of Guyana the new Demerara River Bridge crossing. The people are happy. The people who may be affected are happy. They're talking with us. We know what we got to do in law. Nobody don't need to lecture us on compulsory acquisition. The APNU AFC acquired the property of a member of the PNC, and she did not know that it was being acquired. She was an ambassador representing Guyana in Canada, and she did not know that they were acquiring the property. And now you want to come here and lecture us about acquiring property? And you should ask the honorable member who signed the compulsory acquisition order.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, you had a question?
Yes, same question.
Okay, Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Member, the very line item that is very, high in contention. May I turn the Honorable Member attention to profile 125 of volume 3. And this is what the budget detail is saying here, or the benefits. No, the description of the project, sorry. Provision for new Demerara Harbor Bridge, and also consultancy provision for consultancy. The honorable member, my honorable colleague, asked about the land acquisition, but there is no provision for it in budget 2022. So to you, honorable member, can you say to this honorable house, from the 21 billion, what percentage or amount will go to the provision for consultancy service, and also what percentage and amount will go to the, the building of this new Demerara Harbor Bridge? And now you best listen.
Honorable Minister.
This is taxpayers' money.
Mr. Chairman, the first thing is project profile 125, but you said 125. You're asking a question on 125. It does not address the new Demerara Harbor Bridge. It is project 126 that addresses the new Demerara Harbor Bridge. Mr. Chairman, at this current time, the world is notified that we are looking for consultancy services to supervise the construction of this bridge. And the world is notified by way of publications throughout the world, in our local newspapers and other international places. The consultants will come in with a bid price. They will be evaluated, and the best, with value for money, in keeping with our procurement laws, will be awarded the supervisory contract. provision for the Demerara Harbor Bridge in this profile did not give 5 million for this, or 3 billion for that, or 20 billion for that. And there's a specific reason for that, Mr. Chair. And that is what I'm asking this honorable House to understand and appreciate. We are not going to provide information at this time for speculators and people who use the advantage of information for their own benefit. I am emphatically saying, from this 21 billion, monies to pay a supervisor, monies if we have to acquire land or property, our contribution, depending on what the negotiation and the term sheet throws up in the final thing, are provided for in here. And that is what I will say as a final explanation on this matter at this time. But I would want to be assured that the honorable members who are asking the question, that they can give to the people of Guyana their unequivocal support, that they're supporting the government of Guyana for the building of a new Demerara River Bridge to benefit all of us in this assembly and all the people of Guyana, and that they will not stand in the way or use whimsical or other mechanisms to thwart or delay the building of the bridge, because this is a necessity. And the monies allocated here is to ensure that we get on with the project. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. Honorable Member,
Mr. Chair, I'll yield to my colleague.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Same line head, sir. I've moved off to this, sir, and I don't think it's right to move off of this without asking the honorable member. The budget has $53.7 billion. $53.7 billion. Does not the honorable member, the government, the Ministry of Public Works, think it would be more prudent if we are putting in 53 to 270 million US dollars from our coffers? I know that other thing. Isn't it a more prudent procurement method than we go out for bids, because we are funding this project, so that it will allow a lot more? So one of the reasons why the Americans and the Europeans and those things did not tender was because they cannot compete with the Chinese firm for the cost of financing if they want to finance. But now that we are financing, doesn't it think it's a better procurement for the country, and that you go out for a traditional procurement system, whereby, since we are putting up the money, or the majority of the money for this bridge? And I would like the honorable minister to say and respond for the records.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would not like to join the honorable member in his commentary. He has already formed certain assumptions that no amount of information will help him at this time, and I've already committed to this House and the people of Guyana, when the negotiations that we are in are completed, full disclosure will be made on the terms of financing, what is coming from the contractor or what the government of Guyana is putting up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, the very line item. I note here we have a total figure 53+ billion dollars, of which we anticipate spending some $21 billion. Can the honorable member state for the National Assembly and the people of Guyana whether the $53 billion will be funded through the Natural Resource Fund?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully decline to repeat myself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Moving on. 12-14-900. Infrastructure development, sir. The project profile has provision for urban renewal projects and programs, and we have a sum of $3.69 billion. Can the Honorable Minister, on that specific item only, shed some light on that specific expenditure, urban renewal projects and programs?
Honorable Minister.
Sir, the total sum that is being sought is $3.697 billion. Some of the money have to do with payment of retention for the construction of the tarmac and parking lot at Diamond, $3.4 million. The construction of the pedestrian sidewalk in Port Royne, $1.2 million. Construction of the access road into Diamond Housing Scheme Phase 1, $7.5 million. Construction of the Paradise and Animal Shelter, $685,000. Geometric improvement to sections of the St. John Road, KB Singh Road, Kitty Roundabout, Lemahart Street, 1,200 meters, $1,068,000. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk and Regina Market to the police station, $859,000. Installation of LED lights on the St. John Road, the retention is $497,000. The new projects, urban renewal project and programs, $3.345 billion. And I guess this is what the honorable member is inquiring into. It is no secret that this administration is on a campaign to elevate Guyana. I use the word elevate because we're not just building, but we're doing beautiful things as well. Guyana must look beautiful. It must not just be we build buildings. So our architecture, our appearance, the aesthetics of the country must look different. And it's not just Georgetown, but in all of our urban centers, and then we must be able to translate that into other areas. The constant areas about people being flooded, and then you have one person who build up their bridge, and the next one build their parapet, and the next one is down uneven, the disabled can't pass. All of these things have to be addressed. So we are on a program of improving safety for people. We are in a program of beautifying the country, and we are in the program of ensuring the livelihoods of people are uplifted. So there are a number of initiatives that are being undertaken, and some of them will be announced soon. I don't want to steal the thunder at this stage to announce them, but in the appropriate time there will be an announcement. But every cent of this money on these projects will be for the benefit of the people of Guyana. And one of the things that we have to do, Mr. Chairman, many years ago, in another life, I went to Bogota, and on the Sunday when I was leaving to go to church, I discovered that where my hotel was, I couldn't get a car in, because every Sunday they would lock down that particular thoroughfare so that the people who live in that area in the high rises could come out, get some fresh air, the people with the wheelchair could get out, the kids could play with the bicycles, because they did not have sufficient well-kept open spaces. In Guyana, mental health is becoming a big issue. And we have seen manifestations of that even here sometimes in the National Assembly. And we have to ensure people have a chance to recreate. People must be able to spend quality family time. People must be able to exhale in spaces. Everybody cannot go to the seawall. I look forward for the people of South Georgetown to be able to have a space there I look forward for the people in All Boys Town and Puntrench Dam and those who live in La Penitence must be able to have a space there. I look forward for that kind of enhancement and development. And Mr. Chairman, there are several projects and programs that are going to be rolled out that will be taken care of under that budget. We are continuing with the next phase of the construction of tarmac for the market and parking lot at Diamond, and there will be a $55 million allocation for that. The construction of the pedestrian sidewalk on West Bank Demerara at Phoenix Park, the planted walk, we're going to spend about $39 million in that. We're going to continue some work at Charity for $58 million. Construction of access road into Diamond Housing Scheme, $77 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk along the University of Guyana access road. You know, we're building that access road right now, but because it's a main thoroughfare into Cummins Lodge, Cummins Park, Sophia, everywhere we build a road, Mr. Chairman, the first thing people tell us, you got to put speed bump. The amount of speed. Last night we had a terrible accident, which I regretted ever happened on Mandela. The sidewalks for our young people, our seniors, and pedestrians are becoming more and more important, and we're going to put one in there. Geometric improvement to sections of the St. John Road and JB Singh. We are continuing. We have done phase 1 last year, and we put up the lights right through. An honorable member said that the light pole fell down and did not disclose that a car hit the light pole. But we are continuing that sidewalk all the way down to Lemaha Street. So these are some of the things that will be financed on the, this line item, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, the Committee of Supply is where the ministers and where the opposition and the members of the public come to seek answers to monies that have been appropriated, that have been requested and appropriated. The minister has gotten up and said how there's $3.345 billion in the budget. He has not, I mean, he says that he doesn't want to disclose it, but he's asking us to vote for it. He doesn't want to burst anybody's bubble. Sir, I don't know if you think that's appropriate for the public or for the country, for this parliament, for you to ask for $3.4 billion and don't even have a clue. Sir, or is it the minister doesn't know what he's doing? I ask again, sir, on behalf of the people again, what is it you'll be doing with $3.4 billion in the year 2022 under the program renewal projects and urban renewal projects and program? If you have any idea, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the lowest form of wisdom is sarcasm, and Mr. Patterson specializes in that. Because I'm not going to be practicing the lowest form of wisdom of being sarcastic. You don't have that. If you had wisdom, you would not have asked the question that you just asked, because I answered it already. I have just said there'll be several projects that will be involved in the improvement of the urban centers across the country. If you would like to have a list so that you could mobilize to block them, you will not get it in this parliament. So I will tell you that right now. If you'd like to get a list, so you could run into All Boys Town and say to people, they plan to do this, but you have to take over this land. You will not be able to do that. You will not be able to do that. But we will be working with the communities all across Georgetown. Yes, they're listening. South Georgetown is listening to me. All Boys Town is listening to me. Bartica is listening. Linden is listening. New Amsterdam is listening. We are going to be working with all of them for the improvement of life and livelihoods, and some of this will be hard infrastructure, and some of this will be community projects for the improvement of the aesthetics in their communities. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, it's obvious that the honorable member haven't a clue why the money is there. So can I ask, and sir, on behalf of the people from All Boys Town, right? They're not obstructionists, right? And Bartek, they're not obstructionists. They are citizens of this country. I don't mind, sir. I don't mind, me personally, don't mind being an obstructionist. It's better than being, sir, I'm asking, sir, if he does not know, if he does not want to, if the Honorable Minister has no idea of what he's doing with this money, can I ask, sir, how did he arrive, or how did the ministry arrive? Because I can't say him, sir. The whole project is 11.864 billion of dollars, sir. So can I ask the minister that, I mean, he's obviously clueless about the 3.6. Can I ask him about the larger program, 11.865, for the total project cost? What does that encompass, sir?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, when someone is set in their own ways, it's difficult to change them. I've just gone through the list to say all what we're going to be doing. Geometric improvement of the Hinterland Road, this happening there, and give actual amounts. And then I give a block amount for the urban renewal projects and programs, and I give you the total. The gentleman, distinguished honorable member, is asking me the same thing. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let me say this. I understand why the honorable member is asking such questions. Because he presided over a project, the Durban Park, that he never told the people of Guyana that he was taking taxpayers' money to spend on. And took money from the consolidated fund and give it to a private company. So he's concerned about what is happening. So I understand his fears. I am guided by a principle, sir, that says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So when you see people saying certain things, they are saying, this is what I would have done. This is what I would have done if I had a chance. But Mr. Chairman, I am making the point very clear. We on this side of the House will engage across this country in a consultative process. Community groups, people in the various centers, just like we have done, getting the private sector, men and women in uniform, citizens groups, political operatives and other stakeholders. And what we did in Georgetown in 2 days, the city council didn't do in 7 years. We have literally taken back spaces. Go to Jury Park, Jury Lane. I'm probably naming it too early, Jury Park. Should we leave Jury Park as a dump site next to a main highway that is being built? The answer is a resounding no. Jury Park must be developed into a safe space where the people from Newtown, the people from Camberville, the people from Sophia could come out and recreate in a safe environment. That kind of a development is what Mr. Patterson cannot understand that will take place. We will not be building shrines that nobody can use because Woodans and vagrants are living there. We are going to engage with communities to ensure that Guyana looks different. The people in their neighborhood feel different, and people start taking pride about themselves. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we started a cleanup in Georgetown. And across the country, everywhere people are planting trees, cleaning up the place, fixing their front yards, taking pride in their environment. This is what we want, a national movement. Mr. Chairman, in our One Guyana approach, part of what we do must bring people together to do things together, but we must also provide spaces where people could come from their enclaves and meet, engage, interact, socialize, build relationships, bring families together. We want a Guyana urban renewal projects and programs that we'll be doing, sir. Thank you very much.
Great Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister Rodriguez, and yours truly would be happy if some of that could come to Independence Boulevard.
We have that in mind, sir.
Thank you.
Time to go.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This afternoon, you know, we're just railroaded a lot of political rhetoric. We're here to do the people's business. But
Honorable Member, you're adding to that?
I'm not adding to it, sir.
Okay, ask the question.
I'm making a comment.
Yes. It's
So the
question
time wasting we can be looking at
Oh,
the
we haven't
estimates.
wasted any time. We're saving time, actually.
Okay.
We are into the 98 minutes we saved from the previous heads.
Okay, Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Project codes 14-06400 and 14-06500. And if we to go to profile numbers 141 and 142 respectively, I notice it's monies. The projects will be funded by China and IDB. But what I recognize, honorable member, the IDB funding caters for, which is identified on the project code 141. It says here, construction of highway from Diamond to Mary. Then you have provision for studies. And if you look at profile number 142, and this is the project description, it reads here, the project entails provision for construction of 4-lane highway, echoes to Mary. The concern I have here, it seems to me that perhaps you can explain to the House whether it's the one project in the same area being funded by two different funders. So can you explain to us what is happening here, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll be sure to help the honorable member and to let the people of Guyana know what is happening. Just like we did on the East Coast, where we built the 4 lanes, and then we did work on the railway embankment, and we'll continue to do work on the railway embankment so you could get 6 lanes. We're doing the bridges on the railway embankment, enhance 6 lanes. There are 2 projects, 2 distinct projects, 2 different projects. We are building a road that will connect the Ogle International Airport with the Temeri International Airport. That's one project. Second project, we have the 4-lane all the way up to Diamond. We now have to upgrade that road, expand it, get it all the way out. So you could have at any given time 6 lanes plus the 4-lane that is being built through the Ministry of Housing to give greater access. The road network of Guyana, sir, with the building of the new Demerara River Bridge, we have to put in a lot of connector roads. We have to be able to reroute people to reduce travel time. The trucks that we are seeing on the East Bank, if they're heading to a project on the East Coast, we should no longer be seeing them on the East Bank. They should be coming through the back and getting out. People who are coming from the West Demerara to head to Linden or people who are coming from quarantine and heading to the airport must have alternative routes. And all that we're doing in terms of our transport infrastructure is adequately providing for the Guyana that we are talking about. The honorable member was also the Minister of Housing. And the honorable member ought to know where lands are available for the development of new housing areas. People cannot go into new housing areas if they don't have accessibility and utilities. So when you open a road way in the back, you're opening up thousands of acres for housing, new hotels possibly, recreational parks, other development infrastructure, but you're also maintaining what was known as the main thoroughfare, upgrading that as well. So thank you very much. Two separate programs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Two separate boards, two separate boards.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at 140400, bridges, provision of bridges, and I see in the profile, if you look at the project profile 130, which is provision for construction of bridges between Kurupukari and Letem. And the total is $4 billion there. So can the Honorable Minister state, one, the amount of bridges, I've already said it, but I want to confirm, and the exact money out of this that is allocated for the bridges between Kubukari and Letem.
You the best, you know how many bridges we are going? I told you this.
Honorable Minister.
You the minister for you. You know how many bridges between Kubukari and Letem?
Mr. Chairman, the whole country is aware because the world has seen that we have gone up to 6 lots, advertising for contractors to bid this project. There are 32 bridges of various sizes and lengths that would have to be built. And you would be agree with me, Mr. Chair, that since these bridges are important to keep traffic between Linden to Letem, you can't collapse all 32 bridges to build them at the same time. So there is a method in which we're going to be using sections, creating bypasses, and the total project for the bridges, all 32, will not be built this year. That is why the budget says $4 billion, but the appropriation is only for $1.2 billion in 2022. The total project is $4 billion. All 32 can be built in 1 year because we still got to allow people to pass. The trucks got to go with supplies. The people of Region 8 and Region 9. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, thank you for that explanation. 1.2 billion is this year, sir. Sir, can you actually then disaggregate the other 4.46 billion if only 1.2 is for the bridges this year from Kubukari to Letem?
No, I beg to correct myself, sir. The allocation for the bridges is $4 billion. The allocation for bridges this year is $4 billion. $4 billion for this year. My apologies.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 160-1100. 160-1100, Stellings. I note we have
Mr. Chair, we have gone to a new project code to transport.
160, 1,000. No, the light is affecting me. 1601000. Stellings. Good. We have an appropriated sum of $455 million. And when you turn to profile number 146 in volume 3, I know the description of the project here entails provision for leg 1, Fort Island, and Bartica Stellings. To the honorable member, can you provide us with the disaggregation for the 3 stellings to be done? And I know for a fact that leg 1 is under construction, and also Bartica. You know, y'all inherited a nice stelling there at Bartica from us. Modern stellings. So, Comrade Chair, to the honorable member, can you provide us a status report on what is happening at both leg 1 and Bartica Stelling? What percentage would have been paid as 31st of December 2021? Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would have thought that the honorable member would avoid asking questions on this. Mr. Chair, for the simple reason, let's start with Bartica. The total contract sum for Bartica was I think it was just about 413 million, please. It was just over 400 million. The full contract sum for the construction of Bartica Stelling was 400-something million. When we came, 434 million. When we came into office, 90% of the money was already paid, and 15% of the work. Thanks to the honorable member, Patterson and Ferguson. That's Bartica. The whole Stelling contract that was signed was for $430-something million. 90+% of the money already paid to the contractor. 15% of the work was done, and the contractor is not currently engaged on the Stelling. We have gone there. We've had an audit to check to see the value of the materials and all the rest of it. Mr. Chairman, but if I stand in this house and I say the APNU was incompetent and they mismanaged and transactions were irregular against the FMAA and use all the dignified terms basically to say that you squandered the people's money, the people of Bartica still don't have a Stelling. So this budget is making appropriation. This is making appropriations for us to be able to have Stelling completed at Bartica. The two, and I want the people of Bartica to know, that the PPPC administration will spend $217 million this year, and we will continue next year to the completion of the Bartica Stelling that was messed up and mismanaged by the previous administration. So I'm announcing that to the people of Bartica. Mr. Speaker, let's go to the leg 1 Stelling now. You will see, sir, that we are spending another $168 million on leg 1. Mr. Chairman, it's no secret. It's no secret. I publicly announced the termination of the contractor at Leg 1. Poor performance. And there again, he was paid far more than the works executed. The man had an involuntary loan, thanks to the Honorable Member David Patterson. Got a loan up front. But what was worse is the nature of the contract. You could imagine a contract says, install 400 or something piles. And a man was able, whatever is the arrangement that took place in the management of this contract, because the work supply was not written into the contract, the man said the government got paid to supply it. So this is the first contract that you're giving a lump sum contract to build a selling. Every other selling, the same contractor built before he supplied and installed the piles. But this one, the government got to supply it. Thanks to the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. So, we got the gentleman engaged, terminated him, and when we were pushing, we recognized that nobody not going to take this mess. Nobody want to take it over. Nobody wanted it. So we re-engaged him on the new contract management, on the strict terms and conditions. And go to Leg 1 right now. The work is advancing. And the Honorable Member who presided over the ministry when this is happening is asking about this. $168 million more of taxpayers' money have to go to fix Leg 1. Thanks to the mismanagement that came, thanks to the question. And I would like you to compare this now, Mr. Speaker, to Fort Island. Compare this to Fort Island. We awarded the contract to Fort Island in the second half of 2021. As I'm standing here speaking, it's 90% complete. Fort Island is 90% complete. Compare the two things. 7 months, 2018, 31st of December. 31st of December 2018. Guyana must take note of that date. After a no confidence vote, sweetheart deals were handed out. Yes. And who was the minister presiding? Yes. The minister's asking me questions here this afternoon. Just compare that to Fort Island. And Fort Island contract is how much? 80-something million? 88 million. 38 million is what will be paid in 2022 to complete Fort Island. A tourist destination, thanks to the businesses that are looking to open overnight accommodation. I beg more people, go to Fort Island, let that island get development. But when we spend government's money, we must come to this parliament with clean hands and say what we did and not pontificate and pretend as if we don't know. We are correcting the mess. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Member. And I need to make, put it before the House here. The Baltica stelling was done in 2 phases. The first phase was completed, and the sums that the Honorable Member referred to were the retention on the sum. So when the government changed, they were in the second phase, right? So when we come into this house, we don't come for political grandstanding and trying to point fingers. Don't point fingers to people. But that is the fact, Mr. Mr. Speaker. I asked a straight question. Can we have a disaggregation and a status report on what is happening at Bitica and Leg 1?
I allow you some latitude. Honorable members, seems a good time to put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312 Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can move to pages 244 and 245. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 313, Transportation, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable members, honorable member, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 313, Transport, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we turn to page 647 and 648. And I propose the question, honorable members, honorable member Ms. Ferguson, honorable members on the government side. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 313, Transport, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 313, Transport, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. On your behalf, let me thank the honorable member, minister and his staff for taking us patiently through the last agency. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if you will permit me.
Honorable Minister.
May I take the opportunity, sir, to thank my staff at the Ministry of Public Works. Sometimes they don't get what they deserve. The politician at the ministry, it's myself and Minister Indar, we expect all of our staff to be professional. We came to the office by way of politics, they came by way of their qualifications, and we demand professionalism from them. So I would like to thank all of my professional staff at the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you very much.
Fine job that they are doing. And I would just say, sir, while we're not perfect, we look forward to working with all the people of Guyana to benefit this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the Honorable Minister of Labor and his staff are in place. I invite you to turn to pages 270 and 271. Thank you, honorable members. At 5:32, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the minister identify under this same heading, Policy Development and Administration, could the minister identify for us the location of the sheds that were identified? Cost?
Honorable Member.
You have a problem with your hearing, sir?
Honorable Member, I have a problem with my hearing.
Okay,
So
sir, are you hearing me now?
Yeah. If you can stay in that particular position, I will hear you. Honorable Member, you can repeat for me, please.
Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, could the minister share with us the cost for the sheds that are identified under that heading and where these sheds are going to be located, the shed or shed where they're going to be located?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to say that for reference and background, before the People's Progressive Party Civic got into office in 2020, there existed no Ministry of Labor. It was a department in the Ministry of Human Services. Secondly, they had no home where they could have rested themselves. Today, 18 months in office, we have a complex at 82 Breakdown where the Ministry of Labor and its department, they reside. Last year, we upgraded 2 sections, and this year we are attempting to attach 3 buildings. 1, the labor building proper. 2, a building that was loaned to us by the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, and a building that was loaned to us by the Ministry of Human Services. And therefore, the canopy is to allow for both buildings attached to each other, that is the labor building proper, and the building that we now use as the admin building that was loaned to us by the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, I just asked for the Honorable Minister to say for us what would be the cost for the shed identified. And while I'm on my feet, I'm hearing you talking about where it's going to be and where it's not going to be, but we would want to be specific to say who would benefit directly from the shed and the buildings that you're talking about.
Mr. Chair, again.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, again, when we took office with a department whose staffing strength was 127, and under the previous government, they just had a staffing of 87. So they were in deficit in the first. What I can say to you that presently, the Ministry of Labor has been granted the authority to increase that staffing strength from 127 to 200. So the answer to the question is the employees, those that I met there, and those that have come since, and the rest that will come. Subsequently, they will benefit from the construction that we are to do at the complex at 82 Breakdown.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state for us the dimension of the shed that is going to be built? The dimension.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, presently I don't have that with me, but I can get that to the National Assembly for circulation.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just under that again, we're looking at furniture. And could the minister, the Honorable Minister, say for us whether the sums allocated there for furniture, whether those would be new or you're talking here about replacement, and whether the process of, if they're new, it means we would have had all the furniture, whether the correct process was done with regards to discarding those furniture.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, again, we are speaking about a department becoming a ministry, moving from having 87 staff members to nearly 200 or thereabout. It follows that to accommodate those persons, you have to have furniture. And I can assure the honorable member, we're talking about new furniture. Of course, anything to be disposed in the public service, that's Auditor General matter. But what I can assure this House is that all the furniture that we will procure will be new furniture, and we will utilize the national procurement process to ensure that those furniture come to the ministry.
Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Could the Honorable Minister say to us or give us a breakdown of the furniture that would be purchased?
Honorable Member, which line item are we on?
The same one we're on, sir. We're looking at capital, policy development and admin, the same.
We're looking at?
Yes, we're under the same heading there, policy development and admin, the same.
She already gone to capital. She hasn't dealt with the current, and you haven't put the matter.
Honorable members, I think I'm still in control of my comprehension and my faculties. I raised the issue to bring the honorable members' attention to we're dealing with the current.
Yes.
So honorable members, what you're asking is the capital, which I haven't proposed as yet. So I proposed the current, which was Agency 38, Program 381. And we are at 270 and 271. Yes. I know you're going to have some questions there, so I just wanted to pull you back to what we have before us at this time. So take a minute and come back to that page, and then you can ask questions on the current, and we will take the questions on the capital as already taken. 270, 271. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Member, if I can turn his attention to page 271, staffing details. And we're looking at code number 6116. And I notice here we have a big jump from 16 to 38 employees. Can the honorable member provide reasons for the increase in staff? That's one. Two, and where are the first five, right? The highest, can you provide the emoluments, the description, and the position for the first five, and also for the last five, the emoluments, their designation, and also the other benefits that they're getting. Also, comrade member, can you say where these persons are assigned to? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if this matter was not so serious, I would have been laughing off of my seat hearing the honorable member asking a question. But just for reference again, the Ministry of Labor that now exists never existed under the former government when the honorable member was a minister in the government, even though very junior. I have said before, the staffing strength of the department was rather 127. The department was starved. The 4 ministers that served during the period never paid attention to the labor department, now a ministry. They never filled the vacancies, the 40-odd vacancies. Now, recognizing that the government of the People's Progressive Party said that we promise that once we elected, we will re-establish a Ministry of Labor. And therefore, in the assessment, we have proposed to the Public Service Ministry that the staffing we need is about 200 persons. And for the benefit of the member, when I got there were only 16 labor officers. Today I can report that there will be 26 labor officers. Further, I can report that many regions that never had a labor office or a labor officer, they now have.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the overview. We now have to come to the particulars on this program. If I see it, the strength moved from 25 to 51 on the policy development and administration. And the member is asking, you have a big jump on the wages, and that's what she's asking for you to explain.
Mr. Chair, very much so. I'm answering her question. And I'm making a point that I can't put the staffing in vacuum. I have to put them at a place. I'm making the point that we have now regional offices to the length and breadth of Guyana. So that is why I want to situate the staff. And that is the reason why I want to situate the staff. And if you would allow me, I'm trying to make the point that except for Region 8 presently, every other region outside the Region 4, we have now a labor office in the region.
And you're going to get, Honorable Minister, on over the next hour or however, you will have at least 2 other programs that staffing details will pertain to, and you will get an opportunity after this overview, which you've situated all these staff in, to answer the questions about the particulars of each program and its staffing.
Okay,
we now come back to that.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, there was no administration, and the staffing details. This is the administration: 1 receptionist, 4 cleaners, 2 confidential secretary, the permanent secretary, 5 drivers, 2 office assistants, 1 admin assistant, 2 typist clerk, 2 receptionists, public relations officer, legal officer, 3 clerk, 2 data entry clerk, 1 storekeeper, system development officer, procurement officer, 1 store clerk, 1 handyman, 2 assistant accountant, and 1 accountant.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for upbraiding the honorable member. You must know it's time and place.
Could you please withdraw that comment? I didn't upgrade the honorable minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You didn't hear me.
Pardon? You
Your description of my action, please.
You didn't upgrade him, you upgraded him.
I didn't upgrade. I'm asking to withdraw that. Upgrade? Oh, not even that. I didn't upgrade him at all. Only His Excellency President Ali can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Proceeding on. May I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. Honorable member, for 2021, I note you had 5 million budgeted and you spent 5.9 million. No, sorry, you had 5.9 million budgeted for 2021 and you had a revised figure of 10.4 million for 2021. First question to the honorable member, what would have caused this increase? Where exactly the monies were spent? And my third question has to do with the new appropriation being sought, which is $4.9 million. Can the honorable member state whether the 4.9 million is sufficient in comparison with what was spent last year, and which buildings are to be maintained? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, just to say that the sum 4.9 is adequate because many of the things that upgrading that we had planned to do, we did it in 2021.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the honorable member failed to answer my other questions. In 2021, you budgeted for 5.8 and you end up spending 5.9.
Honorable Member, you may have to memorize these figures because you're confusing them.
No, sorry. Honorable member, you budgeted 5.9 in 2021 and you spent 10 million in 2021. So the question I asked earlier, why the increase? And just before you respond, and secondly, you're now asking for $4.9 million. And what I'm asking you, which building or buildings to be maintained with this 4.9 million?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, just to say that, yes, we budgeted 5.9. I said earlier that we had to take 3 buildings to make a ministry. And therefore, in consideration of the works that had to be done, there were requirements that we were authorized by the Ministry of Finance to do, and that is the reason why you see 10 point whatever million dollars that was spent to upgrade the complex that we are trying to build.
Honorable Member, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, could the minister say clearly to us why you have such an increase with regards to security, and that's on the line item 6281, security services? Relax yourself, boy. Yes, could the minister explain to us why we have this drastic increase from 21,362 to 30,064? And could you identify for us the security company? and where the security servicemen or women are assigned to.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that the $30 million because the cost of security services has gone up, and that is the reason why you have that increase. Secondly, the complex, security is at the complex. All three of the buildings, that is both the Atfield Street side and the Brick Dam side, also security service is at the Permanent Secretary's residence. The company presently that is there, that from a previous contract, is RK Security. At the moment, we are about to tender for new security service.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
I did ask for the name of the security service that is going to be used, or that is being used.
Somebody isn't listening. I said RK Security Services.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, it's a good time to put a question.
Mr. Chair?
Honourable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis.
Thank you for recognizing me, sir. Line item 6284, other. Can the Honourable Minister disaggregate this sum for us? Tell us the activities that will be covered under this sum.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Curtains, 35,000. Consultant fees, 3.5 million. Programming of our network 475,000. And Sanitax services of $200,000.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis.
Sir, just a follow-up question. Could the tell us about the consultancy that is covered under the sum?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the consultancy services that is to have in the ministry a consultant that will help us to develop a strategic plan for labor and policy, issues about legislation and all of those things taken into consideration. Guyana is moving from one place to the other. The labor force survey, all of that is packaged in the consultancy, the work that is to be done, that as a nation we can properly have an understanding about the new jobs that people are likely, we have to train people in. So all of those things will be part and parcel of the consultancy to develop for the ministry.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, this sum that we're looking at is a meager sum, and the minister has said there are a number of other things, including curtains and other things. Could he be a little bit specific and tell us what's the cost of this particular consultancy?
Honourable Minister.
Okay. Mr. Chair, when members ask questions, they have to pay attention to the answers. I went through and disaggregated this money, $3.9 million for the consultant. I called 4 or 5 items, and I listed what are the costs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labour, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let's take page 651. Honorable members, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Before I recognize honorable members, I think we were at project code 2512300 when I intervened. So the honorable member, Ms. McDonald, you can have the floor and ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, we noticed under this heading here, furniture and equipment, and the question I was asking before. Could the
You're going to have to stay closer to the mic because we're getting a very muffled.
Are you hearing me now, Mr. Chair?
Still not getting you good.
You're not hearing me again?
No, yes.
All right. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We were asking whether, I was asking earlier about the furniture and the equipment that are listed here. Could the minister say to us what equipment we're talking about and the costing for these equipment?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. CCTV camera, desk, biometric time machine, cubicles, low-back chairs, monitors, mic and webcam, television sets, projector and screen, conference table, self-powered PA system, executive chairs, 9,000 BTU AC, equipment and tools for the handyman, laptops, and that is quantity 4, computer workstation, desk, quantity 4.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 272 and 273. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for acknowledging me. To the honorable member, can I turn your attention to project code 6116? 6116. I notice here, last year, we had 9 staff for 2021. And for 2022, we are up by 31. Can the honorable member explain to this House the reason for the increase in staffing numbers? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, you have another opportunity.
Mr. Chair, as I was saying sometime earlier, we are moving staffing complement at the Labor Department from 16 to 26, and we are moving staffing complement of the OSH department from 9 to 30. We move staffing complement of the CRMA department by some 5, and also the Co-ops department by I think 5. As regards the Labor Department, most, if not all, of the persons are already hired. I think we just have a couple more to be hired. As regards the Occupation Safety and Health Department, we have hired so far about 50% of the sum total of the persons to be hired. And therefore, that is the reason why you see the increase from 65 budgeted, 65 last year to 85 for 2022.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, to the Honorable Member. Thank you very much for your explanation. The Honorable Member mentioned that late in the year, they will be hiring additional staff. I have two questions for the Honorable Member. First, can you say whether the positions will be advertised publicly? Secondly, for the remuneration, I notice here you have an increase from 17 million to 86 million for contracted employee. The question I have here is whether provisions have been made for the new staff or the new personnel that will be hired sometime in the year, or you'll have to come back for supplementary paper later down in the year to, cater for the additional staff. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, a couple of things. One, I think already some of my colleagues, they had to explain this to the opposition benches, that hiring of staff during the period, the Ministry of Finance deals with that matter as regards paying for the staffing. So nothing will come back as regards a supplementary for the payment of new staff. Secondly, if you increase staff, it follows that the line item costs will increase. So there's no bafflement there. And as I have said, we have increased the staffing complement as regards technical officers from 65 to 85. And therefore it follows, I repeat, that the sum will be increased. Additionally, I'm sure the 7% increase is part of what the numbers are showing for 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, on the heading 6113 and 6117, we have noticed there that in 2021 we had a staff total of 28, and then in 2022 we are having 26. In 2021, we have 11, and then in 2022 we are having 7. Could you say to us what was the reason for the decrease in your staff and the totals there for those headings, under those headings where you have other technical and craft skilled, and where you have temporary employees? Could you say whether what's the reason for the decrease?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, 6117, I'm advised that the persons were temporary staff who was left the ministry. 6113, I'm advised that there was resignation of 2 officers. That is why the number has moved downwards from 28 to 26.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, we're looking at technical and other skilled craft skill. Is the minister saying to us that the ministry is now fully staffed, so you don't need the additional, or are you going to be advertising for these persons at some point?
No, Earlier I said that we have the authority to hire up to a staffing complement, of course authorized by the Public Service Ministry, of nearly 200 persons. We started the process of hiring people, building a admin department. We had no accounts department, no personnel department, no IT department. All of those are things that we are building, new staff. As regards technical officers, as I said, we only had 9 OSH. That complement will go to 30. And therefore, the hiring of persons continued. It started in 2020, and we still, as I speak to you, people are being interviewed. Some of the recommendations are at the Public Service Ministry, waiting for approval. And we still have to hire more persons. As regards advertisement, what I know is that we have, that is the Central Recruitment and Manpower Agency, which is a department of us, that is one of their functions. So it follows that they will do the same advertisement like they do for the private sector and other people. Added to that, we had an advertisement on our Facebook page about the staff, and people responded to that. And even in the early days, when the Guyanese people recognized that a ministry was being reestablished, I can tell you, we have scores of applications that we are still looking at, and many people have been hired via the process. So the hiring continues until we fill the complements of the amount of persons we need. Importantly also is the fact that we have established regional offices. We have determined that all the technical officers that will man those offices, they will belong to the region, and that is what we have been doing. So you have in all the regions, you have persons from the regions who are working in the regions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6291, national and other events. What I recognize here, Mr. Chair, is that 3 million was budgeted for, 3.5 million was budgeted for 2021. And only 1.399 million was spent. I notice here for 2022, the ministry is now asking for 18.5 million. In a COVID setting, I guess the honorable member can explain to us what is it that the ministry will be celebrating as national events, and perhaps provide us with a disaggregated list of what these events, right, are. So, to the honorable member.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, just to say that the Ministry of Labor, we are embarking and have embarked on a sensitization program. So that will be one of the issues for 2022. Sensitization about labor relations and the rights of workers. I can inform this House that on Friday we have a conference, first of its kind, labor conference, where we will be engaging all the companies in Guyana who operate in the oil and gas sector. Yes, it's a national event. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, oh my God. Mr. Chair, secondly, we will roll out a PR and communication strategy to deal with the issue of safe work, because we have been aggressively dealing with the issue of health and safety. And just for reference, because of the work that was done by that department, we have decreased workplace deaths in our first full year in office by 16%. We have decreased, you all have a hearing problem over there. We have decreased by 16% the incidence of deaths in the workplace, and that was because the Occupation Safety and Health and the Labor Department, they have been out there sensitizing and engaging private sector, public sector, doing training for employers and employees, and that work will continue in the new year. Flyers, brochures, all of those things are involved in that. The other thing, again, the honorable member might say that Occupation Safety and Health Month activities is not a national event, but it's a national event. World National Exhibition, the International Energy Conference, the Ministry of Labor will be there permanently, a booth where our departments will be engaging with the people from the oil and gas sector. We have Child Labor Day and several other Co-ops Day that are important national events in the calendar of the nation that the Ministry of Labor promotes and will continue to promote, and that this money will be utilized this year to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 651. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency. And we now invite the Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security and her staff to take up their position in the dome. Honorable members, we will take the break after this presentation. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 278 and 279. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6211, the legend indicates that we have 8 new employees in 2022. 6116, sorry, Mr. Chair. Can the Minister list the designation and emoluments for these employees?
Honorable Minister.
6116. Contracted employees.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, thank you for that question. The designations: Deputy Permanent Secretary, Admin, Admin Assistant, Principal Personnel Officer, System Development Coordinator, Procurement Manager, Procurement Officer, Administrative Assistant, Transport Officer. In that order, 359,124, 96,596, 299,600, 287,058, 187,642, 109,202, 96,595, 81,320.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis.
Comma Chair, 6241, rental of buildings. I have a 3-part question here. Can the Minister say who are the landlords in the rental agreements? What has caused the increase in the rental of the buildings, and where are these buildings located?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the Mirage Building for the Guyana Legal Aid Clinic. And you wanted to know what the increase was about? It was to that rental.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lewis.
Mr. Chair, I asked about the landlord, and she had given me the location.
The Mirage Building, that's the landlord, the Mirage people.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mrs.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Follow up to my honorable member question. 6241, rental of buildings. I think my colleague did ask the question, the reason for the increase.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rental was raised, and we are catering for that increase in the rental. It was raised from 313,500 per month to 361,000 per month, and as I said, it caters for the legal aid entity, which provides free legal services to all those who cannot access legal services.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis.
Comma Chair, thank you. 6281, could the Minister tell us the reason for the increase, and where are these security services located?
Honorable
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister, I think security services would come under a different line item, just to bring your attention. Go ahead.
6281 line item, Mr. Speaker. The last time it wasn't the entire year that was catered for. In this budget, the entire year is catered for, and it includes the Special Constabulary and Elite Protection Service.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the honorable member, Ms. Maureen Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6292. I recognize that there is an increase from 2020.
6292.
There is no such thing, Mr. Speaker.
6292, dietary.
Honorable members, allow the honorable member to.
Sorry.
Thank you. Honorable members, honorable member, Ms. Singh-Lewis.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Comma Chair, 6284, Other, could the minister disaggregate for us and tell us about the activities that would be under this head?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. So, rental of photocopy machines, because we have heavy maintenance cost of the machines, and in order to reduce downtime, so we have been renting machines and at a cost of $402,000, advertisement for public tenders and vacancies notice, editing of interviews, television programs for the ministry, and this is to do with the ministry's work and programs, getting those out there across the country. Carpets and window blinds, fixtures and servicing of appliances and other equipment, such as our fire alarm, our CCTV cameras and telephones, Microsoft license suite, Sanitact services, PBX phone systems, and this is because there was an expansion to the ministry and the current PBX system does not have the capacity, so we're improving that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. McDonald? No? Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Minister tell us if there would be any religious holidays under this heading?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. All the religious holidays, we have had a tradition since I'm there at the ministry of observing all of the religious holidays.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, could the minister say for us on the 6294, what does other there indicates?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff ID cards and replacement of new ID cards, because we are considering using a biometric system at the ministry, and we would look towards doing that to improve the efficiency of our staff members and our timekeeping. We're also looking at the stipend for work study, service of UPS power supply, purchase of staff and retirement tokens that are traditionally done, stipend to ministerial tender board, replacing of the maps in the washroom facilities outside the office building, and replacing industrial carpets in our offices, staff t-shirts for when they go out to represent the ministry, and payment of evaluators.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh-Lewis.
Thank you, Comma Chair. 6302, training, including scholarship. Could the Honourable Minister list the types of training and who will be the beneficiaries of this training?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member. Our staff will be the beneficiaries, and this training includes staff development, project management, and event planning for our ministry, and a diploma in general computering skills. And what we are trying to do is to enhance the capacity and capability of our staff to cater for the enormous amount of work that we've been doing through this ministry that was really never done before. So last year we embarked on a series of events and programs and initiatives, so we are just bringing the staff up to speed at the moment. And I believe in investing in staff too.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. Could the minister share with us the organizations that are going to be afforded this opportunity?
Honorable member, I'll just bring the attention to other members. All of these organizations are listed in the budget estimates, and the details are in there. Honorable Minister, you may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like me, I can read it out, but it's page 604 and goes to page 605. Would the member like me to read them all out? Oh, I can, that's all right. Okay.
Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6292, dietary. I noticed there was a revision in 2021 of just 344,000, but now it has gone straight to 18,500,000. Is it new locations, new additions? Do you, I mean, I know you have night shelter and some other places and so, but this dietary, where are we talking about?
Just help me here, honorable members. I think we are at program 391, Policy Development and Administration, current. I'm checking dietary 6292 and I see 0. Am I wrong?
You are correct, Mr. Chair, and there is no such line under this program.
Yeah.
This was a previous question.
Perhaps the honorable member has moved ahead, signal our intention to. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to page 652? And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh-Lewis. Go ahead.
If I may refer to the items at 162. Could the minister tell us what are these items and where will they be placed?
I don't remember which page are you on? I heard you said 162. I'm looking for 162. Just put on the mic, I can't hear from there.
Project Profile 162.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this, we have photocopy machines for registry and procurement, cubicles for all the staff on the different floors, multi-purpose printer for procurement and the secretariat, electronic timekeeping system, and I explained why, laptop computers for EPMA, project officer, IT support specialist, transport officer, procurement, desktop computers for admin assistants, accounts and personnel, executive chairs for a number of staff, filing cabinets, admin assistant, project officer personnel, a small refrigerator for the procurement department, external hard drive for personnel and PR, shredder for procurement, a vacuum cleaner for the ministry, a guillotine for EPME. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh-Lewis.
Sir, if we can look at 161, we have payment of retention and provision for stores. Can the honorable member provide a disaggregation, tell us what goes to retention and what goes to stores?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are only two items here. I'll start with the simplest one. We're constructing stores because the Lamahas Street office really does not have space, and so that's to the tune of $5 million. And the other is a retention on remodeling that was done to the building because we instituted a difficult circumstances unit, and so people who come to access services from the ministry, we want to maintain that dignity, we want to have them comfortably settled, so there's an expansion of that. There's an expansion of space for the procurement unit. Pretty much is to accommodate staff and programs of the Ministry of Human Services.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh-Lewis.
Could the follow-up, Mr. Chair, could the honorable minister tell us where this facility will be constructed?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the Lamahas Street office, as I mentioned.
Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services
Chair.
and Social Security. Honorable member, you're going to have to decide because this is the second time.
Chair, this is the last question here.
You know, you can ask as many as you want within the time.
I can? Thank you.
Yes, within the time. But, you know, to have us about to put the question and then a reflex action. That's okay, honorable members. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
163, we have cash transfers, electricity bill credit, Survivors Advocate Program, and a media campaign, 970 million. Could the honorable minister disaggregate this sum for us?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we did a number of excellent programs last year to benefit our pensioners and people living with disabilities, people who are on public assistance. Each one of those categories got $25,000 in a voucher through this line, and now we are also looking towards that again. We looked at expansion of so many programs and we touched so many thousands of lives across the country. And so this will be used again in that direction, and we are looking at the most vulnerable in our population. We're also looking at the Survivors Advocacy Program, and this is a program that is very special to the ministry. This program deals with how we tackle domestic violence, and it complements the 914 hotline, the 914 app called I Matter, and the Survivors Advocates provide personalized support to people who would have experienced violence and abuse, and we have taken on a number of those persons last year. We are going to expand the complement this year. The intention is to ensure that we have those survivors advocates in all of the regions, and to ensure that there is knowledge about our programs and all of the good work that we're doing, and to ensure that there's excellent access by people across the country. We will be doing a number of media campaigns. We're also looking at strengthening the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security's efficiency, delivery of service. So all of that falls under this line, and we would have to cater to for administrative costs as well.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, a follow-up question. Or rather, if I may redirect the question. Can the minister tell us, of the 970 million, how much will go to cash transfer, how much will go to electricity credits, How much will go to Survivors Advocate Program, and how much is assigned for the media campaign?
Sure,
Honourable
Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you. 367,209,000 for cash transfers, 77,050,000 for beneficiaries of old age pension. The electricity credits, we've already dealt with that. The Survivors Advocates Program, 59,021,000. Media campaign, 67,351,000. And strengthening of the ministry and how we can have really good output, 236,844,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member Ms. Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 164, this caters for technical assistance. Can the minister explain what technical assistance will be provided here?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this actually was something that was sitting on the shelf for a number of years within the last government's administration. And I raise it because these are very important things that we want to do, such as a poverty map. And this was in combination with the IDB project. And the poverty map would help us to determine who are the beneficiaries, where they are, what are their circumstances. It was done, and it was not well done because the population of the poverty map was flawed. So we are now waiting for the survey results, the census survey results, so that we can relook at this. I think I would have mentioned it before, but no, I forgot. You all weren't here last time. And then there is the proxy means test, then the digital specialist who will give oversight to the development of our digital unit, the MISU, and also change management specialists who will work with us to ensure that there is integration of the departments, the information coming out of the department so that our response will be that much faster and more effective. Project executing and emoluments and equipment, and also consultancies. If you like, I can give you the breakdown because I pretty much figure you'll ask for that. So $8,340,000, $6,255,000, $8,340,000, $6,081,737. 20,983,263, and that's in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members. I now put Honourable Member Mr. Cameron Ramchita.
Yeah, in relation to the cash grants, Minister, Honourable Minister, could there be a commitment to transparently place this on the website as to who are the beneficiaries?
Honourable Minister.
So thank you for the question. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if you want, it would be 15,861 persons for public assistance. And how this is done is using our public assistance register. It's not that we go out and randomly select people. They go through a process of coming through the local boards of guardians and also having the Poor Law Commission review as well. This includes persons with disabilities, and then you're looking at a number of other persons also benefiting, thousands and thousands, cash grant, 10,000, old age pension, you're looking at 58,000 plus people, 2,800. I think that'd be a bit unwieldy for public placement, but I have nothing to hide. It's all transparent. So if it's at all possible, I have nothing to, to say about not doing that.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to pages 280 and 281. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 392, Social Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Yes, I'm following up on the question I should have asked the last time, 6292, dietary, there's an increase for approximately 10 million. Could you explain why the increase and the locations and who are the beneficiaries of this sum?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This line item caters to meals for all our homes and institutions. We are now moving to a full capacity. There's been an extension of the Palms. There's also an extension of the night shelter. And now with more and more COVID-19 guidelines being put in place, we are in a better position to accommodate more persons. So we are looking at Palms Night Shelter, Hugo Chavez, Mahaika Hospital, and all our shelters across the country. Palms has a capacity of 210, Night Shelter a capacity of 102, Hugo Chavez the capacity of 120. So those are some of the numbers we are looking at.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha St. Louis.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Line item 6116. Sir, there has been an increase in contracted staff from 2021 62 to 2022 122. Could the Honorable Minister say to this House, why such a significant increase in 1 year, and where are these staff placed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. This line caters for the 7% increase as well as 60 new staff members, and actually these are very much needed members of staff that will cater to the needs of the ministry, including some of the places that require and demand so much more care. So let's start. The Deputy Director at our Cornhill office, Administrator Hugo Chavez, Project Officer GWLI, Senior Training Officer GWLI, and as you know, GWLI has become a hub for all of the activities dealing with women, so we have to increase our capacity. I think one person was there before, and that's probably why nothing was done. Then the assistant admin at the Palms Geriatric Facility, the liaison officer, Cornhill and Water Street, the probation and social services officers. We also have hotline operators. So you will see that a number of these persons include our hotline operators, our first responders, 1 and 2, that deal with domestic violence, ward maid, kitchen assistant, cleaner, nursing assistant, patient care assistant, laundress, and typist clerk.
Honorable Minister, I think she was asking also to move with the staff in 6116.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just read it. The 60 new staff that we took on. And also I made reference to the 7% increase that's contained.
Thank you.
To increase.
Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Yes, just following up on the same line item 6116. Could you give us the top 5 persons, the emoluments of the top 5 persons in this category?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member. Administrator, 322,152. Deputy Director, 321,000. Senior GAO, 275,190. Senior Training Officer, 256,371. Administrator, 242,725. Matron, 235,993. So that's 6. I gave you a bonus.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Dionarine Ramsaran.
Thank you, Comrade Chair.
Ramsuru, sorry.
Under,
I keep giving you a new name every time
That's fine, sir. It's, sir, under line item 6284, other, there's a budgeted allocation for $120 million there. Could the Honorable Minister say if the health care workers employed at the Palms Geriatric Home will receive their 2 weeks bonus promised to these healthcare workers by the government?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, that's not catered for under this line item. It doesn't relate to this line item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 392, Social Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I'll try a new thing here, and let us turn the next page and deal with the item 393, Child Care and Protection Agency. It might prevent us turning many pages up and down if I take it this way. Honorable members, I propose a question that, sorry, I'm at page 282, 283. 282, 283. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, current expenditure, sorry, Program 393, Child Care and Protection, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for agency. Honorable member, Ms. Flobeth.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6294, order. Could the Honorable Minister say what are the areas covered under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to read them all out? I can. Independent Living Skills Program with transition housing for youth and family. We have to cater for children who are in state care, and many of them age out of homes. So we've started an aggressive program to look at their welfare even after they leave our homes, because it is tough for them. So this caters for that. $2.5 million. Then screening and processing of potential foster parents. As you know, we started expanding our foster care program, and this is a program where it allows children not to be in institutional care for a protracted period of time. So here again, this is catered for. Then maintenance of the adoption board. The adoption board was reconstituted. The adoption board has been doing excellent work, and we have managed to clear a significant backlog of adoptions in the country. The public awareness programs on issues affecting the well-being of children. Last year, the Every Child Safe program was launched, and this is to deal with community engagement on the safety and security of children. And we are looking at this in a holistic way, where we work with our officers as well as parents and the wider community to have safe environments for children. That's catered for here. We are cognizant of teenage pregnancy, and so there is a teen prevention and empowerment program working with young pregnant mothers. And we're also looking at community partnership development program, helping those vulnerable families that have instability, to ensure that they are catered for and supported. in this line item. There's the annual staff conference, and one of the programs that I think all of us would like to see happen very quickly and will be happening very soon is our parents training program. We are going to be working with parents across the length and breadth of this country. We are going to be training trainers to deliver this kind of training, and they will go out to work with parents, new parents, parents who have difficulty, parents at large. This is under here. Child development and life skills building program to prevent juvenile offending. As you know, the new Juvenile Offences Act was in place, and we are embarking on an expansive program to prevent those kinds of offences and to also intervene if the need arises. In-home case service to children and their families to reduce the number of out-of-home care for children. The Child Care and Protection Agency has the National Alternative Care Policy because the world is moving towards less institutionalization of children. And as such, we are looking to prevent that should it arise and to work with families to have more of a sense of equilibrium in their homes. Financial support and assistance for the implementation of the same National Alternative Care Policy, the maintenance of the visiting committee. This is something that is new. It was started last year, and we have a visiting committee that will visit all of the children homes across the country, provide reports to the ministry so that those homes can improve their standard of care. School supplies, clothing, and footwear. Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Minister, Honorable Member. I have Dr. Cummings and I have the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson. Annette Ferguson first. Annette, Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the very line item 6294 other. I'm happy to hear from the honorable member what are some of the activities, vulnerable communities and stuff like that. Though you did not provide us with, the areas likely to benefit, speak more like a holistically. So what I want to find out from the honorable member would areas such as Agricola, Buxton, East Rumveld, South Rumveld, Luzignan, will these areas be captured to benefit from what the budget allocation has to offer? That's one. Two, how will your beneficiaries or the target numbers be derived? What assessment has been done to ensure that the most vulnerable persons within these communities that I have just alluded to would gain to benefit? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm glad the member asked that question because I was very clear when I said all of Guyana will benefit. And in fact, last year, a number of areas were identified as hotspots, and work already started in some of those areas like Beirut, like Mocha, and so a lot of these areas will be captured, and a number of, because I went into that area myself, then when the Every Child Care Safe program was launched, we went in there, we had a thing where we were letting off balloons and lanterns, so I don't know, if you just looked up in the area, you would have seen it, and the Child Care and Protection Agency has its officers working in the fields. We were on the highway, we were in all parts of the country. So this will be expanded outwards and include the hinterland and areas that are most vulnerable. I don't think the member has anything to worry about because I do care about all the children of Guyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Dr. Cummings, then the Honorable Member Natasha.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at training and scholarships 6302.
In the revised 2021 budget, it was 5,900,000. And budget 2022 is almost double, from 5,900,000 to 12,845,000. Now, who are the beneficiaries of this training? What criteria is being used? Are we covering all of Guyana, especially the vulnerable population like Barometer and these places? Representative from those, how you go about choosing persons to be trained?
Thank you,
Minister.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, member, for that question. Now, the training will have both an outward and inward dimension in that we will be working with people within the ministries to increase their capacity and also externally to benefit people from across the community. For example, we will be training foster parents, and the number of persons intended to benefit will be 50 persons. And we are looking at the existing list of foster parents to work with, so that we're looking at a long-term indicator of potential adoption and to strengthen how they deliver care to children right now. We're also looking at mentorship training, and this one is a very, very good program that we'll be launching, where we will be working with people across the country to develop mentorship skills in communities, because I think we will all agree that children and young people benefit from positive role models. So we want to equip those persons who are enthused to benefit, and 25 trainers will be equipped with those skills. We're also looking at community workers as voluntary social workers and transitional coaches, 30 of those persons. And again, we are focusing on juveniles. And here again, 60 of those persons, young people prone to, young people in the system who are known to be not really on the right track, and those persons will benefit from life skills, and we'll also be working with children. Special training programs for children in all of our institutions during the vacation period, and I think that's self-explanatory. Last year we had a very nice response from children as they benefited from the arts, music and dance, and we were able to identify a lot of talent there. 80 children will benefit. Now, one of the ways in which you can strengthen any system is not to only develop the system, it's to work on the human resource. So it's important that the existing officers that we have can upgrade their skills, can be more in line with best practices, and can benefit from the newer models of engagement with children and parents. So capacity building training for child protection officers, police and other service providers will be done. We're catering for 100 persons, and we're looking here again, more training for parents in positive parenting. And so this will be 300 parents earmarked, and what is intended is that these parents will be spread across the country. We're looking at as much as possible to have the spread across the length and breadth of the country, and a lot of the information and what will drive it will be dealt with through the Child Care and Protection Agency, because they work with the most at-risk children, and they are very aware of those parents who should and could benefit from that.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I had the Honourable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh-Lewis.
Thank you very much.
Then I'll recognize the Honourable Member, Philadelphia.
6284, other. Could the Honourable Minister disaggregate this for us, please? It's $12 million.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, member. So for the first one, it's payment to 3 tutors for remedial school work for the children in our care centers. They have a lot of children who are pretty much not rapid in terms of their learning curve. Everyone has a different learning curve, so that's to the tune of $2,160,000. payment for special mental health services for children. Everyone will agree with me the COVID-19 impact has been tremendous on children, and they would have not benefited from as much social interaction, engagement, and also not being in the class. There are lots of reasons. So we are doing payment for special mental health services for children to the tune of $1 million. Payment for 3 instructors, again for the arts and sports for children, $2.2 million, and we want our children to always be in good shape, their well-being, their physical appearance, so barbering services for boys in care as we promote good grooming, $650,000. We have a lot of boys in care. Continued maintenance of all computers at our secretariat and district offices, and there is a billboard that you will be seeing actually across the country. I think you will like it, so look out for this. Payment, that's $996,400. Payment for procurement notices, I think that's self-explanatory. ID cards for the staff. Washing of towels, mats, and cleaning of windows monthly, $450,600. Sanitac services for CPA and children's homes, $648,000. And a parking sign. And that's at one of the ministry's locations, $25,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lewis.
Just a clarification from the chair. All the services to be rendered for children are children in state care or countrywide?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very specific about saying that this is with reference to children in state care.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6116. I recognize an increase of 17 contracted personnel. Will the minister be kind enough to inform us to the reason for this increase? 1. The portfolio, 2, and the institutions that will benefit from this increase in staff.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. As you know, the Child Care and Protection Agency is really starved for human resource and has been for a number of time. In fact, this was one of the things that I would have said when I was in opposition in budget speech, that we needed to increase it. So we started to do that, and so, Mr. Chair, I am happy to take Honorable Member Ferguson in care if she wishes. The places are quite nice. So here are some of the positions. The admin assistant position, and this was a person who was transferred from temporary to permanent. Office assistant, same thing. Probation and social services officers, and these officers are placed in the rural and hinterland communities because that's where we're starved. A receptionist, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probation and social service officers, a social service assistant, a maid, kitchen attendant, social service assistants, 3 house service supervisor, registration licensing officer. These are in Georgetown at our agencies as well as our institutions in Region 4.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a follow-up question on the same line item, 6116. I have special interest in the 2 vulnerable communities, Mabruma and Port Kaituma. Could the Honorable Minister say if how many staff are allocated in Mabruma and Port Kaituma, and whether these staff are adequate, knowing that Port Kaituma is one of the most vulnerable communities when it comes to child care? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 2 in Port Kaituma, and we have to find someone from Mabruma. There was someone there. So this is part of the efforts, and that's why I'm sure you will support this. because we want to increase our capacity in the hinterland.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 393, Child Care and Protection, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 652. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 392, Social Services, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Sir, just for clarity, we are finished with
all the current we've
and capital for policy development. So we are on capital for social services and child protection.
You're very correct.
Thank you, sir. Sir, 165. There's a project title, it's buildings. The project description includes completion of disability center at Mahaika and culinary training facility, and rehabilitation and extension of a domestic violence shelter, provision for guard hut and trestle at Hugo Chavez Center. Sir, I'm interested in the second part, the rehabilitation and extension of domestic violence shelter. Can the minister list the DV shelters and how much of this sum will go towards each center?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can give you the amounts listed for the shelters, but I can't give you the locations, and I'm sure members understand that. It's a matter of security for persons who are living in violent circumstances and will be in our care. So I can tell you $9,702,000, $10 million for what we have planned.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha.
Sir, I understand the sensitivity to the issue. Could the Honorable Minister lay over for us?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to lay over the sums that I just said, but I will not divulge the locations because, as the member said correctly, it's a very sensitive issue.
Thank you very much,
and I
Minister.
can't do that.
Sir, I don't understand. As a member of parliament, if I need to visit one of these centers, it is unknown at this point in time. We can't ask the question and the minister will not answer.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable Minister, I just want to say to the Honorable Member, the Minister says about the sensitivity of these locations, and I know the Social Services Committee do visit and make requests for visits. Honorable Minister, you may answer again.
Mr. Speaker, I think you covered it nicely for me. And I think, domestic violence is such a huge issue in our country. We must be very sensitive and conscious of these nuances. I think your honorable colleague, Ms. Hastings, is signaling to you that you shouldn't ask me that. And my Director of Social Services is telling me that I'm correct in what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 392, Social Services, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amount stated, the sum stated, now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, same page. Different program. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 393, Child Care and Protection, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 393, Child Care and Protection Agency capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let me thank the Honorable Minister and her staff for taking us through her agency. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, let the Assembly resume. Honorable Prime Minister, would you like to move that the relevant standing orders be suspended, that we can go beyond the 8 p.m. time and to conclude the business of today, and not for today alone, but today, tomorrow, and on Thursday?
Mr. Speaker, I so move that the relevant standing order be suspended so we can continue our work today, tomorrow, and Thursday.
Beyond 8 p.m. Thank you very much, honorable members. Do thou not agree? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, this is a good time to take a half-an-hour suspension, and we come back. Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, the House will resolve itself into committee of supply to continue consideration of the estimates. Honorable members, we now invite the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the Honorable Colin Crowell, and his team to lead us through his agency. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 322 and 323. Honorable members, we will take all of the current expenditure and then we'll take the capital, so we don't have to turn the pages too often. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to page 322 and 323, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson. Technicians?
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, a pleasant evening. We're just back from dinner. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, if I can turn his attention to line item 6166, staffing details. Can the honorable member provide in writing to the National Assembly the categories of staff under this particular line item?
Mr. Chairman, the line item is actually 6116, contracted employees, and I have the information here that I can readily provide to the House. So there's no need to lay over, but if the honorable member is interested, I can give the information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll prefer for the information to be laid over. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't commit to a layover. I commit to state to the House what 6116 entails and the staffing details. I have no problem in providing such here now. So may I go ahead? Good. Contracted employees. There are 15 contracted employees, 1 permanent secretary, 2 personal assistants, 1 community liaison officer, 2 confidential secretaries, 2 technical assistants, 3 vehicle drivers, 1 administrative assistant, 2 cleaners, 2 cleaners and 1 more office assistant. And this category caters for all the emoluments in terms of the benefits, gratuity, etc.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To the honorable member, for the 5 top, can you provide us with their qualifications?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can provide the emolument that is being paid for all the employees, the category of employees that I just identified. And that is as far as what I'm willing to provide.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I remind the honorable member that it is taxpayers' money that are being paid. And by right, we have to ensure that the persons who are employed, they're capable enough to carry out the people's business. So by right, we must be able to know whether they're qualified for the post that they currently hold.
Mr. Chairman, I can assure the House.
Are they qualified?
Mr. Chairman, I can assure the House that the persons all employed here are employed and are competent for the job that they are being employed for, and not like what we met in some of the cases in the secretariat of the then minister, and that is why we had to send home those staff.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't even waste to respond to the honorable member. Who should go home is Ali should go home. He's not qualified enough.
Honorable Member, who are you referring to?
Ali?
She went home already.
I'm not referring to that Ali, sir. We all know which Ali we're referring to.
I don't know, but if you could tell me, I don't see any Ali in the house.
Well, the person who sits as the president of the Cooperative Republic.
Well, you have to withdraw that.
Okay.
You have to withdraw
Moving on.
that.
Thank you very much.
And the next time you make reference to that, I wouldn't acknowledge you.
With your guidance, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, through you to the honorable member.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
There has been a 40% increase from what was spent as revised sum in 2021 and what is to be spent in 2022. Honorable Member, can you explain the reason for the increase? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can provide, as is stated in the estimates, I don't want to waste our time, but I can go through where the increases are. So can the Honorable Member be specific and ask the question? Because if I'm to respond to it appropriately, I will end up calling all the line items that there is an increase, which is already here in the estimate. So
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, could you specify line item or items?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, we're considering line item 6116, contracted employees.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, there were 7 new employees, and of those 15 that I called a while ago, the new ones are the technical assistant, that's one admin assistant, 2 vehicle drivers, 2 cleaners, and the 1 office assistant.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, moving on, 6272, electricity charges. Can the Honorable Member explain reasons for the exponential increase in electricity charges from a revised sum of $5.6 million to $55.85 million for 2022?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is for the payment of arrears to the tune of $22.4 million of that total. And that goes from July 2018 to the end of December 2021. And the reason for that payment for the arrears was as a result after an investigation was done by GPL in terms of the meter. And so it is to correct that outstanding amount. And the difference, the other would be the current catering for 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Member. So this sum will take care of 1 building or several buildings under the ministry?
Honorable Minister.
1 building, Mr. Chairman, lot 41. The building for where the office you used to occupy, hardly occupied actually.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I now turn the Honourable Member attention to line item 6281, electricity services, security services, that is, Mr. Chair. In 2021, the ministry was provided an approved allocation of $33 million for security services. They expended the sum of $14.3 million. Can the Honourable Member explain the reason for the decrease and also provide to the House the reason for the budgetary allocation of $31 million now being sought in Budget 2022?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the $31 million now being sought, it reflects the new contract, which commenced in January of this year, and it runs for 12 months. So it's for actual expenditure foreseen, and it's a new securities company that is in place. And the reason for you would have had less payments last year was for the very reason why they had to change security company, and that is in terms of the performance from the last company. And likewise, there were less utilization.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Can the honorable member indicate the name of the security firm providing security services and the location to which these services are being provided? Thank you, or will be provided.
Atlas Security Services, and it's being provided at Lot 41 Brick Dam as well as the permanent secretary residence.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your question. For the answer. Thank you very much. You know, my mind are all over the place.
Honorable members, please give the Honorable former Minister an opportunity to ask for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your protection. To the honorable member, I know earlier you did mention that the ministry will be seeking new services from, other or probably security company. Can you say to this House what method of procurement will be used to solicit security services for the Ministry of Housing and Water and also the dear Permanent Secretary's residence? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, may I correct though, it now will be. We have already contracted that new company, so it's present tense. And likewise, as has been done in the norm, public advertisement went through the National Procurement Tender Administration Board.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have any further questions for the honourable member on this particular current. I don't know if any of my colleagues have.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, we can turn to the next page, pages 324 and 325. You don't have to turn too far so I can put the question faster. Honourable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 452, Housing Development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn the honourable member attention to staffing details, 6116, contracted employees. I noticed you had no allocation for 2021, but you now have one listed for 2022 with an allocation of 3.9 million Guyana dollars. Can the honourable member say to this House what is the position of this person, and if you can provide us with a breakdown of the person emoluments and also benefits, and where that person is currently assigned or will be assigned.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The position is for one housing economist, and that person was employed during last year. But the reason why you would not have an expenditure stated on 2021, because as is the norm, when you have subsequent employment in the government service, the Ministry of Finance covers that, and then it's now reflected in the current year. Secondly, the emolument is, the salary is $235,993, and what is paid is the gratuity and vacation allowance when due. The person is assigned to the Ministry of Housing and Water.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with your permission, may I turn the honorable member attention to 6112, Senior Technical. For 2021, you had 0 there on the staffing details. And I noticed for 2022, you will be engaging two staff. So can the honorable member provide to this National Assembly the designation of the individuals, their emoluments and benefits, and where these persons will be assigned? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two persons, similarly as I explained with the housing economists, similar process, and there are 2 architects, one being paid $241,861 per month, the other one is $284,861 per month, and the other benefit they will get is a traveling allowance, assigned to the Ministry of Housing and Water.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, for line item 6112, which is Senior Technical, and also 6116, Contracted Employee, can the honorable minister state whether, how these persons were actually engaged? Was a public advertisement done whereby you had, people from all walks, applying for this job? How the employment process went?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the 2 architects actually were already working in the government service. They were at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. The contracted economy, the housing economists came through the system as how contracted employees come through and would have received the approval from the Ministry of Public Service.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm at 6321. Just confirm me that we're on page 324, 325.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Under subsidies and contributions to local organizations, there's $1.3 billion. As I go to the back, I believe that it's the CH&PA. So I'm just would like to ask a question under that. Can the honorable minister state, as far as I'm aware, I will premise it with this, as far as I'm aware, the CH&PA was responsible for the roundabout that is at Mandela Aubrey Barker section. Can the honorable minister state who did the scope of works, who did the layout, the design for that particular roundabout that is being done there?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to give a half-hour presentation, a few minutes on the roundabout and the 4-lane, etc. But that is on the capital, not on the current.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just don't know how that particular line item missed my eyes. Line item 6321, subsidies to local organizations. Can the honorable member explain to the National Assembly the reason for the increases? I think in 2021, you had a budgeted sum of $1.254 billion. So you're now asking for $1.3 billion. Can you explain the reason for the increases?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I honestly didn't want to go down this road, but I find it strange that we're being questioned about the subvention, and I understand why. Because the housing fund, the Central Housing and Planning Authority, was actually starved of Government of Guyana contribution for operational expenses, that's for CHPA, during the last government tenure. So we have last year, as was quite rightly mentioned, there's an increase close to $1 billion. And so this caters, you have the increase as it came about as a result of the 7% and additional activities as part of our operational costs. I mean, I can also go into detail on the $1.334 billion of how this subvention can be spent, if the honorable member so desire.
Honorable, thanks, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member. Ms. Ferguson, do you so desire?
Mr. Chair, I think I can read and comprehend things for myself.
Thank you very
But on page 872 of the Budget Estimates Volume 1, you have Appendix T. And in Appendix T, this is where you'll find the $1.3 billion, which caters for salary emoluments, wages, amongst every other thing. But the question to the honorable member, if I may, can you say, because I noticed, Comrade Chair, that your employment cost to the honorable member is $937 million, as against 677 for 2021. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the increases? That's one. Two, and whether all staff in the Ministry of Housing and Water, whether they will be paid from this particular line item. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the staffing that is paid here is paid through our employees under the Central Housing and Planning Authority. The staffing that we went through a few minutes ago are staffing under the ministry proper. So one is the agency, one is the ministry. And there would have been a few new employees throughout the year, last year to now. I can certainly go into them if the honorable member would like. Would you like me to go into the new staffing? Oh, sure, no problem. Yeah. All right, so staffing is broken down into administrative, senior technical, other technical and craft skill, clerical and office support, as well as semi-skilled operatives and unskilled, and contracted employees. The new employees during 2021, no new employee on the administrative or senior technical. New employee would have come under, so let me go. A survey, I'll go back, I'll give you the details, let's go. An enforcement and investigative officer, an assistant public relations officer, and another enforcement officer, clerk of works, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clerk of works, system analyst, skid steer operator, and for another enforcement officer, architectural technician, engineering technician, clerk of work, planning officer, engineering technician, community development officer, 2 of them, another excavator operator, engineering technician, community development officer, 1, survey technician, administrative assistant, and electrical technician. I'm not finished yet, don't worry. Let's go. Under clerical and office support, you have Housing and Administration Officer, 1, 2, 3. Data Entry Clerks, 2. Assistant Regional Housing Officer, Data Entry Clerk, Regional Housing Clerk, a GIS Research Officer, Accounts Clerk, 2 of them, Receptionist. Under semi-skilled operatives and unskilled, you would have had vehicle drivers, office keeper, handyman, laborer. Under contract employees, 1 project support facilitator, deputy administrative manager, project support facilitator, 1 more, and that's it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, if I can turn our attention on the very page 872, Appendix T. On the capital revenue, the Central Housing and Planning Authority budgeted for $1.9 billion. And this is for sale of assets, etc. And I recognize, Mr. Chair, that the authority was able to net $5.195 billion. You did extremely well last year.
You're proud of us?
So therefore, you should not have been enjoying any subsidies to local organizations, because you got money. So the question to the honorable member, can you provide to this house what are the assets, whether land, vehicle? So let us know what this $5.195 billion was able to bring.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not through as yet. That's 1. 2, whether these lands or whatever assets were sold, whether they were sold to private developers, individual, for commercial purposes, that's the type of information I am requesting from you, honorable member. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if it's a former minister asking this question. Because first of all, as a nation, we should be happy that we have been able to rake in more revenue as part of our performance as a ministry. And likewise, don't worry, I sat and I listened. Now it's your time to listen. Likewise, the former minister would know that there's a model that we use that is called cross-subsidization. So our revenue is earned from the lots that you pay, that when you're allocating. Revenue is earned from the commercial lots that when persons are allocated. And then you have 3 categories. You have house lots, you have residential commercial, and you have commercial. And so the money that is stated there is derived from such exercises. If the honorable member is asking for all the persons we would have allocated, that's another question. I want to know if the honorable member is asking that. Because if the honorable member is asking that, then I will have to go way back to start dealing with allocations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, but I wouldn't, follow up with the sarcasms. So I'll proceed. Even though you were able to sell lands, whether for commercial purposes, for residential purposes, or for house lot, all I'm asking you to provide this honorable house, where exactly were these lands sold? Whether it's on the east bank of Demerara, whether it's Experiment, whether it's Strodeville, that's the type of information I'm requesting, honorable member.
Honorable Minister. All right, so, Mr. Chairman, some of the areas include, on the Region 3, for example, Anna Katrina, CI Edinburgh, Metamirza, Strodeville. Right here in Region 4, for example, Monrepo, Annandale, Vigilance, Bladen Hall, Strathspey, LBI, Cummings Lodge, Great Diamond, Little Diamond, Prospect, Providence, Region 5, Experiment, Berbice, Williamsburg, Hampshire, number 75, number 79, Ordnance, Portland.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the honorable member, a follow-up on this particular line item. Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll, honorable member, for providing that sort of information. But it would have been better for all of us to know how much money raked in from experiment sales, probably the acres of land sold, that type of information. So if you don't have it now, I'll be more than grateful for the honorable member, Mr. Chair, to lay over to the National Assembly a detailed information as it relates to the sale of these lands. Thank you very much.
Minister, you prepare to lay over the detailed information for the sale of these lands?
Mr. Chairman, the answer is no, but there's a parliamentary process so the honorable member can apply in asking questions to the minister.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. No. Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flo Bess.
Thank you very much, Chair. Line item 6284, order. Can the Honorable Minister tell us what are some of the items covered under this line item? 6284.
Honorable Minister, 6284.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the honorable member, they're broadly broken down into two categories. One is for the hosting of an upcoming building expo that we will finally host in this year. And the second would be for dream realized activities. The building expo, Mr. Chairman, we were intended to probably pull it off last year, but we delayed it because of the COVID pandemic, so we're hoping to do that this year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through the honorable member, I've been trying to locate this particular figure in the estimate. But to the honorable member, are you aware that there is a US $3 million, which is equivalent to 600 million Guyana dollars in an account at GBTI? And this sum was actually procured through an IDB project, sir, for water, the wastewater project. If yes, honorable member, can you indicate whether these monies from this account have been in use post August 2020? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure which line item is being asked, but the short answer to that, yes, we are aware of the $3 million US dollars.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, since you've confirmed that you are aware of the $3 million US, can you say to this House whether you have, whether that sum will be used in, the shortest time, and perhaps what arrangements you have for the utilization of such fund. Thank you.
Minister. Mr. Chairman, as far as I'm prepared to say now is that we are in consultation with the Inter-American Development Bank for the utilization.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honourable member. We all are aware that that money has been lying in that account for some time now, so obviously it would have incurred interest. So can you say whether the interest on the sum, whether you all use the money?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let me assure the honourable member that the sum is there, and whatever has been accrued, it's all there in the bank account.
Thank you. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Housing is dear to my heart, so I've got to pay a lot of interest there. So, Honourable Mr. Speaker, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair, I think I've exhausted my questions on this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 452, Housing Development, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable member, let's turn to the next page, pages 326 and 327. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 453, Water Service Expansion and Management, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Sarabo.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, we went from current housing and development and then go to capital.
We're going to come to the capital together. It will save us turning the pages back and forth. Honourable Member Ms. Ferguson, I hope you're not letting out bedroom secrets.
No, sir.
Honourable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honourable member, project code 257,000.
No, we are at current. What? Program 453, 326, 327 pages. The next page. No, we still on the current pages.
Where?
Page 326 and 327. So we're taking all the current and we'll take all the capital pages.
Mr. Chair, I'm a bit tired.
That's
having
okay.
to deal with the people
very, very well. And you're holding up well under your tiredness. Honourable Member, I don't want to say the tired Honourable Member Ferguson. The well-worked Honourable Member Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, we're on page, I'm just confirming, pages 326 and 27.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Comma Chair, I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member Ms. Fruwestan, thanks for stepping in for the tired Honourable Member.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6302, training, including scholarships. And the Honourable Minister tell us what programs or scholarships will be offered under this line item.
Just repeat the line item for me.
6302.
Honorable member, honorable minister.
Training, including scholarship.
Mr. Chairman, while the line item is called training and inclusive of scholarship, there won't be any scholarship, it will be just training. So for example, in training, for example, in certification program in water waste management, certificate program in supply chain management and supervisory management.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 453, Water Services, the Water Service Expansion and Management, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, we will turn to page 659. So why I suggested we take it this way, we don't have to turn the pages again. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for acknowledging me. Can I turn the honorable member attention to project code 257,000, furniture and equipment. I notice here we have a budgetary allocation of $3.5 million to be spent. Can the honorable member disaggregate, since it's, furniture and equipment? Can you say what furniture will be purchased, for where, at the cost, what equipment to be purchased, its cost, and where these items will be located? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister. I don't like the word shut up,
Mr. Chairman, I will start with the equipment. Desktop computers to be located in the three, that is, one at each at the minister's level and the other at the PS secretariat. And those are the secretariats, right? Not the ministers directly. Laptop computers, 2. For the one at the PS Secretariat, one at the Minister's Secretariat. Printers, I see 3, 1 each. Backup battery, similar for the computers. Shredders, 2. One water dispenser for the PS Secretariat, and 1 scanner for the Minister's Secretariat. In terms of furniture, 4 executive chairs, cubicle for the PS Secretariat, because we're setting up that area that downstairs. 1 sofa chair. I wish this can be for me to replace the green chair in my office, though. Okay. 1 sofa chair, and that's it for furniture.
Equipment?
I went through equipment.
And Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, the Minister went through equipment, furniture, and location.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair,
I still have your green chair, don't worry.
through you to the honorable member, you only answered part of my question.
What did I?
I asked the cost association for each item, sir. Thank you very much.
My apologies, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apology, I omitted that. Let me go. Desktop computers, 480,000. Laptop computers, 340,000. Executive chairs, 480,000. Filing cabinet, 600,000. Printers, 575,000. The backup batteries, 150,000. The cubicles, 240,000. Shredders, 170,000. Binding machine, 40,000. The sofa chair, 185,000. Water dispenser, 40,000. The scanner or flatbed, 200,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions for the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy, Development and Administration. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. If we go down the page, we can reach to Program 452. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 452, Housing Development Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, project code 1903100. Infrastructural development and buildings. And based on the explanation given here in the legend, provision for access road and for access road and infrastructure works in new and existing areas. And the authority is now requesting 10 billion Guyana dollars. But before I put my question to the honorable member, for the last 18 months, Mr. Chair, the Housing Ministry was provided a sum of 3.7 billion in 2020, 16.5 billion in 2021. So now gives us a total of some 19 billion Guyana dollars. Now they're asking for a 10 billion allocation for 2022. Given the sector and accumulated sum over these 18 months of 29 billion Guyana dollars, and this must be of concern. Could the honorable member lay over to the National Assembly a detailed breakdown of all projects funded by the 19 billion Guyana dollars and the projects to be funded by the 10 billion they're now requesting?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm here to answer for the $10 billion that is being
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
I'm here to answer for the $10 billion that is being requested in the national budget, and that is what we're asking for. And I will be happy to provide what we're asking that for. And the $10 billion, $3 billion is towards the 4-lane highway, that is for the Eccles to Diamond. The existing areas would be $750 million. Utilities for infrastructure, utility infrastructure for those areas that we've developed $1 billion, and the other $5.250 billion is for the new infrastructure works.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, follow up to the honorable member. $3 billion for the highway Mandela to Eccles. Can the honorable member state the total cost or the projected cost for this particular project? No, I'm not finished with you yet, sir.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
And the amount of monies paid as at 31st of January 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The total contract sum for the 12 lots is $13,327,912,019. The amount that has been paid has been the mobilization advance to the tune of about $1.9 billion. And we are asking in this budget for $3 billion to go towards that allocation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on this very line item, let me just get my book. Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, you said earlier $5.20 billion will be going to new infrastructural areas, right? Can you list these areas and the sums associated with them? Remember, the legend reads, new and existing areas. So the figure you give to me here, which is the $5.2 billion, caters, according to you, for new infrastructure. So will work be done in existing scheme? Because y'all got a lot of work to tidy up in Diamond, Eccles, Parfait, and those areas.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Member, I thought you were listening to me attentively. The existing, I did say, $750 million. The new areas, Mr. Chairman, would include on the Neming, Essequibo, Buxton, St. Joseph Charity, Versailles at West Bank Demerara, Wales, Lenora Edinburgh, Blocks 9 and 18 Golden Grove, Block 5 Great Diamond, LBI, La Reconnaissance, Prospect, the commercial area, Golden Grove, new commercial area, Little Diamond, Great Diamond, the community hub, Peters Hall, commercial area, Lethem, and Amelia's Ward, Phase 4, Linden. The areas I just called are going, those for the new areas. The existing sum for existing areas is $750 million.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh-Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Minister, I just want to follow up on that same item. Can you say if Plot B Hurstelling, or what we call First Bridge in Hurstelling, is listed as your existing area for roadworks?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there are 1.5 kilometers of road in Hurstelling that is catered for under the existing areas.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabel Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that I see that we've come to capital, I will rephrase the questions I asked earlier to the Honourable Minister. First, if he can clarify whether the roundabout that is being built, Mandela or Bibarka, would be funded under this line item.
Honourable Minister.
The answer is no, not for the breakdown that I just provided.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Abuhali.
Mr. Chair, the infrastructural development and buildings has a $10 billion cost. Could the Honourable Minister state where would the funding come from for the roundabout that is currently being built?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the roundabout was already dealt with under the last year SP, or what you call supplementary.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, the honourable member wasn't clear, so can he repeat himself?
Honourable Member, you weren't clear to some honourable members. You can repeat, please.
The roundabout, we have already dealt with that in the previous SP, or supplementary. The roundabout is not catered for on the breakdown I just gave.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the roundabout has not been completed. Is the minister stating that monies have already been paid to the contractor to complete the roundabout?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the answer is no. I said roundabout was dealt with supplementary last year, and any sums that is required is going to be dealt with. Additional sums will be dealt with from the housing funds.
But
it is not being catered for here. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the honourable member. As I stated earlier, this particular ministry, over the last 18 months, 29 billion Guyana dollars, right? Can the honourable member state whether the Ministry of Housing or Central Housing and Planning Authority has the capacity to execute projects of such magnitude?
Of such magnitude, meaning the $10 billion in this budget. Because we have to talk to this amount.
Mr. Chair, the 10 billion plus the 19 billion will give you a total of 29 billion.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the short answer is yes, but I need to add something. The capacity of the Ministry.
Honourable Minister, you said you need to ask something.
Add.
Oh, sorry.
The capacity of the Ministry of Housing and Water and the Central Housing and Planning Authority has been saving the taxpayers of this country hundreds of millions of dollars, because the designs, if you notice, we do not come to this house to ask for consultancy fees. All of those, and design fees, etc., all of those are done in-house by the CHPA.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, seems a good. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Not as yet, Mr. Chair.
That's okay.
Don't rush.
No rush. We only have about 20 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Could the honourable member provide to the National Assembly from the 10,000 house lots that the honourable member would oftentimes boast about, would you provide a breakdown with these areas? Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I would request for the honourable member to lay that information over to us, please. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would beg that you give some additional time so that I can provide some information to the House now.
Honorable member, we have exhausted the 1 hour.
No, but I'll be happy, Mr. Chairman.
Just let me finish, please. The 1 hour remaining for the time allocated. So we have a principle, the time saved on the previous heads will be used in the subsequent heads. So I have 26 minutes remaining that were saved. So we have 26 more minutes to use if you so let.
Mr. Chairman, the areas that we have allocated for the 10,000 house lots.
I've given the floor to the Honorable Minister. If you want, you can raise a point of order, which would have been the last issue raised by me. So if you raise another point of order, you're challenging my timekeeping. Okay. Honorable Minister, go ahead.
The areas that we've allocated, Mr. Chairman, includes on the naming phase 4 in region 2, as well as Charity, that is St. Joseph and Buxton. Anna Katrina, Edinburgh, CI. Block 1X1, Block X2, and Y1 in Metamerzor. Stewartville, those are for region 3. Block A1 being part of Plantation Annandale, Cummings Lodge, that's parcel 1768. Cummings Lodge, parcel 1767, which is called Industry 409. Track NX and NY LBI. Block A1 being portion of Vigilance, Plantation Bladen Hall, Plantation Strathspey, as well as Monrepo. Le Reconnaissance, Plantation Prospect, Great Diamond, Little Diamond, Block 18 Golden Grove, Block 5 Great Diamond, Block 9 Golden Grove, Parcel 115 the Providence, Block 8, Block A, Baltiok, Track CHPA, Letem, Amelia's Ward, Phase 4. Mr. Chairman, that it accounts for the 10,000 plus.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Mr. Darmlal, that's on Parliamentary. I'll send you the list. Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, you go ahead. The list is going to end now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, from the lots or from the areas you've just highlighted, can you state whether these lots are service lots?
Honorable Minister, serving lots.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me to start providing
service lots.
For me to start providing that information, let me start for the period 2015 to 2020, for which allocations were done but no infrastructure work. So it's what we inherited. For which allocations were done and no infrastructure work was done. And these include Monrepo, Annandale, Vigilance, Bladen Hall, Strathspey,
Allow the Minister to answer.
Cummings Lodge, Prospect Phases 1, 2, 3, Williamsburg, Hampshire, number 79, number 75, Ordnance Fortlands. Mr. Chairman, as I speak, some of the areas, allow me to highlight the areas for which we have had infrastructure work complete as well as ongoing or nearing completion that will signal the occupancy very shortly for thousands of Guyanese. Let me go. These include infrastructure work at Anna Katrina CI in Edinburgh, infrastructure work at Metamereser, Stroudville, that's Region 3. Monrepo, Annandale, Vigilance, Bladenhall and Strathspey, LBI, Cummings Lodge, Great Diamond, Little Diamond, Prospect, Providence, Region 4, Experiment, Region 5, Williamsburg and Hampshire, Ordnance, Portland, 75, number 75 and number 79 for Region 6.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, if you have
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for protecting me from the honorable member. I don't know why she's always...
Honorable members, I have to protect the honorable.
Thank you very much, sir. To the honorable member, can you say when the allottees will be able to access their lands?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, sorry, if I may, let me just qualify the question.
But Honorable Member, you know, it's kind of a little, I don't want to use an unparliamentary word, but once you take your seat and I give the minister's on the floor, so you will have to stand on a point of order, but I'll allow you to add. Go ahead. Honorable Minister, please allow the honorable member to add. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, the 10,000 house lots allocated, can you say when the 10,000 allottees will be able to access their lands to construct their dream homes? You listen, Susan.
Honorable member, remember the minister has to answer for the lots under this 10 billion here. So the 10,000 house lots, I understand, that was allocated last year on the last year appropriations, right? So this one would have to be when the persons would receive their house lots, which will come available under this head. Okay. Honorable Minister, would you like to answer?
Mr. Chairman, it's an ongoing process, and all within this first quarter will be shown. Well, they've already started, and those who have not, before the completion in this quarter, already can find where their lot is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just have a few more questions under this particular head. The Housing Fund. For the honorable member, provide to this National Assembly the balance in the Housing Fund as at 31st of January 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I will ask that the honorable member ask that question probably through the format of when you ask the minister, because these are referring to bank balances, for which I obviously didn't come with bank balances today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the honorable member, line project code 1903900. Adequate Housing and Urban Accessibility Program. You're going to hear just now. Can the honorable member advise the National Assembly whether there has been an increase in scope in the scope where this program is concerned? If yes, can the honorable member lay over to the National Assembly information as it regards to the change in scope?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, no change in scope.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Follow up, sir. So there has not been any changes in the scope, right? But therefore, there have been extension to the project. So can you say which areas are now included in the program that was not initially there?
Honorable Member, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I like how the honorable member is asking about this project, because this is a project that should have been implemented already. I was signed since 2018. And having said that, because of your inefficiency to implement the project, we are doing that now. And the boundary for this project falls within up to Haslington on the east coast, Grove Diamond on the east bank, and of course, Parfait Harmony. That cluster remains, the one that you know.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To the honorable member, I heard you mention areas on the east coast, Parfait Harmony. What about Sophia? Is Sophia out from the project?
Honorable Minister, I think I heard you correct. From Haslington, Upper Haslington to Grove Diamond.
Mr. Chairman, let me go it slowly. Haslington that way, all the way so, going that way, all the way so, crossing the Damar Harbor Bridge. So Sophia obviously will be included. And we have ongoing projects at Sophia, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions on this particular area for the honorable member.
Honorable members, the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, having no further questions, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 452, Housing Development, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we now come further down the page, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 453, Water Service Extension and Management, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2802-100 Hinterland Water Supply. Mr. Chair, I must thank the Honorable Minister for ensuring that the residents of Jawala and Kamrang have access to potable water. I am therefore interested in, I see you have listed 3 projects under that heading, under that line item. I am interested in project number 3, where you have listed provision is being made for 7 communities that you have listed. Can the Honorable Minister be kind enough to disaggregate the sums allocated for each of those 7 communities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that compliment, Honorable Member. We will be in your village shortly to commission that project. The new projects identified under the Hinterland program are, and this is specifically for the drilling of wells, Philippi, 35 Mr. Chairman. Etobac, another $35 million budgeted. Isineru, another $35 million. Yacarinta, another $35 million. And I'm sorry, my apologies, I didn't finish listing the Region 7 projects, so sorry. I went to Region 9. Tasserine, another $34,650,000. And the Honourable Minister of Education will be pleased to know Ramadan, which will also address the issue at the secondary school, $35 million. And, well, I mentioned Yacarinta, the other village is Kotoka in Region 9, another $30 million budget.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honourable Member, may I turn your attention to Project Code 2280-2200, Coastal Water Supply. I notice here you have $200 million budgeted for 2022. And the description highlighted in the box here, where the project is concerned, speaks to two issues. One, payment of retention. So perhaps you can provide us some information. What are we paying for? The cost. And secondly, provision for upgrading and expansion of water supply systems. Where are these systems located and the cost associated with this particular project? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The rollover would be for the Luzignan well, so that's $9.4 million, and that well is now complete. The new activities would include for the transmission and distribution mains for Purika Back Dam, and so that will be on the areas to be benefited from that, the drilling of that new well. The actual drilling is done will be done and is ongoing by GWI. So you have Ruby Farm, Bushy Park, Hydroni. Those are some of the catchment areas that will benefit from this new well. So the $45 million is for the transmission and distribution mains. $37.8 million for the installation of water supply systems at Kurukuru, Long Creek, Moblissa. And obviously these are for first time access and improved level of services. Installation and extension of the distribution network in a number of areas, which will form part of first time access. And these are for materials, basically. Region 2 would be Better Success to Better Hope, Bola Dam to Dartmouth, Richmond and Good Hope. Region 3 would be in Canal Number 1, Le Desir. Region 4 on the East Bank, Kurukuru. On the East Coast would be Fowles North, Belfield Housing Scheme, Melanie North, Annandale Eastville Housing Scheme, Frieslas to Graham Street Pleasance. Region 5, Little Abari Sideline Dam. Region 6, Fort Ordnance Main Access Road, the GT&T Chamber Back Dam Road in New Amsterdam. While in Region 7, over the Bartica end would be at Baidarabo and 5 Mile. Region 10, at Wisrock, at the Stacia Corner. South Amelia's Ward, this is Church Street area extension. And so that will take care of the breakdown, and there's a $7 million for project or program administration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, I must commend the ministry for considering improving Dartmouth area because, you know, it's high in content. So can the honorable member state whether on completion of this project, more so for all the areas, but specifically for the residents in Dartmouth, whether they will enjoy an improved water system, purified water flowing through their town? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're speaking about two different things. Improved level of service would be what we just referred to, and these are whereby for increased access, changing pipelines, etc. To deal with quality of the water, the iron content as is high in Region 2, not only in Dartmouth, that is being dealt with on the WISIP program.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The Honorable Member Ferguson having no further questions, I now wish to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 453, Water Service Expansion and Management Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that extensive and intensive answering of the questions. Thank you and your staff for taking us through the head. Honorable members, let me just bring you up to date with the timekeeping. At this time, as we stand at this moment, we are moving on to the Ministry of Education that has 1 hour allocated to it. We have now saved 2 minutes on the previous heads. So we have to be very efficient with the questioning and the answering. Honorable Minister, give you a minute to get the staff in place. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 288 and 289. Agency 40, Ministry of Education. Honorable members, we will take all of the current expenditures so we don't have a lot of pages to turn back and forth, and then we'll take all of the capital. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flo-Bess.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6116, contracted employees. I noted there is an increase of by 27 under this line item. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the designation of the newly appointed contracted employees?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So there would be program managers at goal, program manager at goal, academic progression. The first one was learner support, program manager at goal, social media marketing, program manager at goal, ICT infrastructure,
program manager at goal enrollment management, admin assistant at goal 6 clerks, at goal 2 clerks, 2 more clerks, 1 office assistant, 1 typist clerk, 1 admin assistant, 1 coordinator school feeding, 1 driver, 2 clerk generals, 2 quality enhancement officers at the National Accreditation Council, 1 accreditation officer at the National Accreditation Council.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you may have to come a bit closer to the mic or turn up the volume next time. Honorable Member Mr. Cox, and then the Honorable Member Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6272, electricity charges. There is an increase of more than 38 million for this budgeted allocation for 2022. Could the Honorable Minister provide a breakdown or details of what constitute these additional electricity charges? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
This provision in 2022 is actually to cater for 29 departments in the Ministry of Education, current bills.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Cox.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, could you clarify, are you saying that these departments were not catered for in the previous year's budget and is now being catered for in 2022 only?
Honorable Minister.
So they were paid for by the Ministry of Finance in 2019 and 2020 through some credit arrangement. The Ministry of Education will pay its own bills from this provision.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, could the Minister clarify for us the security services we're talking about on the 6281? We have an increase there from 72 to 79. Could you state the security services and where are we deploying the security service?
Honorable Minister.
The increase is due to increased rates in security charges for service provided at 13 locations. The previous security service providers utilized lower rates. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. McDonald.
Would the Minister be kind to give us the names of those locations, the 30 locations?
Honorable Minister.
26 Brickdam, 21 Brickdam, 68 Brickdam, Exams Division, Book Distribution Unit, Allied Arts, UNESCO, the Bond, MOE Bond, Beams Building, Ministry of Education Sports Complex, VSO Building at the QC Compound, TVET Office, the PS's residence. That's it.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I did notice you.
Thank you, sir. Can the Honorable Minister indicate, well, actually give to this House was the total administrative cost for the GOLD program that
Honorable Minister.
She just mentioned, anyway, I'm answering you.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, we answered just now on 6116 for goal, but goal is actually program 6. It's spread across the.
Okay, Honorable Member Ms. Halley, goal is program 6. It will come up later.
It will come up later?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, can the Honourable Minister please give the emoluments for those persons that she listed as contracted employees on the goal?
Yes. So before I'd like to just focus the member.
Honorable Minister, please just answer it. Ignore the
Guyana Association, the Guyana Online Academy of Learning caters to providing online scholarships for the pursuit of degrees, masters, PhDs, and other qualifications to ordinary Guyanese for who we pay. The government and state pays for their study. And so clearly that had to have been done by department. As you know, 6,200 persons are already, more than 200 persons are already on the program and are studying. This year caters for 4,500 more young Guyanese to become qualified. And so we're very glad to be able to bring this program to Guyana. And I believe, so the program managers earn $350,000, the administrative assistant $200,000, the clerk general $75,000 each, or, well, I'd say between $75,000 and $78,000 each, an admin assistant $150,000, coordinator, distribution center $200,000, coordinator school feeding $200,000, and drivers between $70,000 and $78,000, clerk general or quality enhancement officer $190,817.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity's sake, because I know the minister would not want to hand over any of those documents, can the minister please state to me how many program managers, the actual salary and benefits for each person that is being that is under the goal section of the contracted employees?
Honorable Minister.
Under the contracted employees, this 6116, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would be 5 program managers and 1 admin assistant. Are these part-time?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings. Sorry, Honorable Member Ms. Halley, you want to follow up?
So just clarifying that the 5 program managers are being paid $300,000. Is that basic salary or is that salary with benefits?
Honorable Minister.
I said 350, and that would be salaries.
Can the Honorable Minister please say what the benefits are?
Honorable Minister.
Gratuity and leave passage, please, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
So while you are
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6261, local travel and subsistence. I've noticed there is a whopping increase of 43 million thereabout, 79,891,000 in the revised 2021 appropriation. Here it is an increase of 123 million. So what's the reason for this big increase? I mean, in the light of COVID and all of that. So could you tell us why it's an increase here?
Honorable Minister.
So COVID
Mr. Speaker, honorable member, has not stopped us from performing. We in the Ministry of Education have not hidden from COVID. In fact, we faced it head on. We have reopened schools. As you know, from November of 2020, we began with 4th, 5th, and 6th form. And then April of last year, I believe, we opened grade 6. By September of last year, all the schools had been open for all levels, but on rotation. As you also know, the worldwide science and learning on the issue of school reopenings in the advent of COVID and with the extent nature of the disease is that the best practice for us to reopen schools. So we have not stopped. In fact, we have had to travel more, and I say we loosely, we being officers in the ministry, to make sure that our reopening catered for and was according to the standards that we ourselves had defined. So we actually spent more time traveling, and that is a credit to the officers on the ground. So today I thank them. The increase is to cater for increased monitoring visits to all regions for the school feeding program as well as the books program, and that's estimated to be in the sum of $57 million. This activity was significantly reduced because you know that the AP and UAFC had collapsed the school feeding program completely, and there were almost no books distributed. For increased monitoring visits to all education districts by the inspectorate, it's a new inspectorate unit we have that would cost in and around $6 million. For the policy implementation and monitoring unit, that would cost around $3 million. So in effect, honorable member, it is to cater for increased monitoring and delivery of services.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6284, I've noticed there's an increase of $20 million. What constitutes other in this case? 6284.
Honorable Minister.
So other, which existed in this line and has been funded under this line for a long time, including all the 5 years that the APNU was in office, caters for the payment for consultants, for the regional operational plans, the payment for consultants on the school improvement plan, key stakeholders consultation to review and enhance book distribution process, payment to consultants for the restructuring of the inspectorate, producing scripts and advertisements for the welfare unit. So mostly payment for the EMIS, mostly consultancy services.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, under 6283, I recognize that there's a decrease in the amount there. I'm wondering why. Secondly, the service that was used to provide the cleaning and the buildings that were cleaned. And
Honorable Minister.
There's actually a decrease there, please.
That's
Mr.
exactly
Speaker.
what I said.
You said decrease? The decrease is due to the washing of compounds now being done once a month instead of twice per month, as was previously done at 21, 26 BDU exam divisions and UNESCO.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6302. There is almost a $200 million increase, if I'm seeing accurately. So can the minister state what this constitutes?
Honorable Minister.
Did you say decrease, honorable member? No, there's a $14 million increase. 6302?
6302 was 190, now it is 400.
Nope, not this 6302. Which program are you looking at?
My bad. I've gone ahead of myself.
Okay. Honorable members, since the honorable member has gone ahead of herself, clearly we have exhausted.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was supposed to ask that question, but it was on the wrong page. The same 6302, there's an increase from 26 to 35. Can the Honorable Minister state what this increase is for?
Honorable Minister.
So this line is training, including scholarships, and it caters for, and the increase caters mainly for the following. The School Support Services Unit at $3 million for training workshops and workshops to develop and implement an environmental sanitation project that addresses appropriate training for teachers and students in waste disposal management and sanitation practices for the school's environment. Water sanitation and hygiene training program for selected primary and secondary schools and dorm facilities in Georgetown, Regions 1, 4, 5, 7, and 9, and training to facilitate the establishment and resuscitation of PTAs in schools. Training for adolescent parents. Then, under this, Civil Works Unit will have some ICT software training and structural project management and other ICT engineering software. The Statistical Services and Monitoring Unit will have an annual statistical questionnaire training in all regions. BDU School Feeding will train cooks, treasurers, and other management committee members in hinterland and coastland regions. This was not done in 2021 due to the pandemic. The inspectorate is going to train all regions to facilitate the restructuring of the unit. Disaster Risk and Prevention Management Unit will be training REDOs in risk management and planning and implementation and training for risk management. And the Procurement Unit is scheduled to provide training in procurement for 5 officers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, just following up on the question that I asked before, 6283, I did ask for the name of the company or companies, and I'm surprised that in light of the COVID numbers rising, we are now having cleaning at all of these departments being done once per month. Sad.
Honorable Minister.
No,
right. So if an assessment were made, it would have been made in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and not after a panic, wild reaction. 6283, 6281,
much less you.
They had radar security, they have radar security and inter-service security services for weekdays and holidays.
Cleaning? Mr. Chair, I'm asking for cleaning.
Honorable
Who is
Minister.
cleaning?
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
I am told, Your Honor, and I'm using those words after consideration, that it is small contractors that are used to clean those buildings. That's the ministry's building. So I just want to make a distinction between ministry and schools that we supervise.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put it. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, earlier, the honorable member in her presentation made reference to the goal program. 6116. Good. Can the honorable member state the total number of applications currently on file? That's one.
Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, sir.
She made two references to gold. One, that the details of gold could be had in program 6, which is coming up. And she did mention that the persons who were hired to deal with gold, some of them were included in the staffing here.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome,
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Former Chair. Line item 6222, field materials and supplies. I noticed there was a sharp increase in the total, so I would like to know what has caused this increase.
Honorable Minister.
So the increase caters for one additional unit to this program under the disaster risk prevention and management and other units. It caters for provision made by BDU to purchase wraps and bags with internal plastic to be used to package books, this time for the Hinterland regions, in order to prevent books from becoming damaged by water. $2 million for that. It caters for the school support unit to purchase supplies for distribution to schools and dorm facilities. It caters for pillows, bed nets, spectacles, sanitary pads, vests, socks, combs, and so on for children. It caters for the purchase startup kits for adolescent parents, that's mothers and fathers, for courses that they have enrolled in that will help to make them get a start in their business venture. It caters for the reintegration of adolescent mothers. It caters for some purchase of face masks, face shields, gloves, and so on.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, we can turn the page to pages 290 and 291. Honorable member, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 41, Ministry of Education, Program 402, Training and Development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now address the Honourable Minister to the question that I was asking earlier. I'm at line item 6302. There's almost a $200 million increase. Can Honourable Minister state what is the cause of this increase?
Honourable Minister.
So this caters for the insert. What had happened is because of limited expenditure in 2020, in 2021, less than was required was given. And so we sought to correct that with the Ministry of Finance, because we can't train the way we should be training if we were not given a bigger allocation. So NSERT administration will be training to improve in the quality of school management, train school managers across the country, manage up to better their strategies and methods for greater efficiency in school management, to ensure there is national impact on the management of nursery, primary, and secondary schools. Also, yes, that would be among some of them.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. But what I've heard from you, Honorable Member, is that there are going to be a lot more training done this year. And training to me means somebody in front of a class or in front of people doing some amount of training. So I would like to know, it may be something else, but can the Honorable Minister explain what exactly this extra 200 million, the 400 million will be spent on that requires, this such high sum to training across the country?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, in 2018, 2014, and so on, if you look at the provision to NSERD, you'll see they used to get $200 and something million. Because they were unable to spend it in 2020, in 2021, I am assuming the Ministry of Finance measured expenditure versus what you should give, and they gave a significantly reduced amount. I think they gave $50 million or something. This is more in keeping with what has been given in previous years. But I can go through with you if you want all the spending this increase would cater for. Would you like me to do that? It's not only the NSERD.
I think you're speaking to me.
Sorry, sir. It's not only to NSERD, it is to the DCO's office, the Cyril Potter College of Education, the Unit of Allied Arts, and some other curriculum development, CPC. Would you?
Thank you,
I would
Minister.
appreciate if the Minister wouldn't mind laying it over instead of her going through it. I would much appreciate that.
I could go through it, please, Your Honor. The increase in line item is due to the
Mr. Chair, in
following.
the interest of time, I request that it be laid over. If she doesn't want to lay it over, then never mind. We have a lot of other things to go
Ms.
through.
Hali, when you ask a question, I have to put it to the Minister. I put it to the Minister, and you choose to interrupt. So please, Honorable Minister, would you lay it over?
I wouldn't mind laying it over, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague who looked at 6302, but I'm looking at 6301. There is a whopping increase from $62 million to $200 million, and that's a lot of money. And educational subvention and grants. So I've seen in the appendix theaters, just the National Library. Is that agency consuming all of this money? Or are there other entities that concerns? It's a whopping, it's a lot of money, from 62 million to 200 million.
Honorable Minister.
I'm glad you asked. The Cyril Potter College of Education is the only teacher training college in the country. It is the college that is responsible for determining what numbers and what quality of teachers we have in the classroom. Up to 2021, intake was limited to about 535 students at its maximum because of space constraints. When we came into office in August of 2020, CPC was closed completely without any prospect or plan for reopening. And so we took a policy decision that we would go fully, although not solely, online. Fully means everything is online, but it also means that once we can reopen, given the COVID situation, that we will also have courses in person. So once we did that, Honorable Member, we had an increase from 535 students to 3,000 plus students. And so this line here caters for that increase. With more students come more stipends, come more, and because we went fully online, we had to buy products and services to have an online school, because an online school is not just standing in front of a computer's camera and teaching. You have to give access to library materials, to tutorials, and to other things. And so this line caters for that expansion. I can take you through each item. It caters to the grant of all pre-service students at CPC. The increase will accommodate a new intake of pre-service students. Since the program will be online, there will be no resident stipends. Year 2 is projected to have 995 non-resident students. And that would cost $148 million. In addition, the projected year 1 is 988 non-resident students. The and that is expected to cost $49 million, 49 plus. The remaining 1.8 will cater for stipends to offset costs for the board at college. Therefore, the projected expenditure for CPC under this line item is $140 million for year 2, plus $49 million for year 1. I'm rounding off here, by the way, plus 1.8 for the board stipend, and that's $200 million. It also, yes, that would be it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under the same line item, could the Honorable Minister state where the provision is being made here for provision of laptops or tablets to the trainee teachers?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the one? Yeah, that would be capital. But Mr. Speaker, while we're on the issue and the question was asked, and the honorable member is very interested in this issue. I remember him saying last year that to go fully online meant we were taking away the interactive, which is why I said it's not solely online, the interactive nature of this. But before the PPPC left office in 2015, we had a program, a rotating fund, where each student was given the opportunity to purchase at a heavily subsidized cost a computer. And that program was crashed and collapsed and neglected and not followed by the AP and UAFC. It was replaced by nothing, even though that party had come into office promising 1 laptop per teacher. You'd remember that was a manifesto promise. That was another broken promise. So we have in that account about $36 million, and we intend to restart, and the process for procurement has begun to restart that revolving fund so that teachers on the CPC training program can benefit from a subsidized laptop, which they found very useful before.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this seems a good time to put a question that the sum stated for Agency 40. Program 402, Training and Development, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to the next page, and we will see pages 292 and 293. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 403, Nursery Education, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated, the honorable member, Ms. Nina Flo Best.
Thank you very much, Chair. Line item 6292, dietary. I see there's a very sharp increase under this line item. I'd like the Honorable Minister to tell us what has caused this sharp increase under this line item. There we go.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this program caters for the expansion of the school feeding program. So, for the benefit of the honorable member who I have been told is a teacher, all students from nursery to grade 2 have traditionally under the PPP governance enjoyed nutritious food, either through the biscuit and juice program or through the school feeding program in the Hinterland, the hot meal program. When the AP and UAFC came into office, they abolished the cash grant program, the Because We Care program, and they said that they were going to replace that with a breakfast school feeding program. That breakfast program was a total failure. It never started in Region 10, never started in Region 2. Only 6 schools in Region 6 benefited from that program. Very few schools benefited from the program. So, this here, Ms. Honorable Member, through the Speaker, will cater for us expanding the breakfast program that never got off the ground under your administration, as well as increasing our capacity to deliver nutritional dietary supplements to children in the school system across the country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I've listened to you, Comrade Minister, Honorable Minister, and I would like to know what can we expect the students to have for the breakfast program? If it's not the biscuit and juice, what else will they be getting?
Thank you, Honorable.
Well, it's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, because the breakfast program that was started, so remember I said AP and UAFC never started it in Region 10, never started it in Region 2, had a very slow start with only 6 schools in Region 6, and I think 5 schools in Region 5, quite an embarrassment really, and quite a robbery from the children. But for the places that it started, Region 4, Georgetown, and Region 3, the management and rollout of the program was lacking. So what we saw when in this inquiry about how we can do this better, cereal was put into a bag and given to the children, and somebody walked around with a mug of milk, pouring it into the plastic bag. That is what made up the breakfast program. And then in some other places, you had bread and spread, which I think could be good, bread and cheese spread, bread and tuna spread, bread and butter spread. And if there is a disputing of what I'm saying, then I'd be happy to provide the evidence, and I'd be glad to lay it over for you if you want me to lay over what was being served and which schools did not get. In fact, sir, I'm undertaking to lay over to this House the schools that received the breakfast program, which are very few in number, as well as what they received on the program. So because I know the honorable member is coming from a place of genuine consideration, because I understand you have an interest in sport, and clearly that would come with nutritional support, the entire program is being looked at not only with a view to determining a more equitable spread, but to determining more nutritious spread. I believe we can give black eye, we could give chana, we could give roti and curry, we could give sandwiches, we could give eggs, we could give a far more nutritious meal that people would feel comfortable relying on.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Thank you, Comrade Minister, for that information. I'm just wondering if there a dietitian or somebody that is in place to work along with this program to ensure that the children receive the best possible breakfast or feeding program that they'll be a part of.
Honourable Minister.
So I think the intention was to have a dietitian on the program, and sometimes, honorable member, is not whether advice was received from a dietitian, but whether the implementation of that on the ground is happening. And so in this case, we will certainly be utilizing the services of experts on what would be a nutritious meal for students, and we would make sure that that is implemented on the ground, because you could say what you want in a policy document. If you don't make sure that the schools in the various areas are providing what you ask for, then it would be a failed program, as it turned out to be.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 403, Nursery Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, turn to the next page, and we will see pages 294 and 295. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 404, Primary Education, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6292, dietary, I see an open increase from 303 million to 1.4 billion. School feeding program has proven over the years to improve the attendance and performance of children, especially in the hinterland schools. So I am happy to see that the allocation has been increased. Hence my question, Mr. Chair. How many additional schools have you catered for under this line item? Secondly, what will be the cost for a meal that will be provided to our children? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This caters for the expansion. So this is primary. The one we dealt with just now was nursery. But again, it caters for an expansion of the school feeding program, and where it never started off, a beginning of that program. So this caters for the expansion to 3,000 more students of a meal or a hot meal. I don't believe we have a cost, but that we have fixed and determined. But if it is catering for an expansion of 3,000, then we could divide by the increased amount, and you'd probably get the answer here. But I can give you it now also.
Thank you.
The purchase of,
Go ahead.
The purchase of Topco juice for $230,872,272. The purchase of school feeding biscuits, $153,915,000. The purchase of Topco juice, 127 million. Purchase of school feeding biscuits, again, 85 million. Hot meal program, 743,626,000. The hot meal program expansion, 106,300,000. Under the breakfast program, 121,622,000. 28 million.
And Dora, which has always been classified separately, 15 million.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
He did not recognize me, he recognized you.
I mightn't recognize you after. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, my colleague. To the honorable member, may I turn your attention to line item 6.
You see, I made the right call, Ms. MacDonald.
Okay. 6284, other.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, I noticed for 2020, you had a budgetary sum of $250 million with a revised sum of $249 million. I noticed there's a reduction from 249 to 170. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the decrease and whether this amount currently sought is adequate?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, we believe it is adequate, or we will make it do. This, though, the decrease is more philosophical than that. The primary enhancement program is no longer being catered for on the central ministry. It's going to be placed into the regional budgets because hitherto it wasn't properly conceived and it wasn't properly placed under the central ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, I recognize on the 6271, there's a whopping increase there. Could the minister say to us what is responsible for the high cost here that we're having on the telephone and internet charges?
Honorable Minister.
Because it seems as if that's a new form.
So I'm happy to report that this is going to cater for the expansion to 28 primary schools and 68 break down the provision of internet or the expansion of the internet that exists at those places.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Could we have a list of those schools?
Thank you, Ms. MacDonald. Honorable Minister.
You have it here? I'd have to lay that over though, please, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Yes, I'm just using my calculator, the dietary 6292 that my colleague on Eastern spoke about and asked the question. You said 3,000 additional students, more. So how many was the original number? What was the original number of students?
Honorable Minister.
So how much was it before this? So if you recall, honorable member, I was saying that every primary school at grade 1 and grade 2 in the country student ought to be offered something. On the coast, it's usually juice and biscuit, or the breakfast that APNU said they were going to be offering. In the hinterland, it's a hot meal, or a provision of some kind of warm breakfast. This program caters for the expansion, but that also caters for the continuation of the program. So this would allow 99,641 students out to be able to receive dietary supplementation under this line.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
So through the chair, thank you. So it's 99,000 plus the 3,000 for expansion?
No, 99,000
Oh, the total.
for the total amount.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, it's a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 404, Primary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn over to the next two pages, pages 296 and 297. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 405, Secondary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, again, we're seeing on the secondary here, we have telephone and internet charges, and we've seen 37 from last year, and we're seeing the same thing again, with exception from, it's 6271. Could the minister say to us the telephone and internet charges, what they entail?
The telephone and telephone charges, what they entail?
Yes, this is to enable payment of telephone and internet charges for 2022 for 33 secondary schools, 5 PICs, practical instruction centers, the Assistant Chief Education Officer's office, and the Department of Education admin departments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, could I ask the minister to lay over the list of schools and the PICs?
Honorable Minister.
I'd be happy to, but I am curious as to what the list is going to be used to do. This government believes in equitable service, and so the list is going to show equitable service, but I'd be very interested in knowing what the list will be used for. Is one child more equal than another?
Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, we have on the line heading 6272, electricity charges, and we've moved from 15 to 104. Could the minister kindly give us an explanation with regards to those charges, the increase in those charges?
What's the answer?
Honorable Minister.
So it's the same explanation given earlier. Apparently there were credit services under the AFP and UAFC where there was some level of credit being given, and there seemed to have been arrears every year that we were trying and struggling to pay off. This year, this should allow us to pay our bills without taking credit or owing anybody.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, again, on the 6283, cleaning and extermination services, could the minister say to us, if again we're going to be having, they've moved from 2 to 1 once per month, and the buildings that we're talking about here?
Honorable Minister.
Which buildings to where? Secondary. So Extensive fumigating and cleaning works were undertaken in preparation for the reopening of schools, including a lot of investments that don't have to be made again. This would help us to fumigate the building twice a month, wash water tanks once a term, wash the compound once a term or more if necessary, remove garbage at least once a week, and treat termite where that is needed.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister, is there a listing of schools that you have where this service is going to be offered?
Yes, Queen's College, the Bishop's High, St. Stanislaus College, St. Rose's High, St. Joseph's High, Central High, Charleston Secondary, Christchurch Secondary, Cummings Lodge, Dolphin Secondary, Lodge Secondary, New Camberville Secondary, North Georgetown Secondary, North Rheinveld Secondary, Richard Ishmael Secondary, South Rheinveld Secondary, St. John's College, St. Winifred Secondary, Tocqueville Secondary, Tutorial High, Brickdam Secondary, Carmel Secondary, East Rumveld Secondary, Queenstown Secondary, St. George's High, St. Mary's High, Ascension Secondary, West Rumveld, Houston Secondary, Kingston Secondary, Freeburg Secondary, Sophia Special, St. Barnabas Special, Agricola PIC, Agricola PICIA, Durban Backlands PIC, Kingston PIC, Sophia PIC. I hope we are demonstrating what equitable service looks like.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Member, Ms. MacDonald. Honourable members, I think it's time to put a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 405, Secondary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, we are now at 10:20 p.m., exhausting the 1 hour allocated for the Ministry of Education. However, we have 6 minutes of savings from all the previous heads. So I have 6 minutes remaining to consider the estimates for the other 8 heads under the Ministry of Education. Honourable members, I propose the question that the sum, page 298 and 299.
I got one question.
I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question for the Minister. Would she be kind enough to lay over the administrative cost for the goal under this particular?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Yes, please, Your Honor. I'd be happy to lay it over.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honourable members can return to page 653 and consider all of the capital programs under the Ministry of Education. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Member. Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, under this project code, we're seeing furniture and equipment. Could the minister say to us on the purchase of furniture and equipment, the types of furniture that are going to be bought and equipment?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yes, please, Your Honor. 1 water dispenser, 1 refrigerator, 1 microwave, 2 16-inch fan, 2 18,000 BTU air conditioning unit, 12 pallets, 1 air conditioning unit, 1 executive chair, 14 stacking chairs, 1 printer, 1 projector and screen, 1 laptop, 2 office desks, 1 AC unit, 1 microwave, 1 water dispenser, 1 laptop computer, 1 PBX phone, 1 executive office chair, 1 filing cabinet, 1 water dispenser, 1 printer, 1 photocopy machine, 1 desktop, 6 network routers, 10 access points, 1 chair, 2 laptops, 1 AC unit, 1 computer printer, 1 executive chair, 1 desktop computer, 6 spare wheels, 1 jump lead, 1 electric kettle, 1 rechargeable fan, 1 vacuum cleaner, 2 computers, 4 executive chairs, 1 network printer, 1 computer, 1 air conditioning unit, 1 executive chair, 3 semi-executive chairs, 1 shredder, 1 laptop computer, 1 water dispenser, 1 filing cabinet, 1 printer and scanner, 1 satellite phone, 2 desktop computers, 1 suite, 3 typist chairs, 1 printer and copier, 1 air conditioning unit, 1 air conditioning unit, 2 air conditioning units, 1 expandable cordless phone, 1 desktop computer, 1 laptop computer, 1 laptop, 1 suite, 4 executive chairs, 1 microwave, 1 satellite phone, 4 PBX systems, 1 paper shredder, 1 air conditioning unit, 4 PBX systems, 12 network switches. So if you notice, you would hear a repetition. This is because this line caters for a wide number of persons. So it's the minister, the PS, the CEO, the planning office. A large number of persons benefit from services under this line.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now have to put one question, that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, programs 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, capital expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated for Agency 40, programs 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, capital expenditure, now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, that exhausts all the time that we had for this head and all the savings. Honorable members, we now get the staff. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and staff. Honorable members, we now have Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. Let me ask the Honorable Member who is standing in for the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport and the staff of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport to take their positions. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that the Honorable Member, Mr. Charles Ramson, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, is in isolation. He has been tested positive for COVID, and he has authorized the Honorable Member and former Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, the Honorable Member Dr. Frank Anthony, to stand in for him. This is permitted on the Standing Order 25, Section 2. Let me just double check that the standing order is correct.
Mr. Speaker.
Section 5. Honorable Minister, sorry, it's Standing Orders 22, Section 5. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, just to say that
Anthony?
The Honorable Minister has asked that I stand in for him, and I'm using Standing Order 22.5.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 304 and 305. And again, like the previous agency, we will take all the current expenditure and then take all the capital. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, I must say I'm disappointed to hear that the Honorable Minister has contracted COVID, and I would like to extend to him a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
I know the Honorable Minister, Frank, has come with some degree of experience once heading this ministry. Could the Honorable Minister indicate, with respect to 6116 contracted employees, I would have seen a decline of one of the contracted employees, which is good. But what is astonishing is that there's an increase of over $20 million. Could an explanation be provided with regards to why this particular line item would have seen an increase of over $20 million and the contracted workers would have declined?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The increase is because of the persons that we have employed under this heading. We have a number of persons who are attracting a different salary scale.
Are those persons the same persons in 2021? Or has there been a change?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the same persons from 2021.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. So it is the same persons, and we have seen an increase of $20 million. Could you explain to us what caused this significant increase, and what is the skill set that these said contracted employees is bringing to enhance the ministry that requires this $20 million increase?
Honorable Minister.
Well, it has to do with improving the services offered by the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. And their skill set, I'm sure, because of their experience, they'll be able to enhance the services provided.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
But thank you, Chair. But Minister, you would agree with me that they were hired in 2021 because of this unique skill set that they possess. So why this spike in increase by $20 million? Could you say to us, what is the positions of these skilled contracted employees? What is their salary and emoluments, their benefits, and what is their technical skills to each individual?
Honorable Minister.
So under this heading, Mr. Chairman, there are a number of persons who are employed. This include internal security. That salary for that person is $130,240. You also have a supply expediter 1. That person's salary is $79,935. You have vehicle drivers at $74,900. You have another vehicle driver, the same salary, a vehicle driver for $123,931. You have a confidential secretary of $160,000. You have a superintendent of works for $229,876. An accounts clerk for $125,598. Cleaners, you have 3 cleaners. Their salary is $83,281. Office assistant, $74,900. Receptionist typist, $96,255. Storekeeper 2, $126,938. Typist clerk 1, $74,900. Typist clerk 1, $129,771. Vehicle driver, $74,900. Vehicle driver, $133,151. An assistant accountant, $163,648. Internal security, $126,989. A maintenance inspector of $206,723. A personal assistant of $214,000. An advisor to the minister at $535,000. A technical officer at $400,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. You know, of all of the persons that I've heard there, I don't see no real technical skills that require this large amount. But given the fact that the minister would have procured the services of an advisor, what is the qualification of this advisor? And is he providing advice for the ministry or a specific agency, either sports or culture or for youth?
Honorable Minister.
I think the advisor is a person that is well qualified, both academically and also has many years of experience, having worked in the ministry for a number of years.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Sir, could the minister be a little more clearer with respect to the qualifications of the, I didn't hear when you said, I was distracted by the chief heckler, sir.
Honorable Minister.
I said that the advisor has university degree, is a graduate from the University of Guyana with a degree, and can suitably serve in the position as an advisor to the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Okay, the minister apparently doesn't want to provide what degree the advisor holds. Going on to 6291,
Member, Mr.
national
Figuera,
and...
You know, the minister did answer when you said the minister didn't want to. He answered that the person had a degree and previously, so he had experience. So he did answer. So come on. Then subsequently, you made a comment of a degree in what? If you want to ask what the degree is, you can ask that and I will allow it.
Thank you for your guidance.
Thank you very much,
Comrade Chair. Could the Honorable Minister indicate to this House what degree the advisor holds?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
I think we'll have to get the details from the ministry, but as far as I'm aware, I think that person holds a degree from the University of Guyana in the area of tourism.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I appreciate the minister's effort in proffering a guess, but we would rather it be confirmed and be laid over.
Thank you very much.
Minister, 6291, national and other events. I'm recognizing an allocation of over $29 million. Could the minister indicate what are the national and other events for this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These funds allocated here would be used for various national events, which include the launch of Emancipation Day, Pagua celebrations, Yom Nabi, Easter program, Independence celebration, Diwali, Christmas program, Arrival Day, Indigenous Heritage Month, and of course, matrimony.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Could the minister, for specifically matrimony, indicate what would be allocated for this national event?
Honorable Minister.
You coming up tomorrow, you know. You.
I think, Mr. Chairman, it's a bit premature to say what exact sum would be allocated to matrimony because it's still to be determined whether or not you would have festivities in the street. As you know, we have a prevailing pandemic, and therefore it would be difficult to decide the efforts that we'll be having. But like last year, you did have celebrations. Those celebrations were virtual, and more than likely it might be the same, but there have been discussion within the ministry to see whether or not they can do something more outdoors.
So finally, on this same line item, a follow-up, Honorable Minister. I mean, sir, you would agree that matrimony is 2 weeks away from now, or less. And I find it rather strange that you're saying you cannot give a response with the preparatory position the ministry is at. Given the known situation of COVID, and given the experience of 2020 and 2021, I mean, we would have been given some degree of guidance of how we could prepare in 2022 for matrimony. So could you give a little clearer response in that regard?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the honorable member would know, Mashramani consists of a number of events. It's not just a parade. So you have lectures, you have things that are done in the regions, and a whole host of activities, including calypso, chutney, steel band, school performances, a whole host of things. And therefore, some of these activities would require mass gathering, and because of the prevailing COVID situation, the ministry has taken a position that some of this you cannot have at this point in time. However, it does not mean that we cannot celebrate. And as we have done in the past, some of these activities would have migrated online. And that's the same thing that the ministry is right now considering. How much of it is going to be online, and how much of it you can actually do where you can have a limited audience. So that's what they're right now considering.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Honorable Minister, in 2021, there were over 16 virtual concerts. Could the minister, if, in light of the fact what he would have said, that there's a greater possibility of this being replicated in 2022, can you say to this House, what is the method that will be utilized to ensure? Matter of fact, can you say who was the company that managed the virtual concerts, the 16 virtual concerts?
Honorable Mr. Figueira, we're going to have to ask in the present because we're dealing with a subvention for 2022.
Mr. Chair, could the ministers indicate therefore what is the methodology that will be employed for companies to bid to host these virtual concerts?
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Or would it be sole sourcing again?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think as the Honorable Member knows, there are various procurement methods. Some of it can be public tendering, others can be restrictive, and others can be direct sourcing. It depends on the skill set that you want. You might have to choose one of or the other method of procurement.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, same line item. Just to confirm with the Minister, is the Minister saying as of today, the 8th of February 2022, 15 days away from Republic celebration, February 23rd, the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports currently have nothing on their agenda for Mashramani? Is that what the Minister is saying?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope the hour is not too late that the Honorable Member has fallen asleep, because I certainly did not say that. I gave you a range of activities that normally would happen at Mashramani, and I've said that some of those would be migrated online, while some of the other activities might be done in person. So we have explained that.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Follow up, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, we are looking for specificity. As I said before, we're 15 days away before Mashramani. Could the Honorable Minister please inform this House, with the allocation that has been made, 15 days away from Mashramani, what are the events, activities that are going to be had? Whether they're going to be online, how many of them, what are the names of them? Because there must be a program that guides the ministry.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have gone through that already. And as I've stated, some of the programs for Mashramani would be online. And I'm sure that the ministry would be able to lay that over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
All right, Chair, I'll move to line item 6111, administrative. Could the Honorable Minister indicate if this line item takes care of a director of either culture, youth, or sport?
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as the Honorable Member, Mr. Jones, would know, that this deals with administration. And in administration, the positions that we are talking about is the permanent secretary, senior personnel officers, accountants, and so forth. If the positions that you're looking for would be under the specific programs. You work in this ministry, you should know that.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, under 6284, or rather 6291, national and other events. From the sum being sought here for 2022, can the honorable member say whether provisions are catered for probably national awardee, persons to be bestowed with national awards? Are there any provisions here?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. As I've said before, this caters for national events such as the national holidays that we have. And those national holidays, I just read them out. You have religious holidays, you have other holidays that we celebrate in this country, and those are the ones that are catered for under this heading.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, turn to the next two pages, 306 and 307. And I propose a question, honorable members, that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 422, Culture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, line item 6284, orders. We see an increase from 60 million to 160 million. Could the Honorable Minister indicate what has occasioned this increase?
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The increase, honorable member, of $100 million. This caters for the endowment fund in culture, so it provides for monies that would be going to resuscitate the Guyana Prize for Literature. It is also going to resuscitate the various cultural festivals and also provide for the cultural and creative arts industries grant. So this is where the $100 million would be spent.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for agency. Honorable member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subsidies to local organizations. When you go to the profile, sir, we see an allocation to the National Youth Commission, but we see a zero in terms of the actual allocation. And then we see requests. Sorry? Yeah. Subsidies to local organization. Culture.
Seems to be the wrong head, honorable member.
Sorry?
Seems to be the wrong head. If it's zero, then
no, the figures here, sir. A request is now for 150. But what I'm saying is that in 2021, there was a request for 150. We see the revised figure zero, and then budgeted now for 2022 is 150. So we want to know if page 605. It's on the culture. It's on the culture page 305, 307. And then when you go to the details, local organization, page 605. Right, Ministry of Culture and Sport, and it falls on the culture. Sure, go ahead.
Before you explain, again, honorable member, Mr. Jones, you're raising National Youth Commission here. That's what you're raising, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know we've had a long day, and we are now burning the midnight oil. Go ahead. Honorable member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Government Chair. On the others, Minister, where we would have seen an increase of over $100 million, the sum of this allocation caters for what the Minister of Finance in his budget debates, where he made mention to the extending and strengthening of programs within the schools for arts. Is this line item catering for that as well?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This order at 6284, this caters for rental of tents and so forth, and also the $100 million, the endowment fund, which would include monies going for the resuscitation of the Guyana Prize, cultural festivals, and grants for cultural industries. So that's what this line item would be spent on.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Figueira.
Minister, thank you, Comrade. Could you give some guidance with respect to where the $7.5 million that is budgeted for the National Trust 50th anniversary is located in this?
Honorable Minister, some guidance. National Trust.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the member would turn to 6291, you would see under 6291 there's an allocation there for the National Trust 50th anniversary.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Peguera.
Last question on that same follow-up, sir. This celebration, will this be taking a virtual format as well?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the intention is to have an in-person ceremony, small but significant. Apart from having that in-person ceremony, there's also going to be a book launch celebrating the 50th anniversary. You would also have various other types of activities that would be done at some of the sites that are under the National Trust. So this is how they intend to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, subsidies to local organizations, 6321. Could the Minister explain the figure of 150 allocated to the Linden Museum and Industrial Heritage?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a number of organizations that would benefit under this heading. So you have, first of all, okay. So you have $140 million that is going to the National Trust of Guyana. You have $70 million that is going to Castellani House. You have $100 million that have been allocated for the celebration of the decade of people of African descent. You also have $1,500,000 going to Theatre Guild and $150,000, which is an annual subvention given to the Linden Museum, Linden Industrial Museum.
Thank you, Minister.
Just a quick follow-up from the Chair on the same line, the Linden Museum. So the Honourable Minister said that it's an annual subvention, but we note in 2021 is zero. So was this money not paid to them last year?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as far as I'm aware, from more than 10 years ago, this arrangement has been put in place, and every year they would receive this sum of money to assist them with the work that they're doing at the museum. And last year, I'm told that it was paid.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 442, Culture. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to the next two pages, pages 308 and 309. And honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 443, Youth, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Could the Honorable Minister indicate line item 61116, contracted employees? Could the Honorable Minister indicate if the Director of Youth is captured under this heading?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Director of Youth is under this heading.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Follow up, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, could the Honorable Minister indicate when was this vacancy filled? Was it advertised via the Public Service Ministry?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This vacancy was filled on the 1st of December 2021, and it was done by way of contract.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Some further guidance, sir. Based on the Ministry of Public Service, it is stated that this is a public service position, which would have to be advertised via the Public Service Ministry. As well, could we get the qualification of the individual that holds this position?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, employment in the government sector can be of two forms. One via contract or one via the Public Service Commission. In this case, the option was used of employing the person using a contract. The person so employed currently holds a master's in education, and so the person is highly qualified for the position.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabu Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as far as I understand it, using contract does not mean that you don't go through the process of advertising and also interviewing the persons for a particular position. So can the Minister please clarify whether that process happened in this particular case?
Honorable Minister.
No, with my Director of Youth, yes. With Director of Youth, yes. Director of Sports is a different thing.
Mr. Chairman, as far as I understand, due process was followed. A suitable candidate was identified, and that person was recruited on contract and is now working.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Right. Just final question on this note, Comrade Chair. Could the Honorable Minister indicate when this post was advertised? And if you would be so kind enough to share with us those advertisements and the scores of the individuals who applied and who were interviewed.
Honorable Member, the Minister was very clear on the due process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, a vacancy was created because the previous director, who was on leave since 2019 and was in that position for more than 14 months, off the position for more than 14 months, receiving a salary of more than $289,000 a month, but not working. After that position was declared vacant, a new director was appointed. Well, a suitable candidate was found, and the person was interviewed and appointed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. With respect to the contract, could we be indicated what is the length of the contract that was signed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The length of the contract is 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
6302, training including scholarships.
Honorable members, please, on my right, please allow the member to ask his question so we can all hear properly.
6302, training, including scholarships. We see an allocation of over $200 million. Could the minister indicate how many scholarships for 2022 will be allocated, and what would those scholarships be catering for?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a line traditionally that is used to do a number of training. During this year, the ministry intends to train people in financial literacy and small businesses. There is an allocation to train young people who need additional lessons. There's also a sum that has been allocated to do technical training, to give people skills. As you know, this ministry trains a lot of persons who might have dropped out of school and would like to get a second chance at developing a skill so that they can get a job. So this line item provides for that. It also provides to train young people in subjects such as robotics, digital training, and to do what is called the Regional Volunteer Apprenticeship Support Program. And there's a lot of other technical training that would be done by this ministry. So the extra allocation for this year caters for the expansion of these programs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Minister, you would have given an explanation with regards to training in particular, but it also caters for scholarships. Would there be any scholarships offered under this line item? And more so, if it is going to be offered, how many is going to be offered and in which field?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Training is the main focus of this line item. While the heading might be training and scholarships, the training component is what is being focused on here. Scholarships are offered by the Public Service Ministry, and through that ministry, persons who would like to access a scholarship, for example, the Gold Program, would be able to go to that ministry and access the scholarship. But perhaps also we can define what we mean by scholarship, because most of the persons who are coming for training, we pay for them if they're coming out from the interior, we pay for them to come out from the interior. We house them in the case of the Kurukuru Training College. They spend 9 months there, they're taken care of, they're given a stipend, and then when they're ready to go back to their villages, they're sent back. So maybe that can be considered as a scholarship. And there are several other examples with these training programs. So it might be considered as training and scholarship.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, line item 6116, contracted employees. Could the Honorable Minister indicate if there are any advisors to the Minister that could be found in this line?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as I'm aware, this line does not have any advisors.
Thank you, Comrade Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Comrade Chairman, line item 6292, Dietary. Could the Honorable Minister indicate if this line caters for the schools that comes under youth? Kurukuru, Sophia, Vivanerva.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The member is absolutely correct. It caters for dietary for the various schools that the ministry would run. Kurukuru Training College, Sophia, Brian Observing, and the other programs that they have.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Follow-up question. Could the Honorable Minister indicate if those three named schools are currently functioning?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, they're not functioning, but the intention is to get them up and running this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Just a quick closer, then we move on, Comrade Chair. Could the Honorable Minister indicate if these schools were up and functioning last year?
Honorable Minister.
I'm told they had several training last year.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 443 Youth, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to the next two pages, pages 310 and 11. And the Minister staff is given a few seconds to get in place. Let me also welcome a former member of Parliament, Director of Sport, Mr. Nenval, and his team. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 444, Sport, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Faguera.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Director of Sport, long-awaited position. I think the best man has gotten the position. 6291, national and other events. I recognize $13 million has been allocated to this line item. Could the minister indicate what are those national and other events this line item allocated for?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The $13 million here caters for a number of annual sporting events, such as the South American 10K, National Athletics Competition, CPL Cricket Tournament, the Aliana Pompey Field and Track event, and there was some other cricketing tournaments that would be covered under this heading.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Thank you very much, Comrade Minister. Comrade Minister, could you be so kind enough to guide us? The line item that deals with the funding for the preparation of the sports policy or completion of the sports policy?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, we go through these things by line item, and I should be guided by the honorable member, not the other way around.
Yes, Honorable Minister. But it's not funny, it's the reality, because we had the honorable member was a minister, was an MP. He became Director of Sport. Now he's an MP again. And the current Director of Sport was an MP, became. So I think both persons are very qualified. Honorable members, yes. Honorable members, no, any more questions for youth? Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Just one question. I was just wondering on the same national events, whether or not any discussion has been had on bringing new sports into view, so that, you know, there are lots of sports at Olympics that we're not quite doing? Has there been any discussion as to bringing new sports on board during this year?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that the ministry is working to add and to make sure that we can compete in the various Olympic types of sports. If you would recall, the track and field that we have developed at Lenora caters for some of the sports that we are currently not doing, such as steeplechase and hammer and javelin and a number of other things that we can do there. We have the facilities for it. That facility has been accredited, so if anybody go and break a record there, it can be accepted because it's internationally certified. So I'm very confident that they're working to make sure that we can develop in some of these areas. In addition to that, they're working on developing a sports academy. So through that sports academy, there would be development of our athletes so that they can grow from just performing at the school level or national level to be able to become international champions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Mr. Minister, with respect to what you just mentioned, would the ministry be given priority to identified sports discipline so that we can become competitive at the Olympics?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. National Sports Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the sports, you have a wide range of activities. The ministry feels that they ought to concentrate or prioritize 12, and they've been working on that as core sports, and they feel that by utilizing their resources in these areas, that they would have the best chances of sending athletes to the Olympics and to other international competition. So the focus is on this 12.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, sir. Could the Honourable Minister provide us with the names of those 12 disciplines?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's best let's lay them over because while the experts here are aware of the 12, they're trying to tell me what they are, but I'll prefer for us to lay it over.
Honourable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, sir. I can accept that. But finally, has the ministry considered providing scholarships for gifted athletes to extend their studies at the university?
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would venture to say this is something that is under active consideration. It was done in the past, and there's no reason why it cannot be considered so that in the future, such scholarships can be given.
Honourable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. My last question, Honourable Minister. I'm happy that the ministry has identified 12 disciplines that they want to give serious attention to. But has the ministry also taken into consideration there's a paltry of qualified coaches and the technical skill set that is required? Guyana don't even have 2 A-licensed coaches for football, one of the biggest sports in this country. Given this reality and the identified disciplines, do we have the skill set in the coaches? And if not, would the ministry be investing in training those individuals so that they become certified or qualified to lead those respective disciplines?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a twofold way that we can approach that problem. There is a recognition that there's a glut of the type of expertise needed to coach the young people. So there are two approaches. One is to hire and to bring in expert coaches. And we've had in the past such arrangements with Cuban coaches that came to Guyana and worked with our athletes. We had swimming coaches, we had person in track and field, we had boxing and so forth. So that's one approach. And while we do that, we also have to work on our local coaches to elevate them and to make sure that they have access to the various training programs so that they themselves can be qualified. The ministry would have, as you probably know, they have a resource center, and that was built specifically to train coaches and it also has at the bottom a resource center with books and so forth where some of this type of resource material can be accessed. So in collaboration with the various associations, because in some of the disciplines you have specific, as you mentioned, football, there are specific coaching requirements, and the football fraternity or football federation, the international body, would offer these courses from time to time. So once we go back to pre-pandemic period, we'll be able to institute back that type of training and to make sure that we have continuous training so that we can have a pool of coaches to help us in these areas. So I see this growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 444, Sport, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 656, and we will consider the capital allocations for this agency. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, are we doing the entire spread or is just administration?
Let us take them head by head and we can move fast.
Okay, so project code 4506-400, ground enhancement program. Could the other minister lay over?
No, we're dealing with admin.
No.
If there's no question in admin, I'll put it.
That's why I thought we were to do one spread, just to expedite.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, sir. 2506600. Furniture and equipment, I'm recognizing there's an allocation for $85 million there. And it is going to be providing for musical
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa, we're under Policy Development and Administration. 441.
Oh, my apologies, my apologies.
So I'll put the question that the sum stated for this agency 44 Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure. I put the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I turn to the next head. Same agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. The program is 442, Culture, Capital Expenditure. And I put a question, the sum stated, propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Common Chair. Common Chairman, 1205 700 buildings. Could the Honourable Minister indicate the provision of upgrading the facility and payment of retention? Which facilities and upgrading this line item speaks to?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a whole range of places. So the first one would be to pay the 10% retention on works that were done at the Enmore Martyrs Monument site. That's approximately $1 million. The second one deals with retention for the works done at the dance studio in the National Park. That's 1.3. The third is rehabilitation of the Guyana roof. That's $15 million have been allocated. Provision of a fence to the National Cultural Center compound, that's $10 million. Rehabilitation of Studio 2 at the National Dance School, that's 4.5. Construction of a drainage system at the Indian Arrival Monument compound, that's $10 million. Construction and revetment of a bridge at Fort Nassau, that's $22 million. Construction of a chain link fence and sanitary facility for the Rose Hall Martyrs Monument site, that's $15 million. Installation of power transformer at the 1763 Monument site, that's $15 million. And construction of a timber access walkway and concrete benab at Hog Island, the windmill at Hog Island, that's $21 million.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you. Minister, didn't notice any allocation for the Linden Martyrs, probably next go round. But the $85 million that I was making reference to with regards to the intention to purchase musical instrument, furniture, and equipment, could the minister indicate what are the musical instruments specifically that some of this allocation will be used to purchase?
Honourable Minister.
So first of all, the $85 million, there's a $12.5 million allocation to musical instruments. The rest of the money is spent on various things such as theater chairs for the cultural center, the balcony of the cultural center. There's an allocation of $62 million for that. There are various, for the same culture center, we have to put in a 20-ton AC unit, that's $6.6 million. Then there are various smaller ACs that are placed at different facilities that the ministry has, the Castellani Gallery and a number of other places. And then there are smaller purchases of chairs and TV and desk and so forth. Now, pertaining to the musical instruments, there are 45 different instruments that would be bought. This includes 10 sitars, 5 harmoniums, 5 trumpets, 5 alto saxophones, 10 guitars, and 10 steel pans.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member.
Thank you for your detailed response, Honourable Minister. With regards to the musical instruments, will they be housed centrally or will they be distributed regionally for the enhancement of the various genre of music?
Honourable Minister.
I think some can be at the National Music School. As you know, we have a National Music School in Brigham. And others would be sent out to the regions because right now the ministry is trying to take these activities out in the region and develop regional music schools.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Okay, I'm happy that it would be distributed in the regions, but so which organization in the region?
Okay, honourable members, we are now just about just about 10 minutes over the time allocated. I will give an allowance to finish all the heads. But if the persons questioning can deal with the general aspects and ask via another formats for some specific details, then we can complete it. Honorable Minister, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would not be handed over to any specific organization. These are programs that the ministry itself would be running. Ministry intends to employ musicians who would be helping with the training in the specific regions. So these would be ministry-run programs in the regions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 422, Culture. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. If we come down the page, we will see Program 443, Youth. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 443, Youth, capital expenditure stands part of the estimate. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 443, Youth, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now propose the question down the page that the sum stated for Agency 44, Program 444, Sport, capital expenditure stands part of the question. Honorable Member, Mr. Fagir.
Thank you, sir. 4406-800, multipurpose sports facilities. I'm seeing an allocation of $1.7 billion here. Could the Honorable Minister indicate where, I'm recognizing Anna Regina Albion, was there a change in one of the locations for the placement of the multipurpose facility?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as I'm aware, the sites are going to be Anna Regina Community Center Ground, Region 2, Albion Sports Complex, Region 6, and Mackenzie Sports Club, Region 10.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know. There's no answer to that. Mr. Minister, you said Mackenzie Sports Club ground for the multi-purpose facility. Could you say what was the rationale for the Mackenzie Sports Club chosen for the multi-purpose facility?
Honorable Minister.
When in itself, if I can conclude, the Mackenzie Sports Club is already a multi-purpose facility. So, what is the thinking behind that when Amelia's Ward ain't get nowhere?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you would recognize, it's not only the Mackenzie Sports Ground. The three places that we have spoken about, all of them are sports ground. But the level of facilities that they have is not on par with what we want to develop. And that is why we are going to repurpose it and develop it to a different standard, basically meeting international standards. If we look at Mackenzie Sports Ground, there's a lot of room for improvement. You would recognize the types of stands that you have there, the location of those stands away from the playing field. And there's no stands on the eastern side, as far as I can remember, or the northern side. And therefore, by redeveloping the whole facility, you'll have a better facility. You'll be able to accommodate more spectators. you would also be able to do a wider profile of a sporting activity there, including not just in the daytime, but in the nighttime. So it's a complete enhancement of the facility, which would bring a lot of additional benefits. And as I said, it would be done for all 3 locations.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Minister, in recognizing the latitude the chairman has given for time, I wouldn't be given enough time to explain to you why that is not the best location. And there was a rationale why the eastern side of the Mackenzie Sports Club Group didn't have accommodation. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can the minister indicate to us when this multi-purpose facility is slated to start its construction?
Honorable Minister.
As the honorable member knows, these are allocations we're asking for now. So it's slated to start later this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. I'm asking specifically because 200 million was also allocated for the same multi-purpose facility, which was scheduled to start last year and the year before. So the ministry in itself, having made this request, having known when this budget will be passed and approved, should already have a plan of when they would want this facility to start construction. So that my question remains, sir. When is this project expected to start and the projected time for its conclusion?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my answer remains the same, later this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Okay, I'll move on. National Sports Commission. We have seen an allocation of $450 million. Could this be broken down to give a clearer understanding of how these monies will be allocated? I know.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $20 million would be used at the Lenora Track and Field Center. $2 million would be used for backfilling drains in Region 6. Rehabilitation of the driveway of the National Gymnasium, $2.8 million. Construction of a basketball court at the National Gymnasium, $1.6 million. Purchase of sports gears, $10 million allocated. Rehabilitation to the Cricket Academy shed at the Guyana National Stadium, $15 million. Rehabilitation to the batting areas and bowling areas at the stadium, $12 million. Purchase of replay cameras for the Cricket Academy at the Guyana National Stadium, $10 million. Purchase of gym and sports equipment, $15 million. Installation of bucket seats at the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall, that's $80 million. Installation of air conditioning at the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall, $30 million. Filing cabinets and so forth, that's 1.2. Purchase of an electronic cricket scoreboard, $50 million. Rehabilitation of the flooring of the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall, $20 million. Construction of pavilions at the synthetic tracks for Region 6 and 10, $124 million. Rehabilitation of the Andrew Sixhead Gym, $10 million. Asphalting of the parking lot at the Lenora Track and Field Center, that's $10 million. A generator for the National Track and Field Center, that's $13 million. A water pump for $520,000. Rehabilitation to the fence at the National Track and Field Center, $4 million. a purchase of a water hog for the National Stadium, $3 million, and to refurbish the the pool at the Kokwani Staff Center. That's $15 million.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
450640 Ground Enhancement Program. I'm seeing an allocation here, sir, for $250 million. The minister in 2021 would have given 10 grounds $10 million. Are those grounds going to be in receipt of any of this allocation to enhance the ground that was given those $10 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This allocation, as the honorable member rightly said, is for ground enhancement, and it would use for grounds across the country. It depends on the magnitude of work that was done previously. If it needs extra assistance, you probably will have to do that in this round. If not, we'll look at other grounds where there's need and certainly fix them.
Thank you, Minister.
So, thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
25 grounds,
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Has the ministry, thank you, sir. Has the ministry identified these 25 grounds? And if so, could that be laid over? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I'm sure that the ministry would have done the assessment. And in some cases, it's not necessarily that you have to spend 10 million on each ground. It might vary. And therefore, they would have those specific grounds and the sums that they would be expending.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we are now just about 15 minutes over the time allocated for this head and all the savings from the previous head. I'll allow one more question from the person who has worked so hard all day in this house. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your kind consideration. Two questions I have for the honorable member.
Go ahead.
One, the 6321, right? Subsidies to local capital. No, but you identified an activities, a whole set of activities to cover, was it $20 million or $200 million? But you made reference to a back drain to be filled in region number 6. So I want to know exactly where is this drain located, right? That's one. Two, can the honorable member confirm to this National Assembly whether you know, Mr. Chairman, I would usually go and exercise on Carifesta Avenue, the National Service ground. So I was made to understand that the ground is now being sold. So can the honorable member confirm whether GNS ground?
Okay, the second question I can't allow because I don't see that reflecting here. But if you don't have an option of exercising a national service ground right now, you can't exercise there. I welcome you at Everest anytime to exercise. Honorable member, you have one, honorable minister, one question to answer.
Yeah.
The drain, where is that drain to be rehabilitated in region 6?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the honorable member would be pleased to know that this drain that we are backfilling is located in New Amsterdam in the Barnum Park.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 444 Sport, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, we have now dealt with every single agency and heads, except for a few on the education. and we are caught up with the time and spent a few extra moments. Tomorrow we start on a fresh page. Let the assembly resume. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 9th of February 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I forgot to thank the Honorable Minister and the staff of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. Thank you very much.